Just wanted to call the council back into session. But before we move into regular study session, I just wanted to make sure that we excuse Council Member Paul Durham will not be with us today in either either study or regular session. So I just wanted to bring that to note. With that, we need a motion to return to study session.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. What is the council's pleasure for item number 2?
Honorable Mayor, on item number 2, I would ask for a motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session in order to resolve this matter.
Is that the Campbell Broadway one? Is that the Campbell Broadway item?
Yes. So,
I don't know if my here is.
I couldn't hear there for a
Is
second.
that the Campbell and Broadway item?
I'm sorry, this is the Broadway and Campbell item.
Okay, then I would move we proceed as discussed in executive session.
second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
Honorable Mayor, on this item, I would suggest a motion that the mayor and council find that the manager's performance has met or exceeded expectations and that you are making no changes to his employment agreement at this time.
So move.
There is a motion.
Second.
There's a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Ortega. Thank you for your service.
Buy lunch.
What is the council's pleasure for item 18?
And Honorable Mayor, on this, I would just ask that the mayor and council authorize the city manager to proceed in the manner as discussed in the executive session.
So move.
There is a
Second.
motion and a second. Any discussion? Without any discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes.
For my minute, I'll put it on. Fuck. No, Richard.
Damn. Item 5.
Sorry, I woke up this morning.
We're hearing you, Mark. We are on to item 5. Item 5, time has been set aside for an update on COVID-19 emergency. I just wanted to define the item as we will hear it. City Manager Ortega will talk about testing, and then Mike Ortega and Amber Kerwin will talk about the mayor and council strategic plan. And then after that, City Manager Ortega will talk about hazard pay. What I wanted to talk about in the first item, which is for testing, is that we are still pushing to have testing in the hot spots of our community based on positivity rates throughout Pima County. The hot spots that we are seeing have been west side, south side of the county, mostly inside the city of Tucson. So we have been working with Pima County to open up a testing facility at El Pueblo Senior Center that is not being used currently, and that conversation is happening, has been happening actually for 3 or 4 weeks. We're hoping to get an update on it and see how we move forward with that location. The idea was put out that a downtown location be opened up as well, a testing location be opened up as well, that would serve people, not just neighbors in downtown, but also restaurants and businesses in downtown. that could be accessible for West Siders and South Siders, as well as residents in Ward 6 and Ward 3. So those conversations are happening, and I'll punt it over to you, Mr. Ortega, so that you can give us information.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So first item is on the testing, just a quick update. We are working with our partners at the county on the El Pueblo. I am expecting that to be up and running this week. We have also asked them to push forward a downtown location. Keep in mind that one of our partners, El Rio, is currently testing at the Congress site. They are doing drive-up testing. So we've asked Pima County to maybe help us and make it a more permanent testing either there, the Broadway location, which is not ideal because of the parking, or Armory Park in the senior center. So we're pushing for that conversation. I'm expecting to hear more on that a little later this week, but they do understand that. We have been partnering very closely with the county on a variety of fronts, really taking the UDOL, or the direction you all gave me a few weeks ago, which ended up at UDOL. I am expecting that we will probably use some of those dollars for some of the other testing areas that the county, or excuse me, that the council had allocated. I have been working closely with the county administrator to try to address some of those hot spots, Mayor, that you mentioned. I know those are moving, those are shifting a little bit, but we'll try to stay on that. So I will keep you up to date on that. I can give you a quick update on the testing to the date. So far, number of employees that have requested voluntary testing are 336. Those that were tested positive were 21. Family members requesting testing are 189. Contract employees are 11. Number of public tests are 909. Number of employees testing positive by department regardless was 125. That's total. So keep in mind, Mayor and members of the council, that we did offer 2 contracts. One of them was to Rescue Me Wellness. The other one was to El Rio for public testing. I had asked that those tests be very targeted and focused on vulnerable populations that you all had mentioned to me in the past. So we have gone down that path. We are asking that those contractors coordinate directly with us on where they're going to be testing and how they're offering that testing, as well as coordinating with the county. I think we had a couple of bumps in the road there early on, but I'm pleased to tell you that they're moving forward with that. As time goes on, you will see an IGA come back to you with a reimbursement for some of this testing from the county. I have suggested to the county that they can utilize our vendors so that they can take advantage of our contracts post-haste as opposed to establishing those relationships directly. And so you will see that very shortly. Hopefully at the next meeting, you'll have an IGA in front of you. Mayor, that's all I had on testing. Happy to answer any questions that the council might have on that.
Alrighty. Can we wait for questions until the end, or if there's any small questions?
I had a question for
Go ahead,
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Students that live off campus, that a lot of seniors are concerned about them because they don't practice social distancing, they don't use the mask. And how can they get tested, or the seniors that live by them, that they got mini dorms now living right next to them? What's the issue with that? Because that's creating a dilemma for
Sure.
a lot of folks on the south of Broadway.
Sure. Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres. So again, working with closely with our partners at the county, they have identified areas where they will stand up testing in that vicinity. I can tell you that their focus is around the university area because of the maps. And I just sent you the latest maps that I just received this morning. So you'll be able to see those spots that are of concern. And so Councilmember Fimbres, what I'll do is pass that info along to our partners at the county, because I know that one of the conversations, again, those vulnerable populations, was the ability to go out to their neighborhoods, to their locations, versus focusing on them coming into a semi-permanent site or some other facility. And so that's been part of the conversation, is I'm going to call it mobile testing, but isn't truly mobile. It is going to them and maybe setting up a way to get them tested.
And
That's
the
all.
vulnerable populations, you mean those that have immunodeficiency, elderly populations?
Exactly.
That's correct, Mayor. That's correct. I'm sorry, I should have defined that. Yes,
So is
ma'am.
there a phone number or some way that some of these vulnerable individuals who live close by the university can contact so they can be directed? Or is there a person, a point person that we could direct them so they can be tested? And then the other thing is, I know we had talked about extending the code of conduct for university students to follow and adhere to the executive orders that the mayor has put out about masking and social distancing. And they should be getting the code of conduct, whether you're on campus or off campus, it should be applied to you as a student.
I made the President Robbins aware that those are our expectations, Councilmember Pimas, that students that live off campus be acknowledge that the code of conduct that is expected of them on university grounds that we will be expecting of them. We expect students that live off campus to wear masks, to socially distance, to abide by our mandatory mask ordinances. And so that is a conversation that I have had with President Robbins. We have conducted about 3 meetings with President Robbins and his staff, and County Administrator Huckleberry and his staff, including the health department and my office. And so we continue to have those discussions. Mr. Ortega had a conversation with Chief Magnus about what are the expectations at U of A PD and TPD in terms of enforcement of our masks, our mask ordinance. And if you want to give us an update on that, Mr. Ortega, that would be great.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So members of the council, after the start of school, there was concern about the enforcement of the mask ordinance just in general. And so I asked our chief, Magnus, to go over and have a conversation with the U of A. Initially, I think there was a little bit of a disconnect between what was expected versus the boots on the ground. I did get a call from the president's office to let me know after that meeting that they were interested in enforcement and we're going to do their part, particularly on the off-campus, I'll call it dormitories, but it's really the red tag conversation that's been going on in terms of their code of conduct, and they'll certainly work with TPD and their own U of A police to enforce, particularly social distancing and so forth. I think Councilmember Femers has a question there.
So to follow up on the red tagging ordinance, should we make changes to the ordinance that shows that they have, while we're in this emergency state, that they should be masked? If a police officer show up and they're not social distancing, they're not masked, and they have the potential of, they've already been called by the citizens of the city, should we have an ordinance in there? Because I know we have it in our ordinance that there's a violation.
Mayor,
There's a fine.
I'll defer that to Mike. I don't know that we would need to revise the ordinance itself. I think that's adequate, but I'll let Mike weigh in on that.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, I agree with what the manager just said. I don't believe that we need to amend the ordinance, in particular the red tag or unruly gathering ordinance, that the mask requirements are separately addressed, but I will double check it. And if I come to the conclusion that I'm wrong about that, I'll bring it back to the mayor and council for your consideration.
Thank you, because we have an ordinance that's, I think in the executive order said there was a penalty, a fine that was going to be imposed, and we have all these folks that aren't adhering to the guidelines that the executive order entails in the city, and we need to put some teeth into it, because you said U of A PD and TPD are going and they're dealing with these things.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So I think we just have to make sure that Chief Magnus is giving the direction to his officers that the mandatory mask ordinance is in effect, and that they use it if they have to provide a red tag to anyone living around the university or anywhere else for that matter.
That has been a directive that I've given, but keep in mind that we still have other priorities that are out there. And so what I've asked them to do is make sure that they're using it when needed. If they find unruly gatherings, those kind of things, they're welcome to use it. I do not expect, folks on the street to be stopped, et cetera. So I just want to make sure that you all were clear on that. But it is a tool in the toolbox, and I have asked the chief to make sure they're exercising it as needed.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Again, I think that for testing, since we're moving on to the strategic plan, we have been discussing the hotspots that are happening here in Pima County. Very, very clear that they have been in certain areas of the city. We have to make sure, for example, I would say the South Side has been very hard hit, and we have to make sure that there's something up and running, Mr. Ortega, by week's end, because we have been waiting for something for 4 weeks. If there has to be a mobile truck sent, mobile testing sent, as has been done in other areas of the city most recently, then we need to do that as soon as possible, because it really has been about 4 weeks since this hotspot South Side location has been talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On to the mayor and council strategic plan. Mike and Amber are going to present.
I've got a point about the testing.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Steve.
So I agree with the standing up of the South Side. If it is an issue of not having the capacity with the existing labs or test companies, contractors, then I would encourage and support your conversation with the county administrator, Mike, to have them sign on to some of our city contractors. We have them through an RFP process, and they're ready and available, and they can stand up not only a mobile site, but they can go into vulnerable communities and do the testing. We did 240 last Friday and Saturday, and another 184 last night in the high rises immediately around campus. That is a hot spot. There are 4 Greek organizations that are running anywhere from 25 to 40% positives. We have dozens of kids living in those high rises that are going to be doing the whole community spread thing. The university was not proactive in mandating that they be testing and show a negative before they show up on campus. And so again, if the county paid for these 2 rounds of testing that we did with Rescue Me Wellness, but they're ready to go back in again. And the management companies are understanding that they stand to lose a load of money from shutting down those buildings if it comes to that. And so while we're talking hotspots, those high rises and the mini dorms that Richard mentioned around campus are significant vectors, potential vectors for community spread that were not addressed appropriately prior to the opening of campus. And so let's not lose sight of them.
I think Councilmember Fimbres, you had a comment.
Yes, Madam Mayor. The other aspect of the COVID-19 pandemic is the fact that some nonprofits and businesses that are located in city-owned buildings have had to close due to the health pandemic. And this have had to close, but they have had to continue to pay their monthly rent to the city. I would like to see if the city manager, and I've had this conversation with Michael, about maybe deferring that payment till they can get back on their feet, because they have no business going on. They can't have people come to their facilities. I know one of them is the Railroad Museum, the Presidio, and some other things that we can look at. So I would like to see if this motion would fly. I move that the mayor and council direct the city manager to defer the rent of nonprofits and businesses in city buildings, and to come back to mayor and council with a plan to have it in place in a similar situation on sets in the future.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
What's
Yeah,
the-
Michael.
What's the financial impact of that?
Yeah, Mayor, here's a couple thoughts. The deferment is something I can do administratively. I already have. I think there's at least one nonprofit that I can think of, and there's probably others. Or I basically said I can defer it administratively to the end of the fiscal year. Basically we set the rent, don't say necessarily when they'll pay it. If the council would like to waive that down the road, then I'd need more analysis so that I can tell you what the fiscal impact is. So if the direction is to develop a waiver of certain rents, then I would need to analyze that to determine the fiscal impact of that. But I can come back with a recommendation at a future meeting if you'd like.
Can you
I would like to
write
see
a
that.
recommendation for us, Mr. Ortega, so that we could see what we can do to help these nonprofits?
Mayor, you broke up a little bit, but I think you asked if I could do the analysis. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm happy to do that, and I can bring that back for you at the next meeting.
So
Okay.
do you need the motion? Do you need the direction?
If the motion passes, that, it sounds like that's the direction, right? Is
Yeah.
to defer, but also bring back some analysis. I just want to make sure you knew, I have some authority now for that, but I would need a council direction, a policy direction to waive anything beyond what I can do administratively.
Well, yeah, I would agree. We have a motion and a second on the motion, and I would like to see it deferred and then bring it back, Michael, to see if down the road if we can waive these costs.
All righty,
Depending on
so
the impact on
there
our budget.
is a motion and a second to defer the monthly rent of any nonprofit organizations that are in city-owned buildings.
Correct.
Okay, so any further discussion? If none,
And to bring back a financial analysis.
Yes.
Yeah.
okay. Anything else before I go on to?
Other questions?
Okay. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, now let's move to the strategic plan.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And I'm going to turn this over to Amber Kerwin here shortly. Just to refresh your memory, the council gave us the framework for a strategic plan in January. That was part of the conversation that you all had back in January that was pre-pandemic, life was good. We were looking at a $10 million surplus. We were looking for a lot of opportunities. After that, in May, you got together again and gave us more specific direction around a strategic plan on the utilization of some CRF or CARES money, which was a funding mechanism for that strategic plan. What we have for you or today will be an outline of that. Amber did a great job of putting a synopsis together along with the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint gets into a lot of detail. It is not my expectation that Amber would go over every slide. She'll go over about every third or fourth slide, but we can get into as much detail on any of those as you'd like. At the very end, I will ask Amber to summarize specifically what she's looking for in terms of direction, which I believe is outlined both in the memo and in the PowerPoint. So with that, Mayor, I'd like to turn it over to Amber Kerwin. Amber?
Thank you. I'm going to pull up the PowerPoint that we're going to go through. Okay. Can everyone see that?
Yes, we can, Amber.
Perfect. Okay, as the city manager said, the PowerPoint that was distributed as part of agenda items is fairly extensive, just due to the scope and breadth of all the programs and activities and acquisitions related to the city's response to the pandemic. So what I've done, just recognizing that we don't have a ton of time to go through every detail of it, is to hide some of those slides to focus on those items where we are requesting mayor and council direction on certain items. So the details are still there. If there is a desire to have additional discussion regarding some of those details, I can go back and unhide slides. So let's get started. So what I'm going to cover is a quick CRF background. So CRF is the Coronavirus Relief Fund and the Treasury guidelines that govern our use of those funds. I'm then going to give a quick overview of the CRF strategic plan. So that's the framework that Mayor and Council adopted on May 27th to really provide the framework for the allocation of CRF dollars received by the city. And then we are going to go over an update of each category within the CRF strategic plan that includes an update on program progress and projects, as well as a financial update. And then we'll conclude with a request for mayor and council direction on certain items. So just as a reminder, the Coronavirus Relief Fund, the CRF fund, the city was a primary recipient of over $95.6 million in CRF dollars. And those dollars were made possible by the CARES Act, which is the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act that was put into place on March 27, 2020. The city received those funds on April 20th, and the city established a separate fund to track all costs and revenues associated with the CRF dollars. And that fund is distinct and separate from the general fund. We are required by the Treasury to report on progress as it relates to implementation of projects and use of funds on a quarterly basis. Our first official quarterly report is coming due on September 22nd. And these dollars will be part of the city's annual CFO, which is the Schedule of Expenditure of Federal Awards, and it is going to be subject to a federal audit. So the Treasury guidelines providing guidance on the use of CRF dollars are extensive, multi-page, detailed information, but I tried to really distill it down to some of the more important points, which is that all expenditures need to be determined necessary and related to the public health emergency with respect to COVID-19. They cannot be accounted for within the budget. They must be costs that are incurred from March 1st through December 30th, 2020. And Treasury provided some additional guidance through frequently asked questions that clarified that in the case of expenditures, the cost does need to be incurred by December 30th, which means that goods or services need to be received, but the payment might not be made until 90 days thereafter. And then the Treasury guidance also provided additional clarification that payments for public safety employees can be considered as services substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to the public health emergency. So that meant even though those costs are budgeted, they would be eligible to be covered under the CRF. Trying to advance to the next slide. There we go. Okay, so Mayor and Council adopted on May 27, 2020, the strategic plan that provided the framework for the allocation and distribution of the $95.6 million in funding received. And it really allocated those dollars between four broad categories, one being community investment and support in the amount of $22.15 million, the other being city manager allocated or committed funds in the amount of $2.5 million. The third bucket, continuity of city operations and services in the amount of $37.98 million, and then a crisis reserve of $33 million. So we're going to delve into specific progress on those items. So again, the four broad categories are outlined here on the left-hand side. Within the community and investment support category, there were a variety of different programs, acquisitions, or activities that Mayor and Council outlined underneath the strategic plan. Those are outlined here on the right-hand side of the chart. So we're going to go into each of those. And as mentioned, I won't go into too much detail on progress, except in instances where we are requesting Mayor and Council direction or clarification on some items. So in the case of community investment and support, the first category of funding under that area is small business and nonprofit community grants. Mayor and council carved out $2 million for small business and continuity grants, $750,000 for arts and culture grants, and $750,000 for nonprofit grants. The CRF plan or allocation was amended to include $500,000 to cover the additional allocation of dollars for small business loans through BDFC. So the total CRF allocation of dollars for these programs was $4 million, and that has been additionally supplemented by $400,000 in CDBG funding that's going to nonprofit agencies that are providing move-in assistance. So in the case of our rent and utility assistance, we are moving forward with programs to provide utility and rent mortgage assistance for individuals. That's $4 million. Utility assistance for businesses for $1 million for a total CRF allocation of $5 million. And the individual utility and rent and mortgage assistance is additionally supplemented by $1.8 million in CDBG dollars. So these programs are the first program is being managed by HCD and is currently in place, has accepted applications and is reviewing those applications for award and funding. And our utility assistance program is through the YWCA partner agency, who is also running our small business grant program. The next item is our distance learning and wireless. So Mayor and Council originally allocated $750,000 for broader wireless access for students' online learning. That allocation was additionally supplemented by $4.4 million that was added by Mayor and Council on July 21st, 2020 to provide for a broader scope of outreach in terms of providing wireless connectivity to students out in the community. The next category is our mitigation and care for vulnerable populations. The programs within there include the Workers and Families Assistance Grant Program. This is run through our partner agency of the Women's Foundation. Domestic violence impacts of COVID-19. We're currently working with partner agencies to establish a financial participation agreement for Mayor and Council review to get that program underway. And our Elder and Homeless Assistance Program for $1 million. This is a total CRF allocation of $5 million, and it is additionally supplemented by a $100,000 in CDBG funding, which is allocated to Emerge for providing emergency sheltering for domestic violence individuals. In this case, we are asking for Mayor and Council guidance or direction as to the specific scope of the Elder and Homeless program, as well as the partner agency that you would like us to work with in terms of implementing this program. It is our recommendation that Mayor and Council consider partnering with agencies which we already have FPAs with, just because it'll help us kind of expedite the rollout of the program, recognizing that those agencies already have processes in place and application portals. The other section is food delivery. This program was allocated $2 million to provide food delivery and food provisioning support for seniors, schools, the food court, and food banks. This program is underway through 2 approved FPAs at the last Mayor and Council meeting with the Pima Council on Aging, as well as the Community Food Bank. In the next category, better health outcomes and community testing, there is an allocation of $3.5 million to partner with Pima County on broad testing, assist the county on community tracing, and acquire public health expertise to inform city decision making. In this case, I'm going to get into a little bit more in-depth information to supplement the information that City Manager Mr. Ortega also provided regarding testing. So the city has worked with Pima County to set up Udall Recreation Center as a quasi-permanent testing site. It did open on August 8th. I have some updated numbers to update the 2,700 of tests that were provided as of August 30th. As of yesterday, 3,600 tests have been provided through that quasi-permanent site. The city did have costs associated with the setup and ongoing operations of that site, and that's estimated to be about $251,000, assuming that we will be running testing services through that location through December. That does leave a balance remaining of almost 1.75 million, if based on a $2 million allocation that mayor and council made to support working with the county to set up one more testing site within the city of Tucson. So the city has also partnered with Pima County for purposes of the mobile testing sites in mid-August. Those sites within city limits included Rialto, Sunnyside High School, and the rodeo grounds. Our costs within the city to provide ancillary support and services like traffic control and barricades and such was approximately $24,000. As Mr. Ortega mentioned, community testing has been conducted on a limited basis through our contracted provider, and current costs associated with that are $100,000. We are currently working also with the Red Cross for the purchase of 2 plasma collection machines, which mayor and council allocated $70,000 for the purposes of acquiring those units. So where we're looking for mayor and council direction is what was allocated to this category was $3.5 million. Based on the numbers on the prior slide, we're looking at about 2.1, almost 2.2 million of costs, with a remaining balance of 1.3 million. So in terms of use of those funds, direction as to whether we proceed with setting up another quasi-permanent site, potentially at the El Pueblo Center. We coordinate and plan vulnerable population testing through contracted providers, Rescue Me Wellness or El Rio. Is there a desire to support Pima County contact tracing? And is there a continued desire to hire public health expertise as outlined in the original plan?
What does that mean? Maybe this question is for our City Manager Ortega. What does that mean that the City of Tucson will use CARES Act for contact tracing and for additional public health expertise?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So there's actually another bullet point there that I'm sorry must not have gotten on there. The other option is to hold off and not make a decision on this for a little bit until we see where the testing is needed going forward. So clearly the contact tracing is something that needs to happen and is happening at the county. The question is how we can maybe support that effort. That's been a huge issue, Mayor. I know that you chatted in your conversations with the university about the need to shore that up. Excuse me. The other option, and this is something that was in the original strategic plan language, was the hiring of a public health expertise or that opportunity, if you will. Keep in mind that was included in the strategic plan before we'd had conversation with the county about shoring them up. And so I don't know that I would recommend we hire that expertise. It was just an item that was left over from the original language in the strategic plan, because since this strategic plan was established, we have worked very closely with the county and taken advantage of their expertise to their health department. So that's a holdover, if you will, from the original language in the strategic plan.
Okay. I think that I haven't seen any progress on the El Pueblo Community Center site. I would want to see how a plan in terms of how we're going to partner with Pima County in the rest of the expenditure, because the expenditure that is remaining from what Mayor and Council forward in testing is about $1.3 million. So I would really want to see a coordinated effort as to where the needs are. And then a lot of this testing and these costs, are they not refundable by FEMA?
Amber, I'll let you cover that.
At this time, we have not received guidance that they would be refundable through FEMA. All FEMA-related reimbursements are being managed, it seems, through the county health as the primary provisioner of testing.
Okay. So is there any communication between Pima County and the City of Tucson in terms of what they are asking for refunds for in terms of the county and these expenses?
I am aware that they have worked through FEMA for purposes of the mobile blitz testing, for funding testing services at those mobile sites. Beyond that, I am not aware, but we can certainly reach out and discuss with them.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate. Go ahead, Amber.
Okay. Okay, so the next area is KidCo and childcare. Within the strategic plan, there was an allocation of $500,000 to ensure proper social distancing and an additional $500,000 within this area to partner with school districts and childcare providers. So the total CRF allocation within this area is $1 million. In working with Director Tim Tamure and his staff over at Parks and Rec, within the allocation of $500,000 for purposes of social distancing in the KidCo program, we have identified that there would be additional lease costs at TUSD sites, and those additional lease costs are to provide for an expanded on-site presence as well as expanded hours to provide full day coverage since school is not in person. Those costs are estimated to be about $244,000 through December 30th. And they have also estimated or projected a need for additional supplies to lessen the risk of transmission of the virus in the amount of about $46,000. So that total amount that's currently projected is $290,000. It does leave a remaining balance within this allocation. However, we are recommending holding on to those funds for future possible needs, just as we continue to work within the program and identify what additional might be necessary or needed.
Mayor, if I might just add to that, Amber, if you can go back one slide. I think that the, Mayor, and if I'm just going back in my memory, the original KidCo may have had a $250,000 increase as well. Amber, I'm not sure if we had that allocated or how we had that allocated, but I think the conversation was, go ahead, Amber, did you have?
It is, the $250,000 is in a different category within the CRF, so it's on a later slide.
I just want to make sure that we address that. Also, Mayor, these dollars are specific to CRF and members of the council. We do have other general fund dollars within parks that is part of the, we'll call it the KidCo, but also recreational programs. I just wanted to point those out for clarification for the council. That's all. Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Amber.
Thank you. And Amber, it also says that it's for sites at TUSD. Part of the request that we had made is that we expand KidCo to Amphi School District. And I know that there's some work being done with Sunnyside School District as well. The offer was made to Flowing Wells School District, and I don't know if they requested any additional KidCo sites over there. So is the $244,000 spent so far include those other school districts?
So it does and it doesn't. So in talking with Parks and Recreation, they have worked with other school districts to expand both presence at those sites, at other school district sites, and hours of operations. Those school districts do not charge additional lease costs.
Okay.
So TUSD is the only of those districts that has an additional charge as a result of expanded presence and expanded hours.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
So the next category is childcare, where there is a $500,000 allocation. The city does not provide childcare, so it's making that difference between KidCo versus childcare. And we're already, as outlined on the prior slide, providing for the eligible costs, covering the eligible costs we have associated with KidCare through the other $500,000 allocation. So the request on this slide is for mayor and council direction as to how we should be using these funds. Do we want to look to provide child care provider grants or child care payment assistance grants for families, or are there any other ideas as to how best to use those dollars to support community need?
Amber, I have a conversation with a group of child care providers and child advocates. And so I know that Governor Ducey has put a lot of funds into child care provider grants and other spaces as well. I think that we have to have an informed decision as to how we go about putting this money out. I mean, it's always good to put the money in the hands of families so that they go wherever they need to go to pay for childcare. But is this an urgent matter to decide today, or can we get advice and feedback from childcare provider organizations that know a little bit more than we do?
I think the only concern is the implementation of program and distribution of funds takes time. And our deadline for this is absolutely December 30th to have the dollars out in the community and used. But to your point, it makes absolute sense to make an informed decision in that respect. So
yeah, because I know that there's funds that they were put in. You know, I was really impressed with Governor Ducey. He put a lot of money into childcare assistance and childcare provider grants. And I just want to make sure that we're filling the gaps that still have need. So with that, Councilmember Santa Cruz, I believe, had her hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to reiterate what you said about getting the money in the hands of families that really need it, who are being challenged at this time, whether their wages, income was reduced. Because I feel that like our childcare providers, that they're businesses as well, and they could be applying to our small business continuity grants to help them get through this period. But families haven't really had the opportunity to, you know, get funds for childcare assistance. So I would really also just like figure out a way that we can make that a reality.
Yeah, I think that what I would like to offer to my colleagues on the council is to that we, instead of making decisions on the fly right now, that we have much more of a coordinated effort and put it a little bit more in the hands of the city manager so that he could help us continue allocating funds where the biggest needs are. So hopefully by the 22nd of September, we will be able to have an additional conversation about where the needs are. Because I read your slides, Amber, and there are definitely programs like the rent and utility assistant that that was like everyone saw there's a huge need. And so I would venture to say Mayor and Council should consider putting additional funds in the areas that have the highest need from the community members. So let me, I see Vice Mayor Cunningham's hand up. Vice Mayor?
There's two things going on here. So on the rent, utility, and mortgage assistance, we have people that staved off eviction during this time, but have accrued a balance with their landlords. And I think we can probably write our own program to set up some type of balance settlement that can be done for some of the folks that, they lost their job, they staved off eviction, but again, they've got this balance. And so I think that could be the kind, maybe we can aim the program that way. As far as the child care program, I think one of the things that were happening is that we already have, we have some duplication of programs here. And I think the way we can go about expanding our child care piece is expanding the financial requirements. In other words, we should widen the net so that working families who may not meet some of the state financial assistance metrics, we can expand those and say, hey, look, at least for now, we're willing to help out at 50% or 25%, and maybe do it we can almost model on the way we used to do the bus fares, or even the split KidCo fees. So maybe we can expand that gap, and we can do some family reimbursements. We could pilot it with our own employees and then move it to some of the other folks that are, look, it's one of the weird things. That's why income-based programs sometimes kind of backfire on you. So this is an opportunity to maybe widen that net a little bit. And I bet you that $500,000 will go pretty quick.
Yeah. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I agree with you. I think that we have to give it a little bit more thought. I know that the city manager has had discussions with childcare associations, and I'm scheduled to speak with them as well. What I want to do is find where the gaps are, and then, you know, have the city manager recommend to us where the best investment will be for the childcare. Council, I think Mr. Ortega.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And so I'm happy to do that. I think the interest that we have today is to put this on your radar screen, make sure that you know this is some direction that we need. It doesn't have to be today. We can certainly come back to you, and gives us an opportunity to explore, excuse me, explore some of the options that you just outlined, and we'll certainly come back to you with a recommendation there.
Excellent. All righty. Go ahead, Amber.
So last category in this programmatic area is the road facility retrofits for safe social distancing. That includes programs to cover the continuation and expansion of the Slow Streets pilot and a retrofit of existing infrastructure in need of safe thoroughfares for social distancing when biking and walking. The Department of Transportation and Mobility has this underway in terms of already conducting outreach to identify locations that would be viable. The plan is to invest in no more than 18 locations throughout the city, and their deployment of this program has been split into 3 rounds of projects. So that first round is already well underway, and the plan is to have all projects delivered before the December 30th deadline. So in this category, we also have other federal funding that has been made available to the city that aligns with some of the categories that were outlined previously, but doesn't in all cases fit exactly. So there has been an expansion of affordable housing options through CDBG dollars, which is allowed for the rehabilitation of a city-owned apartment complex. Housing and Community Development is bringing on housing navigators to assist homeless populations find housing. They're providing move-in assistance, landlord outreach and incentives, as well as expanded housing opportunities for people with AIDS. So those are other federal dollars that have been coming into our HCD department to provide some relief to the community in some very specific areas. So this slide provides an overview of the CRF dollars. It's providing the programmatic areas that I went through, what was adopted within the strategic plan, the amendments that have been made, the addition of funds by mayor and council within specific areas, and then the revised allocation that we're working from. It includes expenditures. These expenditures are a little bit stale just from the standpoint of how long the lag in terms of posting of expenditures and reporting, and it provides an additional projected total. So it is taking time to ramp up these programs. However, the majority of them are well underway, and we'll see expenditures posting very significantly both this month, by the close of this month, and the following month. There is a total column that then provides a comparison to our revised column, and there is a balance remaining. So the balance that you're seeing here, the $1 million under the Mitigation and Care for Vulnerable Populations, is related to the Elder and Homeless program, just not yet knowing the exact scope in terms of use of those dollars in our partner agencies. The funds have not been committed or obligated. It's also within the area of better health outcomes and community testing, the $1.3 million that we discussed, and also in the area of KidCo and child care with a balance remaining of $500,000. And that's the conversation that we'll be bringing back a recommendation at the next meeting in terms of best use of those funds. So, and just a quick recap for that category of those areas where we are asking for direction is the Elder and Homeless program, the testing conversation, and how we should use those KidCo and child care funds. Next area is the city manager committed allocated funds. On the right side of the slide, you'll see those categories to which dollars were allocated, CRF dollars were allocated. So we'll dive into each of those. In the case of small business webinars and digital marketing, Dollars were programmed, $30,000 was programmed to support small business assistance, webinars, and digital marketing, as well as initial support of a digital marketing platform for small businesses. That's the Hound app. So total allocation is $30,000. In this case, we are asking for consideration of an additional allocation of $100,000. And I'll go into a little bit detail on that. So in the area of small business assistance, live updates, and webinars, the Economic Initiatives Office, under the leadership of Barbara Coffey, has been doing extensive outreach to impacted businesses. We've paid for media advertising for the BDFC direct loan program to broaden our outreach. They have been doing regular live weekly webinars to just keep small businesses available or up to date on the resources that are available within the community. So to date, we've spent $38,150 in that category. Her team also has planned continued targeted outreach to the Spanish-speaking business community, as well as distribution of business connection kits to businesses. So actually getting out there and distributing kits to businesses that might not have already been plugged into the resources that our Economic Initiatives Office provides. So the additional projected cost within that category is approximately $66,850. In the case of the digital marketing platforms, we have committed to spend $25,000 with Hound to broaden outreach of small businesses through digital marketing. To date, 99 businesses have registered. We've sold 43 vouchers through that program and 831 coupons claimed. So it's having positive impact within the small business community. So the next category is our homeless isolation and quarantine housing. $2,050,000 was allocated within the CRF to cover costs both associated with the isolation and quarantine housing, as well as wash stations and portable toilets in areas downtown. These dollars have been supplemented by ESG funding, as well as public housing dollars for quarantine of tenants of public housing if needed. This area becomes a little bit complex because in the case of homeless isolation and quarantine housing, FEMA has approved reimbursement or approved cost as reimbursement eligible. That approval is granted on a monthly basis based on our request and providing substantiating information to them as to both the need of homeless isolation within our community and the related public health directives regarding quarantine and isolation housing. So we have been approved for FEMA reimbursement through, at this point, September 19th. HCD has filed a follow-up extension request to extend the waiver, the non-congregate shelter waiver, through October 20th. So that request has been filed. We have not yet heard back on that. Between both the CRF dollars that have been provided as well as the ESG funding that has been carved out, we are confident that we can manage the isolation and quarantine housing needs for the homeless population within those dollars.
Amber, this is a question for Liz or Mike Ortega. Do we have numbers on how many homeless individuals we have housed, and if those homeless individuals were found a housing option that is not temporary?
Hello, Mayor. This is Liz Morales. Yes, we have housed approximately 200 at this point in time. We still have about 300 currently in the hotels, and we will continue to work with those. Our agencies we've contracted have done a great job in assisting them. Many of them have active vouchers in which they're assisting them with trying to identify units. But to date, the number's just a little over 200 that we've assisted into a permanent housing placement.
Okay, that sounds great. Are those isolation rooms still being used? Are we keeping close track of that we're not being charged for those rooms if there's no people there?
Mayor, what we have done is we have contracts with the hotels for a block of rooms. what we have done with one of the hotels is we've given them our end date, our termination of that contract. The other two, we will be notifying them of decreasing it as of October 1. And then our plan is to be out of the remaining two hotels by October 31st. So we track this on a weekly basis, and with the goal of reducing the referrals and reducing into those hotels, and with a plan of transitioning anyone either into permanent housing or over to the other locations that we will be using for the final 2 months. The idea is that we should be done with this by the end of December 31st, but again, we're being very flexible in case the numbers change from Pima County Health Department if we see a surge, but we are trying to have a transition plan so that it ends as of the end of December.
And Liz, and I absolutely don't mind. We have to house whoever needs to be housed for isolation, especially if they're houseless. But I wonder if we've explored the possibility of the city of Tucson purchasing a much more permanent structure for isolation and for housing first options as we transition from the pandemic to, a more normal, as everyone calls it, space. So in other words, we are planning to spend about $5.5 million on hotel rooms, but it's not permanent. We are still going to be dealing with, a lot of homeless issues. And I just wonder if we are rethinking the way that we're spending our funds.
Yes, Mayor, and totally agree with the wanting to invest in something more permanent. The one property that we own, which will have a greatly reduced cost, will just still provide isolation for about up to 30 people. We plan to have that more long-term, but if we are wanting to do more housing first, that is definitely in our sights to try to find a more permanent solution to do what I call bridge housing, so that as we help people get into permanent housing.
Right. So I just wonder, and maybe this is a conversation for later, I just wonder if there's any plans for the city of Tucson or the housing department to purchase, any hotels that are out there that are not used or that are for sale that could possibly be a better investment of these funds for now in terms of isolation options and for the future in terms of housing first options.
Mayor, we will definitely start exploring that. Again, funding sources is really important, and in purchasing as well as what it would take to renovate. So we will start looking at what that might look like and what funding sources might be options for that.
All right. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Okay, so next item is support to Community Food Bank. The city is providing traffic management support for the Community Food Bank's twice weekly food distribution events. Reimbursements have been being processed and their work is ongoing and much needed to support the community during this time. On July 21st, Mayor and Council added funds to the CRF plan to support the deployment of 2 additional fire department rescue units in areas that were experiencing high call volume, those hotspot areas. Those units have been deployed and are actively in use. Within this, I'm sorry.
$1 million?
Yes, the total allocation is $1,044,000 within the CRF. There are some unfunded items within this category. Items for consideration include employee support, public communications and outreach, and enhancements for public safety response. So I'll go into a little bit more detail on those. The city is providing through our life care program a child care option. It's available so that essential employees can work. It accounts for a group of child care days that have been purchased that are available for use by employees, and it really provides them with access to childcare providers within the community to cover their childcare needs on an as-needed basis. The other area is employee quarantine. The city does have an isolation quarantine housing option at the DoubleTree Hotel for those employees that have been exposed to or have COVID-19 or have family members at home that are higher risk. And the intent is really to limit the spread of COVID-19 among families and among employees and their families. The estimated cost for this is about $100,000, and that would be covering projected costs through the close of December. The other area is public communications and outreach. There's not a category currently within the CRF that covers these direct costs, and those costs have included support and coordination of media buys for city mask up events. The Tucson Water Department has been doing outreach by way of the inserts within the water bill. Park Tucson has had outreach to support restaurant takeout in downtown and also advertise the availability of parking downtown to enable takeout. So those costs, both what has been spent and what is projected, is in the range of $382,000. That does include approximately $200,000 as a placeholder for future needs as we move towards reopening. In the event of additional mask distribution events, we wanted to have resources available to be able to support the outreach in those cases. And as we are in election season, costs for media buys are becoming increasingly more expensive. The other category is enhancements for public safety response. There are two upgrades that have occurred or are in the works. One is called a PSAP to ASAP upgrade in the Public Safety Communications Department. And what it's doing is it's a software-based integration that provides alarm notifications digitally to dispatchers. So it eliminates the need for a dispatcher to actually answer the phone to take that call, which frees up their time to focus on other incoming calls, which is increasingly important as we see impacts of dispatchers on the floor maybe decreasing because of infection or needing to be on quarantine. And it also, reduces the overall number of incoming calls. So it's going to free everybody up. The other item is an enhancement for TFD response flexibility and call load management. So this is moving to make the CAD information that's provided through the CAD system, which is the computer-aided automated dispatch system, available on cellular devices, on pads, and replaces the need for us to have a full CAD computer available within a dispatch unit. So what it does is it makes us more able to have access to individuals for dispatch when and if needed during peak call load. So it just adds an element of flexibility to be able to ramp up resources when and if needed when call loads are increasing. So within that category, the city manager committed funds, we have the same outline as on the prior financial update slide. We have the categories that we went through on the far left-hand side, what was adopted within the CRF plan, amendments that have been made by mayor and council to that plan to arrive at a revised plan allocation number. The expenditures are outlined as well as projected costs with a total. That total is then compared to the revised to arrive at a balance. So you're seeing in this case a projected overage in the case of our small business assistance and webinars, which accounts for the $100,000 that's being requested to support EI's continued outreach to the small business community. Employee support, which is for the life care child care option and employee quarantine isolation option. Public communication and outreach, additional dollars to cover both current and projected costs. And the EMS dispatch public safety response upgrades that we discussed for a total of $151,000. And then this slide just goes through those areas where we request mayor and council direction in terms of a possible additional funding allocation for those items that were outlined.
Okay. Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then Vice Mayor Cunningham.
I'll pass. I had my hand up still. I'm still kind of collecting my thoughts.
Vice Mayor Cunningham.
I thought I was lowering my hand. My fault.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Madam Mayor, how are we ensuring equity and fairness for these efforts, and how are we reaching out to all the city residents?
Mr. Ortega.
Is there a checks and balances?
Mr. Ortega.
Sure. Mayor, members of the council, and Councilmember Fimbres. So this is all part of the conversation regarding equity. As you recall, when we first started this discussion, equity was one of the points that you asked me to consider. So as we go through these in each instance, we are testing that. I will tell you that hopefully a little later this afternoon, we're going to get more information, more tools using GARE and some of the things that they bring to the game on this. If you look at this investment, if you go back to the bigger numbers where we're talking about the investment in workers and families, et cetera, the council had given us adequate direction, the framework of which will make sure that those vulnerable populations are addressed. And that's a key piece to this. As we go forward, I think the equity conversation, the equity lens needs to be throughout this. We are not necessarily equipped right this second for me to assure you with 100% certainty, but I'm hoping that as we move forward in the next few weeks, that will become clearer.
Because I look at the Pima Council on Aging grocery shopping program report, and it's mainly going not all throughout the whole city, according to the report. And they're helping seniors, but not all the seniors that need help. And how are they doing outreach? How are we doing outreach?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, what we can do is follow up with them more specifically and identify for you exactly the process that they're following to distribute those funds.
I appreciate it. And then the other question is the homeless situation. I know Liz is working on it, but we need to do something and find an area where they can go to seek help where they need it and feel comfortable going out and seeking help in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilmember Kazachek, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Okay, thanks. First of all, with respect to the homeless outreach team is really doing a good job working with Liz's team right now and getting people to the congregate settings that they need with respect to the wraparound services. So that's really in play. There is obviously a capacity issue though, and that's always going to be the case, but it's a tough conversation to have because it's not going away, and with COVID it's even more complicated. Mm-hmm. I made a few notes with respect to the specific asks, and I guess I'll just throw them out there to get the conversations going. There was a question about the elder and homeless program. I support partnering with PCOA on that. The question of KidCo and childcare you addressed earlier, but like the idea of allocating $500,000 for small business grants for childcare services. We'd had that conversation earlier, and those are certainly businesses that are needing that kind of support. Barbara Coffey was looking for $100,000 to continue extending small business support. We have small businesses all over this community that are still struggling, and that's not going away anytime soon. There was money asked for quarantine housing and child care. 100,000, 150,000. Again, those seemed like appropriate asks. I'm not sure about the media buys though. $273,000 without knowing what's being planned. I get we're in a political season, but that's $250,000 that I'm not sure we couldn't find better uses for. The 911 related funds being requested are really important. That's a program obviously that we can't let fail. And finally, the reallocation for the telecommute costs. from crisis reserve. You know, we couldn't anticipate those costs going into this thing, and so it's understandable that some of those would have escalated. So those are just my general thoughts on Amber's specific asks.
Alrighty, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yes, I just wanted to remind the city manager that we had forwarded to your office, and I believe Amber was included, and maybe Anna, the toolkit that San Antonio had come up with when allocating CARES dollars to working with different community agencies, and what's the equity, you know, like tool that they're using that for reporting. And I had passed that on, you know, with the hopes that we would consider doing something similar, because I think it's unfair to then tell the agency, like they're doing what they think they're supposed to be doing, but we didn't give them clear expectations and guidelines. So I would like for us to revisit that and share that with them. And then I guess what I'm wondering, I agree with the mayor that a lot of the pieces for the community investment, that we should like hold off and really think about it and kind of go back to the drawing board. I know that we've been really busy getting some of the other funds off the ground, and we haven't focused on some of the ones that have been brought to our attention today. So I would definitely not want to like make a move on anything right at this moment. For the city piece, for the continuity of services, I feel like I still need a better picture of how much is going to go to help with, I don't even remember the allocation, but like Amber shared earlier, what we're able to use for payroll.
Mhm.
So I want to have a better sense of what that proposal is going to look like, so that then we can also make decisions on what are the other community investment pieces that we know we're also going to have to, you know, put on the table. Because yeah, we know that the rent and mortgage assistance is really high. We know that the business, you know, assistance is high up there. So I just kind of want to have a better scope and kind of throwing little pots of money here and there to these different items.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. I agree. I think we have to, based on the input given by the city manager and based on the need that we have, right? There's a huge need in rent and utility assistance, and there's a huge need in workers and families. I mean, we saw the applications in the first 2 days. It was like 3,900 people asking for what we could only give, 1,000 people. So I would like to have, just like you're doing right now with us, Amber, I would like to have a comprehensive list on the 22nd where we say, okay, we can put an additional $3 million in workers and families, $4 million in rent and utility, another $1 million for small businesses, whether it's childcare businesses or otherwise, and then give, maybe even additional funding for food distribution, and then be very diligent about saying the intentions of mayor and council is to equitably distribute these funds and make sure that the most vulnerable families have priority, not the only ones that would receive it. So Councilmember Vice Mayor Cunningham, and then we'll let Amber finish her presentation.
I have a question too, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Fimbres, so Vice Mayor Cunningham and then Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, are you there?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Now we do.
And you guys can see me? Good. One of the things that I wanted to talk about was, there's some stuff here that we might end up needing some of this money for some other things. The $300 a month unemployment benefit is set to expire. We have 52,000 people in Pima County alone, probably about 30,000 within the city limits, possibly more, that are relying on that right now. That's a $9 million price tag. So if we have money like that left over, even if it bridges us a week, it can definitely make a dent. Can definitely make a difference. We would be unique. We'd be the only ones doing it. So I think we've got a long way to go. I think there's a lot of different priorities, but what I think is that we should challenge each other, that each office comes up with like at least a list of bullet points or plans, and that we share them with each other prior to next meeting. We got to have this cross dialogue before. All we're doing is sharing a list of ideas with each other, and then we can discuss them online, but that's what the meeting part's for. But we've got to at least, the toughest thing that we can do is when we're having this discussion in 2 weeks, is that someone brings out an idea that no one else has heard yet. And that's what's kind of stalling this process. And here we are. It took us 4 months, 5 months to get half of these expenditures going. Now we've got 2 months to get the rest going. And if we don't, we lose the money. This is a big thing. So that's kind of where I'm at. I don't want to be the bearer of, bad news, but I'm just trying to keep it real, and that we've got to have some type of codified plan. And again, we want to be specific. The staff is asking for specifics on which agencies to deal with. We need to name them. We need to tell them what our visions are, and we need to on some of this stuff, because we've duplicated a significant number of services between federal, state, and county. We've got to widen the net on who's eligible, or we're never going to be able to allot this money.
Alrighty, thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Fimbres, and then we wrap it up. We're about 20 minutes over this item, so.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I haven't heard it mentioned about covering costs for transit. And I know that we're not charging right now, but I think we need to look at that, because that is the bread and butter for a lot of my residents that go to work, go to the doctors, go shopping, because their cars can't be repaired because they don't have the money because they were laid off. So those are things we have to look at also, and I didn't see it in this report, but I think we need to come up with a plan also. I know we got money from COVID, but I think we're slowly have that left, but I want to know what also with the other money that we had allocated from our budget to go to transit, we'll look at also to see how we can help this. I'd like to minimize or keep the costs out of it until we get through this COVID issue. Thank you.
All righty, thank you so much. We need to wrap this item up so that we can move forward, but did you have any other closing comments, Mr. Ortega or Amber?
I have a few more slides that I'll run through very quickly. I'll jump to really the bottom slide, which really asks for, in its entirety, the additional direction that's required.
Okay.
So bear with me one moment.
Mayor, as Amber is thumbing through this, what you'll find in the summary page is that we have about $24 to $25 million. It's actually $24.3 million that remains in the reserve. The reason that's important, and I wanted to just point that out, is because I think that as we go down this path of using CRF, there's always concern about, are we going to be able to spend it by the end of the calendar year? The answer is yes. We'll figure out a way. I've made that commitment to you in the past. We will make sure that we're able to utilize this. However, that doesn't mean that that's just available for anything. I think it has to be strategic in how we address some of the issues that you've given us direction on, and make sure that those expenditures are commensurate with that direction. So I did want to point that out. I know that Amber wants to go over this slide, but that was the piece that I wanted to make sure everybody had heard. Go ahead, Amber.
So quickly, in summary, we reviewed those items up through EMS public safety response as to where we're looking for possible increases in allocation or additional allocation to cover cost. In the slides that I skipped over, we did do a review of savings that will be within the PPE cleaning and sanitizing line items and public facility retrofit savings, as well as the request for additional resources as it relates to telework, e-government, and cybersecurity items. So if we take all of those in totality, including all the puts and takes, what we're looking at is a request to potentially dip into the crisis reserve by about 2.5 million net to cover all of those items that we discussed.
Alrighty, thank you, Amber. Really appreciate it. I think on the 22nd, we need to discuss this as well as the other human service investment that we've been talking about throughout this conversation. I agree with Councilmember Kozachek that it seems that $382,000 for outreach and communication is a bit high, and I'm worried about the needs, especially the needs of the community, like people wanting to eat, pay their rent, stay in place, that we didn't talk about today, and how we balance these needs that are being presented to us and how we want to invest in the community. So, Mr. City Manager, if we bring this spreadsheet plus an additional direction for continued investment in small business, nonprofit, workers and families, and rent and utility assistance for the 22nd, I think we could give you additional direction then.
Yes, Mayor, that would be great. We would like direction no later than that meeting so we can move these items forward. Also, Mayor and members of the council, if you've got ideas between now and I guess next Tuesday before the materials have to be sent out, if you could send them to me and then I can try to include them as best I can, I'd really appreciate that. Otherwise, what you'll see is this spreadsheet will get you a little more info on the outreach and communication, but we'll also, excuse me, identify those 3 areas and potential strategies that you may want to consider going forward, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I think we will we'll give you the input and feedback, and we'll bring it back on the 22nd to have a much more thorough conversation. I really appreciate it. What I'd like to do now is move item, let's see, I think it's 13, which is the implementation of a 15% cap on third-party delivery services. Is only going to take a couple of minutes. That's why I want to make sure that we approach it right now. So I had requested an item on the study session so that we consider a 15% cap on third-party delivery service fees. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it has posed really significant concerns to restaurants throughout our country of how we deliver the food that they create. It's either delivery or pickup. And so because delivery services have become much more popular in this pandemic, just think of Uber Eats, Grubhub, Postmates, and others. Many of these third-party delivery services charge up to 30–35%, and so it really is putting a dent on the intake of locally owned businesses. Cities like New York, LA, San Francisco, Seattle, Chicago, Philadelphia, and more have begun to implement such policies, and so with the input of many restaurateurs, including Ray Flores, who's the owner of Flores Concepts, and the Metro Chamber Restaurant Advisory Council, they asked, can we start the process of at least considering a cap, a 15% cap like other cities have done? So with that, I just want us to have a discussion and see if we can explore the issue and bring it back to Mayor and Council. So with that, I'll let Mr. Rankin explain to us what he has researched so far.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. As the mayor explained accurately, a number of cities across the country, including a lot of the larger cities, New York City, LA, Seattle, have adopted as temporary emergency measures in one form or another caps on these third-party delivery services. And apparently the dynamic that's going on is that because restaurants are acting under restrictions because of the pandemic, they're relying more heavily than ever on delivery services to stay afloat. And in turn, these delivery services are charging commissions and other fees that in some instances exceed 30% of the total cost of the items that they're delivering. And this is putting a real crimp on the restaurant's ability to stay afloat. So in those jurisdictions that have been mentioned and in others, there have been some measures put in place that put in regulations that cap the fees that the third-party delivery services can charge. I have started looking at those examples from other cities and trying to analyze them in the context specifically of Arizona law. And there are a couple of provisions in the Arizona Constitution that I really need to sort through with respect to our authority to impose regulations that affect existing contracts between private parties. So I need to negotiate that and navigate that and understand how the contractual relationship works between the restaurants and these third-party vendors a little better before I could definitively answer the question of whether a similar regulation would be viable here in Arizona. So with that, I had suggested to the mayor that it made sense to have it on the agenda today to at least get preliminary direction from the council that if you think this is an idea worthy of pursuing, subject to it being legally defensible, then we could get that direction and I could dig in and make a decision as to whether we could have the legal authority to do it here.
Your Honor.
Vice Mayor, Steve had his hand up first. We'll go with Steve and then with you, Vice Mayor.
Probably going to say the same thing. I think that it's worthy of looking into. There are plenty of small local businesses who are getting slammed by these fees, and it's really their only lifeline right now. As long as the executive order from the state is in place that says they've got to go take out only, and as long as people are just reluctant to go to the 25 to 50% in, the dining service, then these businesses need the takeout delivery option. And I think to the extent that we can help facilitate their survival by capping the fees, to the extent it's allowable by state law, I commend Rahina for putting this on the agenda, and I think we should move forward with studying it.
I'll second that.
Vice Mayor?
Your Honor, I was just going to move that we direct staff to follow through on this item.
Excellent.
Second. I'll second that.
Mr. Attorney, I think you have direction. I would say if it's permissible by law that you draft an ordinance for the meeting of the 22nd, and if my colleagues agree with that, if it's doable, we should do it. We just received this morning or last night a really nice letter from the UNESCO City of Gastronomy, and what they have in this letter is that they appreciate the city's commitment to support our local restaurants with this proposal. This will help our locally owned small businesses that make us a UNESCO City of Gastronomy be able to survive this difficult time. So we have lots of support, and if it's possible that we have an ordinance that we can move on quickly on the 22nd, I think the sooner the better, if you all agree. Excellent.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Mike, I think you have your marching orders.
Sounds good. Did we vote on the motion?
I don't know. Do you want a motion? Do you want a motion? Or do you?
It was made and seconded, I believe, so we might as well take the vote.
All right.
And just for the council's information, the typical example of these regulations that I've seen is that it still allows a fee or commission of up to something like 15%, and then maybe an additional 5% cap for other fees like credit card processing, et cetera. So it's not like it completely wipes out the third-party delivery services ability to collect a fee.
Right. No, absolutely. And that's not the intention. So
Okay.
there is a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Rankin, for helping us with this. The next item will be item 6 on the study session. This is Equity, the Future of Tucson. Ms. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This item had been kind of continued from earlier in the summer. We've been having a lot of conversations, as has been heard during the meeting today, around equity. We really passed our first motion to include an equity audit of our CARES Act funds back in early May, and have continued having those conversations, but there has been some misconceptions or some misunderstandings of what equity is and what that means for equality. And I thought it'd be important to have this presentation today. I have asked Jamie Schumacher, who's an educator and researcher who focuses on critical race studies, who will provide some context for us. As an educator, I always feel that if we have some context, it always helps, especially if it's a topic or knowledge that we haven't been exposed to in the past. So I really want to thank him for helping us establish some common language around why we're even having this conversation at the city government level around equity. And then we will have a presentation from Roberto Montoya, who is the West Region Manager for the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, or GARE. He will provide an overview of what cities across the country are doing to center equity and support and figure out a way that we can have GARE also provide some support for us. Thanks to City Manager and Ana Urquijo, they move forward with making us members of GARE, and so part of our presentation today is made possible because of that membership. So with that, I will pass this on to Jamie Schumacher.
See if I can get my camera working here. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for doing this, and welcome to our Mayor and Council study session.
Absolutely. I really appreciate it. So, you know, as Councilmember Santa Cruz mentioned, I'm a doctoral candidate in teaching, learning, and sociocultural studies at the University of Arizona. And I am, my focus area is in two sort of fields that are related, called critical race and critical whiteness studies. And I'll also just offer, I'm in my basement trying to hide from the squeaks and screams of our 15-month-old upstairs. And so I apologize if in the middle, it's doing a decent job of keeping the noise down, but not a perfect job. So I apologize if in the middle I you know, have some screaming. But if it's okay, I'm going to try to share my screen. I'm not as familiar with this particular platform as I am with Zoom, so it might just take me a second if that's okay. While I figure out, having not done this before, what I need to do. It says I need to.
Jamie, so at the very bottom, there's a bar, like where you have the mute and unmute in the video. Then there's one with a square and an arrow, and you hit that, and that kind of starts the process for you to share your screen.
Okay, it says real quick, I just need to give, oh goodness. Okay, it says I need to give access to Microsoft Teams in my system, which is going to kick me out. It says it's going to kick me out of the meeting, so I'll join right back after it kicks me out. Okay, sorry about that.
While Jamie comes back in, Councilmember Santa Cruz, can you share in the chat the website address for GARE so that we all have it? Because I did I think you shared it with me about a month ago, and I went and took a look, and there's a lot of really important and good information for all of us to have.
Okay, sorry about that. If I've learned anything from teaching online of late, I have learned that I have to be flexible with these systems, because it is quite a challenge. I tip my hat to all of those K-12 educators who are trying to figure it out, because that's a whole different thing. Okay, now I think I should be able to share my screen. Let me go ahead and do so. This is also a presentation that I believe has been shared with you all. So you should be able to I don't understand. Sorry, give me just 1 second. It's being.
Jamie, we can see it.
Oh, you can
see it, and yeah, we can see it. And then just FYI, we'll share it after the presentation with the city clerk, so he can make it available to everyone.
Wonderful. I'm glad to know that you can see it, because it was not clear to me as somebody who's new to this that you could. Okay. So in talking with Councilmember Santa Cruz and some of the other folks who we've been discussing some of the miscommunications around language, something that I've realized a lot in my work as an educator is that in the United States, I believe we have what I often refer to as a crisis of imprecise language when it comes to issues of what we might call equity or equality or justice or whatever it might be. And I think one of the most important areas that we are miscommunicating is around the notion of power. Like, we use the term power, but so often when we're talking about power, we're talking about the idea of interpersonal power, whether or not an individual person is in a role like a city council member or in some other role where they have the ability to make important decisions. But there's other aspects of power that I think are really important. One is the ways that power is also institutionally entrenched, and that the aspects of institutional power really come back to the question of who were our systems or our institutions built for and by. And asking those questions of who were our systems built for and by can often help us to uncover the ways that our systems operate, even when we are working really, really, really hard to try to make them more equitably and with the most wonderful of intentions to make them more equitable. They are still functioning to serve certain groups of people more. I'm thinking about what was mentioned earlier about the services for seniors as it relates to, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, it was related to groceries. That even when we try really hard, sometimes our systems are designed in such ways that they still end up serving those for whom the systems were originally designed and built. So that brings us to sort of a third aspect of power that has to be interrogated in order for us to get on the same page with language. And that's historical power and, as a result, domination. Because inevitably, throughout history, we can see, and any student of history can see, that enactments of power result in domination, right? As we think through sort of whether we're talking about slavery, whether we're talking about the ways that women have been oppressed, whether we're talking about the ways that LGBTQ plus people have been oppressed, whether we're talking about the ways that disabled people have been oppressed. We need to be able to link these three things together to better understand. And I think one of the ways that's most important for us to understand how power is operating is to think about a term that, again, is used in tremendously imprecise ways because we don't understand the history of how it came to be, and that's the term whiteness. So if it's okay, I'm just going to spend a few minutes going into this historical power and domination piece about the notion of whiteness, and then I'm going to link that to what it means for us now. So whenever I start to think about the idea of whiteness, I think about a friend of mine who's a historian, sort of a widely regarded historian named Jacqueline Battlora. And every time that I've seen her give a lecture on this topic, she has this sort of like excited gotcha face. And she always says, "What would you say if I were to tell you that white people did not exist before the 1690s?" And the point that she's making is that prior to somewhere in the mid to late 1600s in colonial North America, there were groups of people that now we refer to very differently, who are thought of as completely different. And essentially the way that a caste system was created in colonial North America meant that we had an elite landowning class who are mostly European, but not exclusively European, and they tended to be very light-skinned. We had indigenous people who were actually by the elite landowning class were thought of as outside of human existence. They were not even seen as human beings. We have enslaved African people who the elite land thought as subhuman people, despite the fact that we know that obviously this is not the case. And then finally, we have indentured Europeans, so indentured light-skinned folks. And the difference between an enslaved person and an indentured person at first was relatively marginal. The difference being that indentured people might have the opportunity, perhaps maybe at some time, to get out of their indentured enslavement versus a person who is enslaved, who was African, was enslaved for life, which is one of the unique creations of colonial North America, was life terms of enslavement. And the reason that this is important is because somewhere around the mid to late 1600s, we started seeing a situation where indentured Europeans, enslaved African people, and indigenous people were finding ways to communicate with one another, and we're realizing, wait a minute, there's way more of us than there are of the elite landowning class. And so what started happening was revolts, where literally these groups of oppressed people were rising up and murdering those who were in power. And those who were in power who survived these realities started getting together and being like, oh, no, we got to figure something out. We have to figure something out to change this so that we can hold on to our power. And what they decided to do, if I can go back to this previous slide, is to say to the indentured light-skinned Europeans, you know what? We're actually going to do away with this notion of indentured labor for you all because we are the same. And they invented, there's actual documentation of the ways that they invented a category based on notions of whiteness being pure and darkness being evil, that they started referring to themselves as white. And in the 1690s was the very first time that the notion of a white person existing became or entered into a legal document. And so whiteness was literally invented as a way to prevent this from happening, because what they were able to say is, you may not have the same amount of wealth as I have or the same amount of power as I have, but you're not like them, those people who we refer to as savage or subhuman. And look, you can hold this whip. You can be an overseer. You can be a slave patrol person. And the reason that this is important is that scholar Nell Irvin Painter, in an incredible volume that I highly recommend, that I have listed at the end of the presentation, talked about how there were 4 enlargements of whiteness that all happened whenever the power of those for whom these systems were created was being challenged. The first is the creation of whiteness in relation to those revolts, those violent revolts. The second was during Reconstruction, just after the Civil War. And in each of these enlargements of whiteness, you have a situation where a group who was previously not considered white suddenly was given access to the ability to own land, the ability to move into certain jobs, the ability to get an education. And they were asked to trade their identity that made them ethnically Italian or made them ethnically Irish or made them ethnically Slav or whatever it might be to gain access to whiteness. And in each of these moments, a different group of people were brought in. The next time was during the labor rights movement, and that's when you started seeing that the Irish and Italians first started gaining access to whiteness. You'll often hear folks with Irish heritage talk about a time when there was no Irish need apply signs. But the difference was that then what happened? Right? Then Irish folks were given access to whiteness. The most recent enlargement being the Civil Rights Movement, when some people who were light-skinned European Jews, for instance, were given access to this concept of whiteness. Now, the reason that this is important, I lean on a scholar named Zeus Leonardo, who talks about the reason that this is important is because it allows us to understand that whiteness is a socially constructed discourse of power and, by extension, oppression based loosely on skin color. And it's based loosely on skin color because there are times when people were not considered white who absolutely looked like other people who were considered white. But the reason he says this is so important is because when we start to think of whiteness in this way, it allows us to sort of objectify whiteness. And what I mean by that is, by objectifying whiteness, what we start to see is that there needs to be a distinction between whiteness, white culture, and white people. And Leonardo argues that whiteness is that discourse of power. White culture is actually documented in history as not so much a culture as a lack of culture, where people who formerly spoke other languages or had other cultural identities were asked, if you want access to this, you need to speak this language, you need to celebrate these holidays, you need to give up the things that made you ethnically unique and enter into a space of sort of lack of culture, which is why there's a host of research of white people talking about how they struggle to know exactly what white culture is. And then finally, white people. And what I appreciate about this is that Leonardo talks about how every single person, whether you're white or not, has a relationship to whiteness. The difference is that white people's relationship affords them far more access than anyone else. But that doesn't mean that other people do not do things, whether for survival or to get ahead, that invest in this socially constructed notion of power and, by extension, oppression. The reason I think this is important is because it gives me, as a white person, agency. Because if I am whiteness, then there's no hope for me to be able to act toward equity or act toward justice. And the reason that this is so important is because this tells us that no matter how great our intentions might be, no matter other aspects of our identity that might make us marginalized, whether it's our LGBTQ identity or our disabled identity or what have you, we can still make choices that invest in systems that were built to serve the idea of whiteness. Now, in my own family, just to give you a little sense of how this has played out for me, my family came to the United States, and I'll use one particular branch of my family. They came from sort of the Slavic, the Nordic countries. And they came to this country dirt poor, and they were often speaking Dutch or Swedish. And they had not a penny to their name. But the difference is that at this time, those groups were considered white. So when my family members arrived, suddenly, because of something called the Moral Land Grant Act and the Homesteading Act, they were given land virtually for free in South Dakota, land that they were told, if you can survive one winter on this land, it is yours. Huge plots of land that had only very recently been violently taken from indigenous people. And they were given this land for free. And that was something that was written into the law. You can only have access to this if you are white. That's affirmative action, but for people who look like me, right? And fast forward a generation, they had built land grant colleges in South Dakota. So a generation later, we had our first college students in my family. Fast forward a few generations, and I am the son of a doctor and a nurse, because the number one predictor of educational success in the United States is parents' educational attainment. And when certain groups of people were granted access to education through things like the Moral Land Grant Act, you start to see the ways that whiteness, giving up my family's language, giving up their cultural traditions, giving up so much of their heritage, afforded them economic access that then is passed down from generation to generation. And I don't say this because I should feel guilty for what I have inherited. I had a mentor named Dr. James Logan who once said, Jamie, if you inherit something that's unjust or unequal or inequitable, you shouldn't feel guilty for that. But if in the face of that injustice, based on what you have inherited, you choose to do nothing, then you have plenty to feel guilty about. So the point here is that then whiteness manifests itself in institutions in ways that privilege me in countless ways. And that might be everyday language that's used. There's a wonderful book by a former U of A professor called The Everyday Language of White Racism. Professional norms, emotionality, the types of emotionality that are tolerated or not, valuing certain languages or dialects, hiring and promotion practices, policing of certain communities, and institutional supports and access. Now, the thing that I want to stress, since I'm just about done here, is that I could do a very similar analysis of other forms of power. We could do a similar analysis of the ways that men have been generationally for a very long time granted disproportionate access to power. We could talk about the same thing for other aspects of identity. And then we could complicate it to talk about how when those identities intersect, it can compound oppression for oppressed groups. But the point here is we must take the time to deeply understand, no matter our race, we must take the time to deeply understand our own relationships to whiteness, and on the flip side of that, to anti-Blackness, particularly as our relationship to whiteness is contextualized by the intersections of our identity, meaning that we can't just default to our queer identity or our disabled identity or our religious identity that's marginalized as a way to deflect a conversation away from how whiteness has come to be what John A. Powell has named the primary ordering system of power in the United States. So then we have to ask, what are some of the ways that the effects of systemic whiteness are different for different people at intersections of oppression? And what are the patterns that we've seen where other forms of marginalization are used to avoid accountability for our own investments in whiteness? And what I always tell my students, I teach pre-service teachers, and I always tell them the number one thing that I want my teachers to be able to do to be culturally responsive is not to have the perfect lesson plans that are meeting the needs of our students because it is culturally responsive. That's an important step, absolutely an important step down the road. But if we don't have the ability to analyze how power is operating when we walk into the classroom, or analyze how power is operating at the systems level of our school, at the systems level of our district, and at the systems level of our state and our country, then we're never going to be able to be culturally responsive, because instead we're just always going to be chasing what is the fad book that we need to be reading, or what is the fad lesson plan that we need to be using. So with all of that, I'll just throw up here. I only referenced 3 books. There's a lot more that I would be happy to give, as well as some podcasts and some other things if people are interested in learning more. But knowing that I have a limited period of time, I would love to stop sharing my screen if I can figure out how to do that, and then open up for briefly any questions that people might have. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
I just want to open it up to my colleagues, just to, if you have any comments or questions.
Jamie, I feel like you gave us a lot to kind of chew on right now. If you can stay on, I would greatly appreciate it, so we can get in the second half of the presentation, and then maybe have some conversation.
Sure. Yeah, I'll do my best to stay on for as long as I can. I'll just offer the reason that as Dr. Santa Cruz mentioned, that I wanted to offer this particular framing is that I'm hopeful, and I think it will dovetail nicely into offering that framework of analysis, like I was talking about, for what we're thinking about in our partnership with this next presentation. So thank you so much, and I will.
I hope that you can hang out a little bit longer.
Yep.
But we understand if you have to leave, and next time bring us your 15-month-old baby. We would love to have him or her in front of us. Okay. But the sharing of history and in thought is something that I think we haven't seen a lot of on this table, and so I think that it's very healthy, and hopefully you come back and and do other presentations for us.
Thank you, Jamie. So I don't know if Roberto is on next. Roberto is also another PhD candidate. He shared with us all but dissertated. So I love the opportunity to get to nerd out with some academics here on the council. So thank you for being with us today.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Mayor Romero and Council, for allowing me to be here and to share some space with you all again. My name is Roberto Montoya. My preferred pronouns are he, him, él, ello, and it truly is an honor to be here. And I want to thank my dear academic brother, Jamie, for teeing this up so nicely, because I think it's going to align really nicely with some of the work that we do at GARE, and also, you know, some of the work that's being done with multiple jurisdictions. And so this is really wonderful. I'm going to share my screen right now, and if you could let me know if you could see it. Can you all see that?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Wonderful. Well, again, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am originally from Albuquerque, New Mexico, so I'm a proud child of Nuevo Mexico. And I have now, I've lived in Denver, where I'm based out of, longer than I was in Albuquerque, which is kind of creates some disequilibrium in me. But prior to joining Race Forward and GARE, I worked for the city and county of Denver for 3 years as the manager of diversity engagement, so working on large-scale equity initiatives out of the mayor's office. Before that, I was at the University of Colorado, Denver, as I was working on my PhD, teaching in the School of Education. So like Jamie, teaching pre-service teachers, and he and I go way back. So it's wonderful to be connected. And when I saw his name on our opportunity to speak, I was very happy. But yeah, so my research is around race and large systems. And so I do study critical race theory, and in particular, Latino critical race theory. So I'm really excited to be here with you all and to share a little bit about the work that we're doing at Race Forward and GARE. So a little bit about Race Forward's work. In Race Forward, there are several different aspects to our organization. One of them is Color Lines, which is our daily news site, where we lead with race and we feature award-winning in-depth reporting and news analysis, opinions and curation. And so I encourage you to look to Color Lines as well, because there's some wonderful work that's being done out of that news site that talks about our work in specific, in government as well. We also have the Facing Race Conference, which is the largest national conference around multiracial intergenerational gatherings for organizers, educators, creatives, and other leaders talking specifically about race. Then there's also GARE, which I'm a part of. I'm the West Regional Manager, so I have all the Western states minus California. And then also within the Race Forward umbrella, we have a research department, policy, movement, and capacity building. And we also have a narrative arts and culture department that works on those things. So you can see that from our organization, we are trying to look at this particular topic and the saliency of race from a variety of different perspectives. And as members, this is part of what we bring to supporting you all and the work that you all are doing and the work that you're going to continue to do here in the future. So let me talk a little bit about GARE, just to give you all kind of an idea of who we are. So we are a national network of governments working and striving to achieve racial equity. And I'll talk a little bit about what that means here in a second. But essentially, our core network is 200 members and growing. When I first started at GARE, when I applied earlier this year, we were at 94 members. And in 4 months, we have grown to 200 members. And so it's this moment, right, that for me in my entire life, I've done this work. I've never seen this level of an appetite to talk about race equity. So I feel very fortunate to be working for this organization at this time. But as you can see, we also have 15 state agencies. We have regional agencies as well that work with us. And then we work with 150 plus cities. And what we're really trying to do is, how do we work together to share the practices, the policies, the procedures, and even the legislation that we can move forward to achieve racial equity. And so the power of our network is really dependent upon the jurisdictions that we're working with and our ability to share across the network. Here's a map that shows you the network that we have right now. And as you can see, Tucson is the only city that is a member in Arizona. And we're very happy and to do that, and to lean and to be here with you all side by side, supporting the work that you are doing. There is amazing work that's being done. I heard Councilmember Santa Cruz mention San Antonio and the work that they're doing around race equity and budgeting. And it really is. And not only are they doing that work, but they have a deep desire to share it with other jurisdictions so that we can look at the budgeting process from an equity lens. Because the one thing that we cannot do is we cannot wish in equity. Many folks, are like, oh, I believe in equity or maybe even equality, but yet don't come up as I believe one of the council members mentioned earlier, of codifying what equity looks like in our work. And that's what we're trying to do. We are trying to make sure that this work that we are doing with jurisdictions, one, cannot be easily undone with a leadership change, because that is one of the risks that we have in doing this work if we're not really intentional and if we're not really specific about it. So that's, what San Antonio is doing is wonderful. But we have jurisdictions like Seattle that has been doing this work for a very long time. And that's actually where GARE started, was up in the Pacific Northwest. And, they're being targeted right now for some of that work. So this work, even though we know the value of it, how important it is met with fantastic resistance. And so I think what we need to do is, how do we, in supporting you all, look to other jurisdictions to support and to say, like, here's what we have done, and perhaps here's what we have done differently, and here's who we would have included, and here's who we did include. So that's what some of the support that we're going to be giving to you as well. And I'll show you how you have access to that. You have access to it through me, but also through some of the member benefits that are now available to every single person that works in the city of Tucson. Here's a little bit of the GARE team. Up around the map at the top, you'll see Kathy Alvisa, who is our Senior Vice President of Institutional and Sectoral Change, Gordon Goodwin, who is the GARE Director, and then down by Florida is Dr. Raintree Salk, and she works out of our research department, and she does all of our member surveys. And so she is a methodologist, and she does wonderful work. Again, that is a benefit to you as a member. On the bottom, you'll see here is Ariana Flores and Anna Lemler, who run our membership department. So Ariana is the membership director, and Anna is the membership manager. And then inside, you'll see all of the regional managers. We have 7 regional managers. We are in the process of hiring an East Coast regional manager. I, again, have the West, and then we have Midwest, South, Gulf Delta, and then California as well. And so we have a lot of, our regional reps are out there working with hundreds of jurisdictions. And so we constantly connect and communicate to say, like, hey, what is working? In Wisconsin, they were the first county to declare racism as a public health crisis. And so how did we share some of that work that was being done in the Midwest with other counties and agencies so that we could move some of that work forward? So there's a deep desire for us to work together and to share those things that are working with the entire network. Now, and JB did a great job of talking about the social construction of race and of whiteness. But I want to talk a little bit about why we lead with race as an organization. And for us, we truly believe that governmental institutions have historically been caused some of the most harm to communities of color. And from examples, Jamie mentioned land grants, redlining, voter suppression, gerrymandering, mass incarceration, policing, education funding, just to name a few of what governments have codified in to disproportionately impact communities of color. And what I generally talk about when we think of this historical damage that governments have done is that our level of effort to undo it has to match that. And I'm so honored to see and to hear, about the work that you all are doing, the conversations that Tucson is having, asking, hey, how is equity going to be applied to this particular, conversation? And that's wonderful, because as I'll talk about our theory of change, you all are doing some of that work already. So it really is, it's exciting to see how that work is being done. But, in addition to why we lead with race is that we all know that acts of really perverse and insidious racism is on the rise. We see, hateful rhetoric that's increasing. Hate groups are increasing as well. And so the necessity to talk about race is tantamount right now. And those inequities are deep and pervasive, and we generally will work with jurisdictions to make sure that they have access to data that shows how deep and pervasive these inequities are. Because the one thing that if we're not using data in a very meaningful way, much of these conversations get dismissed as anecdotal and really do not kind of have the lastingness that we need to have it. So our recommendations is to always combine this with data. And then, as Jamie was mentioning, there's a difference like between institutional and structural racism than individual acts. And we need to talk about the institutional and structural marginalization that is happening, but also specificity matters when we're talking about race. So sometimes when we get folks who get access to data, it's not disaggregated. And that's utterly important, because if we can't disaggregate that data, then we don't know the specificity in terms of which groups are being marginalized the most. And so for us, that's some of the reasons why we lead with race. But as Jamie mentioned earlier, even though we lead with race and we're race explicit, we are not exclusive. We always bring an intersectional analysis to it. You know, we lean on Kimberly Crenshaw's work talking about race and these are just a few that we do that with, but it's incredibly important. And as Jamie mentioned, as we, you know, look to the nuance, when we look at these intersections, we can see just how perverse some of the inequities that we can see when we start combining race with other aspects of identity. So as I mentioned earlier, we do have a national best practice in terms of how we begin organizing around race equity. And one of the first things that we recommend, and this is where I think that you all are doing some of this work, is normalizing the conversations about race so that we have a shared analysis and shared definitions, but we also understand how paramount and what the urgency is around race equity and race inequity. But after that, though, we also looked at how do you begin to organize folks? And I feel like this is part of that process, right? You're organizing people to help support you with regards to this work. So we're looking at what are those internal infrastructures? What are the partnerships? Where are the strategic folks that we can partner with to help us do some of this work and to help us get a very clear understanding of just what work we want to do? And then we begin to operationalize what are some of those racial equity tools that we can be using? How do we use data to develop those strategies and results? And I feel like some of this is happening as well, but that's how we come to that. And then how do we visualize a more racially just society? One thing is, you know, a lot of jurisdictions that I work with want to get right to the operationalizing, but I do think that there's some necessary work that is required to create a foundation so that work, again, does have that permanence that we're looking for. So we do, in addition to membership, we have other types of engagements that we have with jurisdictions. So from contracts, you know, we set up training contracts all the time with jurisdictions. We work on learning communities and cohorts because right now we're very cognizant that budgets are very tight right now. And so how do we then combine with other jurisdictions to create learning communities around specific topics? And then we also have convenings. That has changed. We will not be traveling throughout the rest of this year. And so convenings is put on hold, but we're also looking to use technology to help do some of that right now. And so really quickly, I'll share a little bit about some of these member benefits. As I mentioned earlier, all of these benefits are available to anyone who has a Tucson email address. And so we can send over this link so people can get connected to our GARE online portal. And there's a tremendous amount of resources in there, and this is available to anyone at any time. So it's such a wonderful resource, and I just encourage you all to continue and to really really advocate for your employees to join the portal. We also have an annual membership meeting that I mentioned earlier. It's going to be online this year, but it's scheduled as well for next year if we're able to travel. I mentioned earlier the employee assessment. And this is what Dr. Raytree Salk works on for us. And really, it's a free part of membership, and it allows us to survey and assess the knowledge and skills and experiences that jurisdictions employees have related to race and equity. And I know that a lot of you all have been doing some surveying before, and you want to be very mindful of survey fatigue. But this is a resource for you, so we can look and look at timing of when this would be best. So, you know, after doing some of this work, let's assess and see if we've had an impact on the way that the City of Tucson employees feel about race equity. So it's another resource that we have for you all. We also have monthly membership connections where we have meetings that bring members together around certain topics. We have quarterly regional connections, working group meetings, and you can see here's a list of some of the working groups. So the employees that are looking to join the portal can look at some of these specific groups and say like, hey, I'm in human resources. I'm going to join that working group and see what they're talking about race equity. Or if you're in Parks and Rec, or if you're a chief equity officer, that group meets once a month as well to talk about some of those work, because they have a tremendous amount of pressure that's put on them to deliver around race equity. But do they have the resources? Are they situated in the right place? So these working groups help with some of those roles. And then also we had GARE monthly 365 webinars that we host as well that are available to all of you. We have a book club that we use, and we realize that this is just one spoke in a larger wheel. It's not the only thing that we do, but we do find that there is some wonderful conversation and entry points to be had in doing that. I also want to highlight the rapid response calls that we had. We've been having weekly COVID rapid response calls to help support jurisdictions. And so in some of that work, there's a rapid response call tomorrow where the city of Albuquerque is going to be sharing how they're using CARE funds to support race equity work. And so again, as Councilmember Santa Cruz mentioned earlier, like looking to San Antonio, these calls very quickly can help you look to other jurisdictions, create connections to see some of the work that they are doing, and perhaps some of the work that can be modeled in the city of Tucson. So again, wonderful ways for us to get you information from the entire network. So I have this here, and when we share the presentation, you'll have access to the GARE portal. But I really want you all I encourage you to get on the portal and spend some time there. I know you're very busy, but it's a really wonderful resource with a wonderful search capability to find work and conversations around particular topics. But for us, ultimately, racial equity means that we are closing these gaps so that race does not predict one's success, but it also improves outcomes for all. I heard Jamie mention John Powell, and we work with him really meaningfully, especially around this notion that we call targeted universalism. When we target and we look to impact those gaps that affect those that are most marginalized, it actually improves outcomes for everyone. And so this work is not zero sum, that we know that it is incredibly impactful for all folks. And I think what's really awesome is Jamie mentioned Zeus Leonardo, whose work I lean on heavily as well. And I'm going to leave you with this quote, and it's from a beautiful book called Race Frameworks that he wrote. And he says this, he says, race thought is never easy. It's full of tension and it's ripe with contradictions and needs all the help it can recruit. And I think this is most important. Our analysis should be as complex as the topic itself. And so for me, when I come to this work, I come to it with a deep sense of humility, with a deep sense knowing that I do not have truth with a capital T, but I'm willing to search for it. And I know there's going to be contradictions and I know there's going to be tension, but we have to lean into this work and we have to have our analysis be as complex as the topic itself. So many people want to reduce race equity work to some lowest common denominator. This is very complicated, nuanced work that requires that level of effort. So I'm so excited that you all are part of the GARE network now, and that I am a small part of this equity work that you are doing. So thank you so much, Councilmember Santa Cruz, for allowing me to be here and talk a little bit about our work. And I'll stop sharing now and really will open it up to any questions that you all have as well.
Thank you so much, Roberto. Really appreciate your presentation. I'm really happy. Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz, for advocating that the city of Tucson get a membership in GARE. It's quite worth it, and I know that the membership comes along not just with the workshops and the resources, but also with tangible work that GARE can do. And I can't wait to hear about the additional work that we can partner on with GARE. I really appreciate it, Roberto. Do you all, I know that Councilmember Santa Cruz is going to address the additional work that you can partner with us on, but do you all do or help with community engagement, listening sessions, etc.?
We do indeed. So we have partnered with many jurisdictions to help with community conversations and yeah, so we certainly can do and support some of that work. And that's part of the role that I have as a regional manager, is in helping with some of that. So I'm happy to support in any way that I can with those conversations.
Excellent. That's great news. Councilmember Santa Cruz, it's your floor again.
Well, Roberto, thank you so much. Jamie, también, really appreciate. I know that y'all kind of touched on this a little bit, but that even in the conversations with the city manager and city directors and staff, like it gets really uncomfortable in the room when we talk about it, especially because I feel sometimes that it's taken as like a personal, like, as a personal thing where folks get defensive about it, and we're trying to address like the institutional, the systemic ways that it holds power. So why it's so important to talk about it. And I feel like at the city level, this discussion has never been had, especially at the table. So definitely part of normalizing these conversations, even when they feel uncomfortable. We need to get through that so we can really serve, our community members here in the city of Tucson. We share a lot of that colonial history that Jamie shared with us. We live on Tohono O'odham lands here, and that is rarely acknowledged, that we're living in like occupied territory, and we don't see like the indigenous people of this area represented anywhere, in our government or in even our small businesses. So I think it's important to name that, but we are a very diverse city, and I think it's important to do that. Jamie, I see you have your hand up.
I was just going to offer as a resource, if there are any members of the council or support staff who want to talk offline and process, the people who've taken the time to do that with me when I've been introduced to some of the ideas that have really pushed me or challenged me on issues of race, I'm like forever indebted to the very, very patient people in my life who have had those conversations with me when I was like, I just am not, what whiteness stuff, what are we talking about? And so just as a resource, if, outside of this meeting, if anybody would like to process, I want to make myself available for that.
Thank you so much, Jamie. Really appreciate it.
I have 2 action items that I would like to move on unless folks have anything to add or any questions.
Go right ahead, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Okay, great. So, as mayor and council, I believe that we're all, grateful for Jamie Schumacher and Roberto Montoya for explaining how the work of the city needs to be informed, by equity, and for helping us understand the role of GARE and what they'll, help us throughout this journey. We know that the work will be done collaboratively, and it will take the city manager and his staff and all of mayor and council, to help prop up this work. So I have a motion that I will read, and then I have kind of like a graph image to kind of show us where we've kind of how this conversation has unfolded over the past couple of months. So my motion is that I move that the city manager, in collaboration with mayor and council, begin the city employee equity assessment facilitated through GARE and help us outline the steps to stand up the Office of Equity. It is the aim of this office to normalize the concepts of equity, build organizational capacity, starting with our own city leadership, and then use new and existing data to ensure programmatic success and operationalize racial equity that could improve outcomes for marginalized communities.
I'll second that.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Alrighty, seeing none.
Your Honor, I have a question.
Sure, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I just want to know, so we're going to set up an Office of Equity and we're going to set up some collaboration with Garen, that's fine, but I hate to be the one that has to ask this. What are our general fund budget implications on this? I'm just curious.
Vice Mayor, we, as mayor and council, we voted on assigning funds, allocating funds, $500,000 million for the equity assessment and the.
So this will come out of that $500,000?
Yeah, the creation of.
That's all I needed to know.
And as a matter of fact, I believe that Gare is going to help us with some of this work since our membership.
Coming out of the $500,000 we already voted on is fine. That's all I needed to know.
Righty.
All right, so can y'all see my screen now?
Council member, you have a motion and a second, and there's no additional discussion. So there's a live motion, so I'd like to make sure that we vote on your first motion.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add this to the motion. I want to add this graph or this diagram to the motion, which again kind of outlines over the course of the last couple of months the different motions and memos that have been, put into place, as well as recognizing the work that Mayor Romero did with creating the Racial Equity and Justice Advisory Council, that I hope will also help, inform and help outline the Office of Equity. And so I just kind of outline the goals, the strategy, and the outcomes and impacts that would go along with this. And again, it's kind of just like providing clear direction to city manager and staff so that they know, kind of what the expectations are. So
I think that if you submit this this map, this action plan that you have in front of us with your motion, it will be part of the record.
Okay, so I'm trying to include it as part of the record. Thank you.
Okay, so any additional discussion? All righty, so there's a motion and a second. Everyone in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 6-0. Congratulations, council member. You have a second part of your motion.
That is correct. So thank you for hanging in there with us. So the other motion that I have is kind of a conversation that we started having earlier on about how we give discretionary funds or in-kind services to entities who might help perpetuate the harm, that has been outlined today, and that we need to be more mindful of that. So my second motion is that to promote equity in the context of the city's discretionary expenditures of funding or its provision of in-kind services, I move that we direct the city attorney to prepare a resolution for mayor and council consideration that would establish the following policies. The first part is that as part of the city's annual discretionary funding of community special events, the city would not provide general fund monies or provide in-kind services to community special event operators that include as part of their event activities the display of flags such as the Confederate flag or other symbols that express or support racism or discrimination based on race, color, religion, ancestry, sex, age, disability, national origin, sexual orientation, gender identity, familial status, and or marital status. And as part of any agreement that the city enters into with providers for human services, the agreement shall include provisions that prohibit the provider from engaging in discrimination based on race, color, religion, ancestry, sex, age, disability, national origin, sexual orientation, gender identity, familial status, and or marital status.
There is a motion on the floor.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Question for the city attorney. We have an anti-discrimination clause in everything that we put out. How is this any different than that, Mike?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, the motion, as I understand it, would impose a similar prohibition that we include within all of our procured contracts into the two contexts that Councilmember Santa Cruz has described, which I believe are the contracts for the vendors who compete for our human services funding, and secondly, for the annual discretionary city funding of community special events.
Is that right, Dwayne?
That is correct.
Okay.
And Mike, what is the human relations ordinance that we've had in place? Does that cover some of this material also?
Councilmember Fimbres, it's certainly consistent with that. And Chapter 17 of our code is our human relations ordinance. As you, I think, all are aware, the city of Tucson was an early adopter of pretty strong anti-discrimination provisions that prohibit discrimination in the context of public accommodation and certain types of public services. Those laws have been on the books here in Tucson for decades.
So we have been leading for a very long time, I believe since the late 60s, early 70s on equity issues. And I think that this is an amazing step forward as we continue having conversations on equity and really codifying our belief in paying specific attention to this. So there's a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you so much, Councilmember Santa Cruz. Any additional discussion or direction?
That is all. Just thank you again to our presenters and to my colleagues.
Thank you so much, Roberto. We will hopefully be relying on Gare and you for a long time to come. And then, of course, thanks as well to Jamie for his presentation. I really do mean it when I say that you are invited again to the table to present to Mayor and Council on any of the issues that we touched on today. So thank you, Roberto. Thank you, Jamie. And thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. I think we've done an amazing move today and really proud of us as a council and as a community. So thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz, for bringing this to the table. With that, if I may, I'm going to give you guys a 5-minute break so that you can get up, stretch your legs, and then come back and tackle the rest of the study session. So let's take a bit of a break and we'll see you here in 5 minutes. marijuana. Time has been set aside to discuss the Unified Development Code as it relates to COVID-19 and marijuana dispensaries. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, Mayor, I believe this is an item you had requested that we work on. Happy to turn it back over to you to make any introductory comments. Otherwise, I'll turn it right over to Scott. And Scott Clark will go over the process for a code change should the council be interested in that, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Ortega. This is an item that Councilmember Fimbres and I both requested, and we realized that because of COVID-19 and because of the nature of medical marijuana, the limitations that have been put in front of medical marijuana providers, specifically because of the area that people have to walk into and the social distancing that has to happen. Many of these users are immunodeficient, and so there's a lot of concerns in the industry that we need additional relief in terms, and now, additional relief now to be able to continue with their needs. We are looking for significant changes in the UDC to accommodate the increased needs and capacity and the activity. And then we also have to consider the economic development opportunities that come with the industry. And so I hope that today we can speak about the medicinal marijuana, and in November we have the option of voters in Arizona to legalize adult use. And so we also want to know what the process would be to adjust to those needs if voters in Arizona were to approve, which, by the way, there's polls that show that 68% of Arizonans approve legalizing adult use in Arizona. So with that, I'd like to make sure that I give the space to Councilmember Fimbres to see if you wanted to add anything in addition, Councilmember, to this intro.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The thing is that we received lots of calls from people that are concerned who are patients and utilize this medical marijuana for PTSD and some other issues, the anxiety that they have. And so they're concerned about having to walk through these facilities and not do what everybody else is doing. So social distancing and masking are important. So that's why I wanted to bring it forward. And because of the current COVID-19 pandemic and to increase the safety of those patients and staff, I move the mayor and council direct the city manager to direct staff to come up with a temporary solution to allow medical marijuana dispensaries the option of having a drive-through service, and to begin the process to review the UDC and to come back in 30 days with a solution to allow medical marijuana dispensaries the option of having a drive-through service.
Second.
I also move that the mayor and council direct the city manager to direct staff to begin the process of reviewing the UDC, engage stakeholders, and otherwise in the event of adult choice marijuana ballot measures is approved by the voters of Arizona.
Second.
Okay. Thank you.
There is a motion. Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. A motion on the floor, a second. Any additional discussion, Vice Mayor?
Yes, Your Honor. I just wanted to mention a couple things. One, preparing for adult choice is a smart move. Two, long-term, allowing marijuana delivery, allowing marijuana, medical marijuana delivery, medical marijuana drive-through as part of the COVID social distancing. I mean, if we're going to recognize this as a legitimate medication, then let's do that. You can't just, say one thing and do the other here. You need to be consistent. I'm of the belief that some of the properties for anxiety and some of the things that medical marijuana provides, knowing firsthand knowledge of some of the people I've met on the campaign, but just in general in Tucson over the past 2 years, the medical marijuana is probably safer than half the crap that the big pharmaceutical companies are prescribing to people anyway. So we should absolutely be doing this. And I hope that my colleagues join in supporting Mr. Fimbres' motion. I want to recognize his leadership on this.
Thank you, Council Member or Vice Mayor. I really appreciate it. What I'd like to do is give a little bit of time to Scott, Mr. Clark, so that he can talk us through what the process that we need to go through. There are amendments to the UDC that we have to go through. So what I'd like to make sure that we do is that we provide staff, make sure that we get this update, and then that we can come back in 45 days so that we get an update from staff and then begin the process today so that we can have public input as we move forward with both options, right? With both needs, the current need that we have about space, and with the possibility and the process of what we need to do with adult use. So Scott, the floor is yours. And if you can, make it really short because we're running a bit late.
Your Honor, Honorable Mayor and Council, I am going to make it very short. All I need from you today is a vote that authorizes staff to initiate the process of amending the UDC based on the guidance you've given me already. Regarding the drive-through, that is currently prohibited, but I will get back with the city attorney, and similar to what we have done with restaurants where we've authorized the temporary seating, we'll see if we can work something out there that's relatively quick and we can accomplish. Fortunately, the UDC already allows for curbside pickup and deliveries. The key issues that we're seeing right now is the restriction on dispensary sizes. So we've limited the size of a dispensary to 4,000 square feet, and then we only allow 25% of that to be the lobby. That's where you get into the social distancing issues. And when you see a dispensary right now, you see people lined up on the sidewalk in 108-degree heat waiting to get into the lobby. So clearly we have a problem there. As you mentioned earlier, the restriction on drive-thrus for dispensaries limits the safe distancing. What we envision happening is if Prop, I believe it's called 207 passes, which is the Smart and Safe Act, which would legalize cannabis for adult use in Arizona, the crowding and social distancing issues in dispensaries would only increase. The other thing we might see is increased traffic, both automotive and pedestrian. So we'd want to take a look at the traffic flow through some of these pedestrians, for some of these dispensaries, and parking. The dispensary that I see is normally packed and the parking lot is normally packed. So we'll take a look at the parking issues, we'll take a look at the size issues, and that should put together a pretty good package for you to consider when we come back. The process,
Scott, does that include expansion for review?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you.
You mean, Scott, expansion of the lobby area?
I think in order to get the expansion of the lobby area, you probably have to allow for some expansion of the actual facility. So you might see some relocation of these businesses to other locations to accommodate the market they're going to see. So we would want to enable that, and that is a restriction that Mayor and Council put on back in, I believe, in 2016, was we limited the size of a dispensary. So we'll take a look at that. There was one other issue I wanted to make sure I brought up. So the process for this, so we're trying to get this back to you in March, because if the initiative does pass, it will go into effect on April 9th, 2021. And on the other one regarding the drive-through, I'll work with the city attorney to see what we can do to come up with something temporary. So today's the first step. You initialize the amendment process. We have a public review process with the stakeholders, so the dispensary owners, the cultivation owners, and members of the public who want to participate. It goes to the Planning Commission for a study session, and then it goes to the Planning Commission one more time for a public hearing, and then it returns to Mayor and Council. At which point in time you make a decision. That is the process.
Scott, I have a couple of questions. do we have the option of relaxing any parts of our ordinance to allow dispensaries the space to serve immunocompromised patients safely right now? In other words, can we relax the 25% sales space so that dispensaries could serve their clients that are immunocompromised? And that, I think that would be as soon as we possibly can.
I think this would tie back into the COVID emergency, to where you're creating these safeguards for people that are compromised.
Yeah.
Again, I'll work that out with the city attorney and see where we can go.
I know that Phoenix has much more relaxed rules than the city of Tucson does. And so I would like to make sure that we're mirroring whatever Phoenix is doing. So if you could take a look at that. And then I would also like to request that in 45 days, as part of this update, that you inform mayor and council of the process to increase the physical space for patients purchasing medicinal marijuana during this pandemic. And then, of course, also a report as to how we pretend to go through the process of the adult use when the initiative passes. That's possible.
All right, back to 45 days. Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee.
I always laugh at people that do that. And that's the first time I've done that since COVID. Man, that was my most pressing question as well, was the size and the limitations, because COVID is happening now. And there's some interesting data that shows that there was about a 50,000 patient increase between May and July of new medicinal marijuana patients. So again, I don't know if that's due to people finding alternative ways of coping with the pandemic or not, but that is a significant increase in patients and usage. And I know that people need the space for the privacy and the social distancing now. So that was really my question, was along those lines as well.
Okay. The last time we...
Councilmember Lee, what I think we could do is that if it's part of the direction from the council today, we would just suspend enforcement of that portion of the code while the longer term changes and review process are underway.
That'd be good.
Mr. Rankin, which portion are you referring to, just so that we can be clear and into the record?
The limitation of the 25% being for the lobby.
And also the size that we talked about, the 4,000 square foot.
Well, I think that I'll have to talk that through with more of a permanent change. For the size of the dispensary itself, it seems like the immediate need in order for patients to be able to spread out is the lobby area, since that's where patients gather anyway. So.
Yeah, I think that we just need some temporary relief in terms of the square footage as well. So I'd like to make sure that consider that as well. And then, thank you. If that, Councilmember Fimbres agrees.
I agree with that, Madam Mayor, because the issue is now we have to deal with this because we still have the virus out there and people are scared of it and the anxiety's there. So we can help these patients, that would be beneficial. And you said we could temporarily suspend, Michael?
Suspend enforcement of those requirements, yeah.
Yeah.
All righty. And I just wanted to call your attention to a letter that we received from Congressman Ruben Gallego in support of our initiative. And he says that given the many of these patients are immunocompromised and particularly vulnerable to COVID-19, I urge you and the Tucson Council to quickly give this agenda item full and fair consideration. And then brings attention as a veteran of the Marines that these are health issues that affect many veterans that need this alternative medicine. So
Madam Mayor, Andres Cano, or one of our state representatives, also sent a letter in support. And I think this would help us down the road when we push at the national level to allow this into the veterans, because there's a lot of veterans suffering from PTSD that need this help. And the psychotropic medication is just too expensive for them.
Yeah, and Representative Cano also talked about, you know, the percentage of the sales space, but as well as expanding the potential footprint of these dispensaries are worthy of consideration, especially that Phoenix has something similar. And, you know, we want to make sure that we keep up and we have mirroring policies with the city of Phoenix as well. So any additional questions or comments, Councilmember Kosaczek?
Just real quickly, the footprint issue is really going to be tied to expanding premises. That'll be actual physical construction in many cases. Is that something, Scott Clark, that will be included in the discussion we can have about the new ordinance with respect to recreational use?
Honorable Mayor and Council, we would include that in the discussion. I am anticipating that the market will drive some of these businesses to look for bigger spaces. Some of those might be new construction. There is no shortage of vacant retail space in Tucson right now, though. So some of this will be adaptive reuse, and we can help them out with the program there too.
It's a good thing. With that, just so that we can advance the item, it sounds like there's support, but there is a motion, there's a second. If there's no additional discussion, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you so much, Mr. Clark.
All right.
Really
Have a great
appreciate
afternoon.
it. Good to see you.
You betcha. Thank you.
We move on to item 8. Item 8 has been continued at the request of Council Member Santa Cruz. Item 9. Time has been set aside for consideration of the proposed 2021 Central Arizona Project Order. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, John Comic will be making the presentation. This is an annual conversation that you've asked come to you. It's important because it does set the allocation, the CAP allocation going forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to John.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. This is an informational update on the planned 2021 CAP purchase by Tucson Water. By October 1st of every year, the department has to place the following calendar year's order of CAP water to the Central Arizona Water Conservation District. For calendar year 2021, Tucson Water intends to purchase their full contractual allocation of 144,191 acre feet. This order is consistent with orders placed the last 2 years as Tucson Water continues to acquire water and have water stored not only for current use and demands, but to help meet demands for future years. As supplied in the council packet, Tucson Water stores CAP water in a variety of places, most notably our own clear water facilities of CAFSARP and SAFSARP out in Navajo Valley, other aquifer storage projects like Pima Mine Road in the south and the Lower Santa Cruz Underground Storage Facility in the north. And we also use groundwater savings facilities with many of our local agricultural entities in the region as well. In addition to our own water purchase brought in, we also provide storage opportunities with our facilities with many of our local partners to help their renewable water demands. Agreements with Oro Valley, Vail, and the Pasquayaki and the City of Phoenix are all in place for future deliveries next year. Recently, the city signed an agreement with the town of Marana for wheeling a portion of their CAP water. Most likely, you will see Marana begin to store with us in 2022. Just to give a brief update on the Colorado River, every August, the Bureau of Reclamation makes a determination based on modeling of what the levels of Lake Mead will be for the following calendar year. Currently, based on the Drought Contingency Plan of 2019, the lake is in and will continue to be for 2021 in what is called Tier 0. That means that the predicted elevation will remain within the elevation range of 1090 to 1075. Under a Tier 0 scenario, municipal and industrial contract holders like us at the city will not experience any cuts to our allocation. One last thing to bring up is this is our plan as of today. As the year goes by, the department may be presented with additional opportunities or conditions that may cause us to adjust the placements of where our order goes. If we experience any change in opportunities or conditions, we will make sure to brief Mayor and Council on those updates. And this is the department's summary for next year's CAP purchase. I yield back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. What is the desire of Mayor and Council?
So, Madam Mayor, we need a motion to move forward the proposal to order Tucson full cap allocation for calendar year 2021, correct?
Yes, we do.
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions on the floor?
Makes sense. It hasn't rained in about 6 years here, so hopefully we don't need it next
Oh,
week.
God, yeah, absolutely.
Madam Mayor, I'm proud of the staff work at the Tucson Water who secured our allocation. I know they've done a great job out there doing things that need to be done to secure the water for our most precious resource, which is our citizens of our community.
I agree. I concur, Councilmember Fimbres. I just have one question though. In the allocation that we're requesting, are we including Oro Valley, the acre feet for Oro Valley, Marana, Vail, Pascuayaqui, and Phoenix in that order?
No, Madam Mayor, members of council, our allocation that we're purchasing is the 144, 191.
Okay.
Those additional entities buy their water and they tell CAP to direct it to our facilities. So we make sure we have space to bring
So the
those up.
city of Tucson does not have to request those allocations?
Correct. The owners of that other water order it and send it to us. They give direction to CAP to send it to us.
Excellent. Any additional questions? Vice Mayor Cunningham.
I just want to, John, I was hoping that you'd let everyone know we're ordering the 144,000, and then the rest of those entities, our partner entities, what's their allocations they're bringing in here? What is that, about another 60K of wet water?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, members of council, council member Cunningham. Yeah, it's usually between 50 and 60,000 acre feet.
So for everybody watching online, this is a really big deal because we've been in this drought situation for about 6 or 7 years on and off, and we've been really good stewards of all the public water that the state builds. As a result, we actually have more capacity than other cities to store water and collect water, and therefore we become kind of the water barons of the state. So it's a great move for us. Congratulations on Tucson Water being able to satisfy the full allotment. For those people who are fans of the Santa Cruz Heritage Project, those projects like that aren't possible without us making decisions like these. So I know this is kind of an unheralded thing and sounds routine, but it's actually really big for us long term.
I agree, Vice Mayor, and I think we don't often pat ourselves on the back, but this particular, the years of work that Mayor and Council have worked on to create the situation that we're in now, which is very positive and very good for us, really has been a partnership with Tucson Water, Mayor and Council, in our city managers, because we do have an ethic of saving water. And this particular item is part of the discussion that we're going to have later on with a climate emergency, and Mayor and Council's direction on allocating funds for a climate action and adaptation plan in the future. I do see a City Manager Ortega's hand up. Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, thank you for recognizing. I just wanted to point out, I think this is one of the first times John's been in front of you. As you remember, Tim Tomier has been assigned a special assignment over at Parks, and John and Sylvia are covering over in water. And I just wanted to say thanks, John. You did a great job today.
Thank you.
Let's see if it's...
Absolutely. Great job, John.
Thank you.
So if there are no further comments or questions, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you so much, John, and for your presentation and for all of your hard work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The following item is item 10. Councilmember Santa Cruz has requested a discussion regarding the Charles Alfred Clement Fountain in the El Presidio Plaza. Mix Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. We've been in communication with community members, and we wanted to make sure we brought this item to the council. The fountain at El Presidio Plaza, was designed by architect Charles Clement and has served as a special place here in Tucson. I know I've been to many weddings outside of the county courthouse there and taking pictures. I also enjoy people watching as the skateboarders do their tricks and have their little video recordings. But it's also a place that receives people, a place that brings together advocacy and government, a place for colleagues and community to be with each other, including a place where skateboarders, come together to have fun. It's a place that brings people together in the middle of these county institutions or government institutions. So as shared in the memo, the El Presidio Park Master Plan design team in conjunction with the January 8 Memorial Design held multiple public meetings in 2015 through 2016 in an effort to engage stakeholders, including community members, council staff, Parks and Rec, and public facilities. Ultimately, the fountain was identified as a central focal point of El Presidio Plaza. So the final master plan recommends that the fountain be preserved and rehabilitated in place. I think it's important that we preserve the fountain, and I'm interested in pursuing naming it after the late Richard Elias, because I hear that was his self-care site in between meetings, while also acknowledging the architect, the designer, which was Charles Clement. So I would like to move that Mayor and Council approve the initiation of the historic landmark rezoning process for the fountain designed by Charles Clement in El Presidio Plaza and waive the city's processing fees. And additionally, work with the Arts Foundation of Southern Arizona for guidance on the rehabilitation of the fountain.
I'll second that.
There is a motion and a second, and I would have jumped in second immediately for the idea of naming that fountain after Supervisor Richard Elias, who he loved to hang out in the Presidio Plaza, specifically in that little spot of the fountain. And so I think it's a fabulous idea, and it's worthy, that fountain is worthy of preservation. It is a beautiful landmark, and so I'm very happy that you brought this to our attention, Councilmember Santa Cruz. I do want to note that the Charles Clement Estate sent Mayor and Council a letter asking the Mayor and Council that we preserve this fountain. I know also that Pima County has been discussing the idea of possibly tearing it down, and so this particular step is an important piece so that we can salvage a historic landmark in an important part of our community. And so, I'm sorry, I hear echo. What I do want to bring attention to, Councilmember Santa Cruz, is what you mentioned earlier, that the January 8th memorial really showed the fountain as being a pivotal, important space in the memorial. And when I served as a council member for Ward 1, one of the pieces of contributions using impact fees for the January 8th memorial, it was my pleasure to request that we use Ward 1 impact fees to put together a master plan for the January 8th memorial. And so the master plan was put together with community input, as you said. If you all want to, I can share the screen showing the fountain as part of a pivotal piece of the January 8th memorial. So what I can do is I could have my Chief of Staff, Elaine, show some of the master plan and some of the slides in the master plan that calls out for the fountain to remain. I do see Councilmember Kozachik's hand up. And so as you're seeing right now, you are seeing that that fountain is part of the master plan that was put together by the January 8th memorial. That's it. While we see these pictures, I'll ask Steve to make his comments or if he has questions, and then I see Councilmember Fimbres' hand up as well.
My question really for Mike Ortega and staff, and they revolve around the cost to rehabilitate it, the work that's being done or has been done, so we know what that's going to be, cost for maintenance going forward. In addition to that, if anybody is working on an updated structural load-bearing capacity, because that's sitting on top of a parking garage, it's not on, it's not slab on grade, it's over a void. So we need to know what the live and the dead load capacity is, including the January 8th memorial, before we start filling it with water, for instance, because that's going to add to the dead load. So where are we with those pieces of this whole conversation?
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, thank you. So the staff has been working, our staff has been working closely with the Pima County staff. As you know, the Pima County staff has been analyzing the entirety of the Presidio Plaza. This is one aspect, and didn't make sense to me to have us do an analysis and them do an analysis. So the county administrator and I discussed maybe sharing information and developing plans for how it would be maintained or improved. I can tell you that we are not finished with that analysis. It should be done sometime next week is my expectation. And then I can, once I know what the magnitude of that is, then I can have a more robust conversation with you all about dollars and including talking to different folks about contributing.
Thank you, City Manager. I guess I just wanted to add that we're also have been working in identifying some foundations that we can help fund with the restoration, but we need to have like an idea of, like what all work it needs before we start moving in that direction.
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, it will take some funding. And I think that the comments that were made earlier, I think by Councilmember Kozachik, in terms of some of the other issues around this are the fact that it's on a garage. There were concerns up front. That's one of the reasons why the Tucson Meet Yourself came off of the garage, if you remember, a little bit ago. And so I think that it will be potentially a little more expensive than it would be if it were just on grade. But we'll have that analysis. We are using a structural engineer to assist us with that and working closely with the county to make sure we come up with something to give you an understanding of the magnitude.
Alrighty, thank you. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's very fitting to name this after Richard Elias' 17 years of service with the county. But before that, the things he did with Chicans por la Causa and other groups that he worked with. City of Tucson Parks and Recreation will be responsible for maintaining the fountain, right, Mike? Mr. Ortega?
Yeah, Mayor, I'm sorry, I just unmuted myself, sir. Is your request or your question?
No, that's a question. It does. They will maintain it, right? The City of Tucson's Parks and Recs?
That's correct. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. And so keep in mind, we do have an intergovernmental agreement with the county. As a part of this analysis in future, then we'll have a conversation about how that works going forward.
And my understanding for the potential cost of the historical landmark application fees, they could be waived by your office if you so choose to. Correct. Yes, sir, Mr. Fimbres. And Blaine, in your motion, it will be to rename it after the refurbishment's done to Richard Elias.
If I can add that to the motion, I would love to be able to do that. I'm not sure how this all works.
I second your motion. I second your motion saying that was going to happen. So I want to make sure that's true.
I think that it should be part of the direction, Councilmember.
I think so too.
If we can amend, if we can amend the motion and add that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. I back up, I re-second your motion. I think it's a great tribute for Richard, who's a good friend of mine.
I do see the hand of Steve is up, and I see the Vice Mayor hands up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Paul.
Your Honor, and first of all, there's about 53 things I want to name after Richard Elias, but and so like I think the fountain's a great thing, but there's also talk about the soccer stadium. There's talk about the library at Kennedy Park. I mean, we've got okay, we can name all three after him too. I mean, we can do that, but I'm just saying one might take away from the other, and so I just want to make sure it's a great idea. It's a good gesture. And I'd want to talk to Luz and Em about it. I mean, there's some stuff we want to do there before we may not want to go warp speed here, but I just wanted to interject that really quick, because I was hoping that the Pima soccer stadium that he worked so hard on getting done, so I'm kind of thinking, oh wait, will that take away from this? So that's kind of where I'm going with it. I'm not trying to, just dialoguing.
I think you bring a fair point, Vice Mayor. We should speak with Emily and Luz Elias in terms of, of course, we all want to recognize Supervisor Elias's service to our community. It is very fitting to have a historic structure and in the middle of a governmental, the center of government that he was involved with for such a long time to really bear his name. And I do also believe that we should discuss with Emily and Luz, but I think that it should remain in the motion. And if it moves in the direction, and great, if it moves in the direction that Emily and Luz are good with it, then we will move in that direction. If that's okay, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yes, it's okay. I was just going to tell Councilmember Cunningham, or Vice Mayor, that his staff had been the ones to let us know that was a very special place for him, and we should consider it. So that was why I brought it up.
City Manager Ortega.
Perfect.
Mayor, I just wanted to point out, and we'll certainly take the direction, two things. Number one, I know the county is looking at other facilities to name after Supervisor Elias, so that might be a conversation that'll happen with the family. So I like that thought. The other is there is a process for naming facilities. We'll take this as direction to start that process and move that forward. So I just wanted to point that out as well. And we'll certainly take the direction and start moving that process if that's the direction that we get today. Thank you, Mayor.
I also want to point out that it's a good problem to have that Richard impacted so many avenues, whether it was the library or the football, just how he brought community together. So I'm just really grateful to even be having this conversation to honor him.
Yes. Steve, I don't know if you still had a question or comment.
Only really quickly that if there were donors involved in the existing structure that they need to be consulted as well. I don't know what it's named right now, but the Clements family might have some thoughts on it as well.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I concur. What I'd like to see is prior to the September 22nd agenda, Mr. Ortega, see if we can review, if you can share with Mayor and Council via email, reviewing the costs and the plan that Pima County and your office are reviewing, and just provide an update and proposal for how much it would cost to repair the fountain with Mayor and Council. And I know that there's a little bit of confusion as to who does the maintenance and operation of El Presidio Park, because it is Pima County owned. But I know the city of Tucson has been operating it and maintaining it for more than 40 years. And so it would be good for Mayor and Council to get clarification as to who will be doing the maintenance of the January 8th memorial from now into the future, and the El Presidio Park in its entirety for the future. So just so that we can distinguish what responsibilities the county carries and what responsibilities the city of Tucson carries. If that's okay. So did we vote on it? I know we have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's okay, there's no additional discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you so much, everyone. Great item. Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz, for bringing it to our attention. Item 11, Council Members Lee and Kasachik have requested an update on the EGSD projects. Mr. City Manager, if you want to open it up and then pass it through to Council Members Lee and Kasachik.
Mayor,
Before you start, Mr. Manager, I was looking at the item and how we agendized it. We agendized it for discussion only, and at a future date, it will come back for further discussion. So I just wanted to bring that to our attention, that it was requested as an update for discussion purposes only. Go right ahead.
Sure. Mayor, I know that Council Members Lee and Kasachik requested the item, so I'll certainly turn it over to them if they want to make any introductory comments.
Yeah. So the memo we have is to get an update and provide direction on moving forward. There are three parts to this. I'll be really quick because I think at least the first two are just slam dunks, and the third one may need a little bit more study. We have three really exciting opportunities out at Los Reales. One is the secondary market for crushed glass. 7 days a week, people are dropping off glass here at the Ward 6 office, and so far since we got this little retail level crusher, we've crushed over 4,000 pounds into sand. It's probably 20,000 pounds of glass, and so people have bought into the notion that there is a secondary market. We've used it for mixing with concrete, filling ruts in alleys that are caused by storm runoff, filling sandbags during Operation Splash. So there are plenty of secondary market uses. The conversation is taking it out of the blue bins, establishing sites around town for distribution so people could go and drop them off at, for instance, some of our HHW sites or the ward offices or wherever, but then collecting the glass separately, getting a commercial scale crusher out of the landfill and starting to take this operation out there. That is one that we've demonstrated the public wants, and I hope that the council will support moving that piece of this forward. The second piece is the composting. It is very simply also out of the landfill, separating all of our internally created green waste and not dumping it into the landfill, but using it for internal city needs such as parks or TDOT or ES. Again, a precursor to growing this program more later on once we get established its viability at the landfill for the city's own internally created green waste. And the final one is the whole renewable natural gas, the gas to energy project. This one is very simply capturing and cleaning the methane that we are already creating out of the Los Reales landfill. We are required by the EPA to capture it, and this is a possibility of creating a relationship with a third party yet to be determined to use this cleaned methane to fuel some of our buses, our ES fleet. That's the piece that's going to take some more work in terms of staff working out agreements and even seeing if this is the direction we want to head. But to me, it makes a lot of sense. It would make us a leader in terms of reusing the waste that we're already committed to capturing, and instead of just flaring it off and burning it into the atmosphere, using it for energy. So those are the three pieces. And Nikki, if you've got comments that you want to make as well.
Absolutely. Well, I'm just want to, I don't have anything new to add besides what Councilmember Kozaczek said. I'm really excited to discuss these opportunities. I know later on tonight we'll be talking about a broader climate discussion, and all of the things that we're talking about today are additional big components that go into the overall conversations that we're having as a city to really lead the way into what we're doing to address climate change here locally. So I'm really excited to be diving into the conversations, and just wanted to add that enthusiasm for talking about this topic. So I will turn it over then to City Manager.
And I do think that they really tie in well with the climate emergency resolution that Rena, you put on the agenda.
Mayor, council members Lee and Kozaczek, you've covered the item pretty well. I'm wondering, I know that I've got Carlos de la Torre on queue. I know he had a PowerPoint. I've asked him to not necessarily go over that this evening just because it's of the time. What I would also be looking for is specific direction to come back maybe, and again, not to make any decisions, but maybe come back where we have a little more time to get into some of these items. I think that the overview that you've provided thus far, Councilman Kozaczek is a good one, and we can certainly build on that. If you're up for it, I can just bring back specificity on some of those items. But again, I'm happy to go over the PowerPoint with you all tonight if you so choose.
Well, I'll leave that to the rest of them, but I would move that we ask staff to return the first week in October with a specific game plan with respect to the secondary market for glass recycling and the composting out of Los Reales. And I'm interested to hear the input from council on the gas to energy program.
Yeah, I think the methane gas program is a complicated issue that we need our time to make sure that we're, considering all the options. We did receive a letter from the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project that is requesting and is asking mayor and council to request that we hire an outside consultant specializing in energy efficiency and sustainable planning to conduct a life cycle assessment to evaluate the various proposals, overall costs, emissions, and other environmental impacts, as well as exploring other potential options in addition to those presented to mayor and council. I think the methane gas that our landfill generates, the conversation there is much more extensive and complicated and should be part of an evaluation and our climate action planning and adaptation plan as we move forward. So I will ask for consideration of a motion to move on that. And I do agree, Steve, that we should bring back the conversation on recycling and composting, because that, again, we're doing good things there, and we should consider the recycling program in its entirety, really, on how do we re-envision and reimagine it. So
I have a quick question. So I know that there's a motion. I think there's a motion on the table from Steve. I'm not sure if there's a second. So I'm not sure what kind of order we are in, but I would like to move on the motion or the request for a motion from the mayor.
Okay.
But I'm trying to stay in sequence, so I'm not sure.
I think Steve just gave direction to the city manager that we bring back additional information with the concept of glass recycling and composting within our recycling program. Am I correct, Steve?
Don't know if you need it in the form of a motion or not. I made it in the form of one, but if all Mike needs is direction, I'd like to get this moving out of the garage and over to the landfill, that's for sure.
Mayor, I'm clear. What I would do is, just so that I'm clear, the first meeting in October would be the composting and glass recycling, and how glass recycling is fitting into the overall recycling effort that we've got. If that's the direction that you all would like to see, I'm happy to come back to you that week.
Absolutely. And if possible, if I can add to that direction that Steve gave, that we look at our recycling program in the context of our climate action and adaptation plan as well, because it plays a role, right, into all of that. But yes, no, if we can do that without having a motion, then you've got your marching orders, I think. Councilmember Santa Cruz?
So there doesn't need to be a motion for the methane gas piece?
Yes, I would like for mayor and council to consider them.
Okay, so I support and make that motion that you have put on the table.
I'll second that.
Mayor, I'm sorry. I just would like a little clarification. What exactly are you looking for on the methane gas piece? I'm clear on the glass recycling and the composting, but the methane gas, what exactly are you looking for?
So what Southwest Energy Efficiency Project really is highly recommended that mayor and council do is that we request the EGSD to hire an outside consultant specializing in energy efficiency and sustainable planning to conduct a life cycle assessment to evaluate the various proposals, overall costs, emissions, and other environmental impacts, as well as exploring other potential options in addition to those presented to mayor and council. The assessment should consider all costs and benefits, included but not limited to social, environmental, public health, and economic considerations. That way, having the assessment would allow mayor and council to select the option that is both financially feasible and aligns with the city's long-term sustainability and climate action goals. And I can share.
Yeah, if you can share that, that'd be helpful.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Madam Mayor, I hope you guys take into consideration too, Mr. Ortega, that the movement that's on out there, the discussion's been made, looking at a master plan, because we've got housing and growth out in that area, and also that's also potential. We have looked at creating a buffer in that area. The mayor has also initiated a move to plant a lot of trees out there also to help us with this environmental issues. So make sure those are considered and factored into the equation.
Mayor, Councilmember Femer, yes, sir. I understand that we even have a zoning this evening that is in that vicinity, and I know that was one of the areas that your office had expressed concerns about in the past. So.
Yeah, and then I know that Carlos has been working on a good master planning on this issue, talking to partners in the community and throughout the country. And so with that proposal, we need to make sure we're factoring all these in to make sure we have the right combination for things. Because this is going to fit right into our resolution tonight.
Yeah.
On climate change.
So there is a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second?
Second.
So there's a motion and a second for Councilmember Hernandez. Any additional discussion?
Hands up.
Vice Mayor?
Couple things. There's multiple things about this that were, first of all, at the beginning of this, I started saying we want to look at this holistically. Everything. We want to look at who does the recycling, how much we're charging in tipping fees to outside agencies, the bulk tipping fees. We want to tie all that stuff together. So watching all the moving parts that we're kind of seeing, because we've got the glass piece, we've got the composting piece that's been incomplete, we have the reconstitution of the recycling piece, we have the tipping fee discussion, we now have this methane discussion. To me, to some degree, we may want to start parsing these off into components to establish some type of pilot level program on each one short term. So ultimately we can do it all holistically. But instead of waiting to get it all done holistically, which will take us 3-4 years, doing each one at a time is actually probably a good thing. And I agree with Councilmember Kozaczek. Might as well not wait on the glass. we can start now. We might as well not wait on aggressive composting. We can start now. It may be just a pilot in a much smaller scale, but ultimately it will help us in developing a larger program. As far as the Southwest Energy Efficiency Assessment, everyone knows how I feel about too many consultants. And so I'm not a consultant guy, but to some degree, there is some merit to this. I think that we have an opportunity here to harvest this methane, clean it. There's much components. One, we have to harvest it. Two, we have to clean it. And you can harvest it in one place and transport it to a central cleaning facility. And then you can repurpose it. And you can either sell it back on the open market or you can put it right back in our trucks. And what I'm kind of want to prepare us for is in 7-8 years, we may have electrical trucks and putting it back into the Green Energy Initiative so that we're 75-80% sustainability with TEP or whoever we're with at the time might help us. I think there's also some opportunity to partner with a multinational company that specializes in the distribution of gas and kind of pave the way for that. And so I think that opportunity is there. And so I appreciate the consultant, but I want to be very clear. How much does a consultant like this cost?
We don't know. We would be giving direction for Carlos and Mr. Ortega to do that review. But in your comments, I agree with you. I think the recycling, the glass and composting could be a separate piece because I think we're there with the concepts and ideas already. So it's not such a big decision that we have to make. We just need to hear the logistics and how it would be part of reimagining our recycling in the city of Tucson. The methane gas is a much bigger decision that we have to make. The possibility of either the city of Tucson investing $25 million to invest into using our methane gas, it's a big decision that we have to make. And we have to make sure that it's either a private company that we partner with or it's the city of Tucson. How do we, as the city of Tucson, move from using CNG or renewable natural gas? How do we prepare to use that methane gas that we're producing, by the way, in our landfill to turn it into electric energy? All of these things that we have to consider are important and will affect our community in the next 50 years. And so it's not an easy decision. We need to be well informed and we need to make sure that we as a city of Tucson make the best business decision that we possibly can make. And so I don't think that investing $10,000 or $25,000, I really don't know how much it costs, but being able to thoroughly examine the decision that we have to make as a city is something that we are responsible to do. So,
well, I want to make sure that
the investment will, in the long run, make sense and will help us make the best informed decision and frankly, the best business decision for our residents.
We'll make sure the consultant has some deliverables. I want to know how much methane our landfill is capable of yielding. I want to know how much of that can be converted into CNG. I want some hard numbers for them. I'm not hiring a consultant to give a one paragraph abstract. I want hard numbers from them.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, any other comments or questions or discussion? I think we're good. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you so much. We're rocking. Let's see. We are rocking and rolling, so we move on to item 12. Council member Kozacek has requested a discussion regarding painting murals on city property. This I'll send over to the city attorney to open up and then pass over to Council member Kozacek. Mr. Attorney.
Mayor, members of the council, as the mayor just explained, this item was scheduled at the request of Councilmember Kozaczek, who in his requesting memorandum correctly pointed out that as the city attorney, I have given certain advice on this topic of requests by private parties for permits for the purpose of painting messages on our streets. To be clear, and I think you all know this, I have given the advice to the Department of Transportation and Mobility not to consider or issue permits to private parties for the purpose of painting messages in our streets, because if we were to do so, we would open the door, or more specifically our streets, to any message, regardless of content. I do want it to be clear, however, though, that even under the advice that I've given, it still leaves the room open for city-approved projects that might have an expressive element to them. One quick example that you're familiar with is the rainbow crosswalk that was approved in Ward 3 several years ago. It also has, my advice has had no effect and is not intended to affect the long-standing city procedures and rules relating to public art projects in connection with transportation projects, for example. The guidance for that is all in our administrative directives. With that, and then that understanding, the mayor and council still have the ability to approve those types of projects going forward.
And that was really where I was going to send it, was over to Mike. We're all familiar with the controversy. What we don't have is an explicit policy. Currently, it's fairly ad hoc. Mike did offer advice that Department of Transportation Mobility does not approve any private party requests for permits to paint messages in our streets. And if we're going to adopt that as a policy beyond simply advice, my request is let's send this back to Mike to have him bring us back some language that codifies it. And what does that language really look like? What's the process that we go through when we get a request from some, well, not a request from a third party, but when we want to move forward with some sort of expression on public property? It has nothing to do with private property. This is simply on the city property. So that's where I was headed anyways, over to Mike to make some suggestions as to language to bring back to us so we can adopt a policy.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, you have your hand up.
I think Vice Mayor Cunningham had his hand up first, unless that was from a previous item.
I think it was the previous item.
Okay. I guess I'm happy to be having this conversation because we know the controversy has been around having the Black Lives Matter mural on our city streets, and that we wanted to make sure to kind of let the public know that we supported a pro-social activity, meaning that the organizers had reached out to our office with the desire to express empathy and concern for community members who are being impacted by, the recent protests at the hands of, police across the country, that it wasn't intended to be a political statement because, in fact, Black lives do matter. That's just, it's not up for debate whether those lives matter or not. So I think we need to do a little more work on the policy, and maybe sitting down with the city manager and the Arts Foundation of how we do this, because we do get private requests, like City Attorney just said, about the rainbow crosswalk. We have Living Streets Alliance, who does traffic circle artwork with messages. And then we've had neighborhoods do the same around their traffic circles. So it needs to be this well thought out conversation and not just being reactive to this moment. because I feel like the reaction that we're seeing is like the counter request for a street mural was in direct response to feeling defensive about the Black Lives Matter mural. So how do we differentiate when it's pro-social, activity, pro-people, than when it is in response to like people feeling like something's power is being taken away from them? And the reason I bring this up is because we have the El Rio Neighborhood Center. That entire space, people could think it's a political artwork, which, in some respects it is, because the El Rio Coalition and that movement back in the late 60s and 70s was a political, like a political tension or expression that happened. But our office gets complaints all the time that they think the iconography and the protest messages in those murals are reverse discrimination and they shouldn't be allowed on city property. So I just want to be mindful of how we do this, and also taking into consideration the conversation that we just had earlier today around equity and how do we center marginalized voices and experiences, and don't just default to like everything's neutral. The work that we're doing here is not neutral. So what are we doing to center justice and to center community voices of those who are negatively impacted every single day by policies that have existed way before our time? So that was all I wanted to say. And if part of our conversation can include talking to the Arts Foundation and other ways that any kind of policy might negatively impact some of the work that we do want to support.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. I know that we work with the Southern Arizona Arts Foundation, and there is an administrative directive that gave explicit direction on public art. I think it was approved back in 2001. So we have a structure as to where to go. And Mr. Attorney, I don't know if you have any additional feedback on this in terms of, there's an administrative directive already. So I don't know what any additional work that you have to do.
Mayor, with the discussion so far and shaping that into direction, we could build off of what's in the AD to, I think, accomplish what is being discussed through a resolution.
Tony Mosley.
You guys there?
Yeah.
Something, it froze up. Yeah, it froze up for a second.
Right.
So we did not follow the administrative directive when we did the BLM or when we rejected the blue line. So what we're asking for is a process, and for Mike to bring back some guidelines. That's all. This isn't about being exclusive. It's not about trying to reinvent history. This is about what's our process going to be going forward for how the governing body approves or rejects requests. That's all.
Alrighty.
And I just want to make sure we take into consideration the previous resolution that we passed around, that we don't use any city in kind, like we don't give money or do any in kind for anything that is discriminatory.
Absolutely, I agree with you, Councilmember Santa Cruz, and let's move forward. I think that it's a good conversation that we have. I fully support and endorse the comments made by Councilmember Santa Cruz, and I think that we have an administrative directive, and we need to make sure that we acknowledge it and follow it. And so, anything else that you have, Councilmember Kasachek, or are you good with the general direction that we're moving in?
If Mike Rankin is good with it, then I'm good with it.
I'm fine.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. Then we move on to item 14. Are there any state and national legislation or regional committee issues for discussion?
Sort of the background. Yeah, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I don't know why that background is there. I apologize.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Andrew. I know that you're at the beach, so that's okay. No worries.
Yeah, I wish. Must have been from the last time I was on. Anyway, apologize. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, some quick updates on state and national items. In response to questions from Council Member Fimbres, first, updates on stimulus. There is a bill that's being considered by the Senate right now. It should come up for a vote tomorrow. That bill is likely to pass the Senate and will likely not move forward, which still leaves us at a standoff between the House and the Senate on additional relief dollars. There is a question about the CARES Act and whether there were any updates on that. We have been given some limited additional flexibility with some dollars we've received, but really not much that would make a big difference in what we're doing. Again, we continue to advocate for additional dollars and additional flexibility with the CRF dollars that we've received in a way that's useful and consistent with Mayor and Council direction. We have not received that yet. Councilmember Fimbres asked about postal legislation. Back in August, the House reconvened and provided the and it passed the Delivering for America Act. That was a bill that directed the Postal Service to not make any operational changes that were not already in place in January 1st of this year. That's a measure to protect vote by mail and just the other important services from the U.S. Postal Service, whether it's mail, whether it's medicine, from any changes that passed the House. There's still no action yet in the Senate. And then the last question from Councilmember Fimbres had to do with the Defense Authorization Act. There was money in both acts that will benefit Tucson and Southern Arizona, protecting the A-10s, some investments in Fort Huachuca, as well as for the Arizona National Guard here in Tucson. All this information was provided by email yesterday, so I'm happy to answer any questions about any of those issues. The last item, though, as part of item 14 today, is there's a request to consider the city joining an amicus brief that has to do with postal issues. And for that, I'll turn it over to Mike Rankin.
Thanks, Andrew, and Mayor, members of the council. You all probably know better than I that the United States Postmaster General has adopted certain policies with the effect of delaying mail delivery, including eliminating overtime, eliminating trips to certain sorting facilities to pick up mail, removing sorting machines in certain localities, and deprioritizing election ballots from the characterization as first-class mail. Among other things, this has caused concerns and challenges that are now being raised by certain state attorneys general that these types of changes violate certain statutory requirements and constitutional requirements, including protections for voting. Obviously, the primary concern at this point is the impacts that it could have on mail elections that are conducted largely as all mail voting. So we've been asked to join in that litigation through an amicus brief to focus on the challenges against these policies to protect the electoral process, as well as address some of the other impacts to local jurisdictions that might be realized by the delays in postal service. The amicus request came to us from Santa Clara County, who's working with the Public Right Project and would be in support of challenges brought in state actions in federal court, but brought by the state attorneys general in Pennsylvania, New York, and Washington. And it was on a very short time frame. I got to get back to them literally today. So I appreciate you letting me add it to the agenda.
So move.
There's a motion and a second. Is there a second?
If not, I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this particular amicus?
Madam Mayor, the city of Tucson probably is the largest city in Arizona to conduct their elections as an all vote by mail. The action of this administration and the current postmaster have raised many concerns, and a lot of concerns of our community must take action. I move that the mayor and council direct the city attorney to sign on to the amicus brief in litigation to support challenges to changes to U.S. Postal Service policies, to direct our federal lobbyists to work on this case and pending legislation before Congress dealing with these issues.
I will
Thank
second
you, Mr.
that.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right on point and important. So there's a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 No.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Anything in addition, Andrew?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Rankin, any additional information?
No, that's it, Your Honor.
Okay, and I understand that you also added us to another amicus brief most recently. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure, Mayor. And I'll just give a quick description. The Mayor and Council have taken many actions in the past supporting the immigrant rights and opposing any challenges to the path to immigration. So based on that authority, again, with a request where I had a very short time to respond, I agreed to sign on behalf of the city to oppose certain changes to the fees that are now being imposed in connection with immigration applications, which in some cases are being proposed to be raised very dramatically with obvious impacts and obstacles to engaging in that process. So I went ahead and authorized signing off on behalf of the city of Tucson.
Thank you, Mike. Really appreciate it. And I think we all feel good about you signing us up for that based on our previous history in terms of this issue. I just wanted to report that I signed a letter along with more than 70 local venues and performing arts organization in sending a letter to our congressional delegation, urging them to support federal legislation that would provide financial assistance and relief to invaluable cultural institutions and performing arts organizations and venues. It was pretty amazing to see that in a 24-hour timeline, I put my letter out asking entertainment venues and performing arts organizations here in Tucson to see if anyone wanted to sign the letter with me. In 24 hours, we got about 60 organizations signing on to the Save Our Stages Act that is in front of Congress for consideration. So I was really happy to send all of our congressional delegation. And the very next day, I heard from Congressman Greg Stanton from the Phoenix area, that he signed on as a sponsor of the bill. So all of these letters that you encourage me to send to our congressional delegation and that we do send do really matter. So I just wanted to give a brief update on that. With that, if we don't have anything else in addition to what has been discussed, we move on to item 15. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor.
Does anyone have items to remove from the consent agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to remove this, but consent item I is an extension of the scooter project. In the past 2 weeks, we've seen about 30,000 students return to the U of A campus area. We know from the testing we've done that there's a high percentage of positivity with respect to COVID. I'm not going to pull it and just lose another vote, but I think the responsible thing to do would be to suspend the pilot program until after the pandemic is under control, and then start the meter again. If community spreads a concern, I think that's something that someone else on the council might want to consider doing. I'm not doing it though.
Anyone else? Thank you, Steve. Anyone else? Alrighty. Mr. Clerk, I believe we're...
Your Honor, there was also a request to pull items K, L, and M.
Okay.
In the agenda.
Okay, let's do that then. So with that, let's go on to item 16. Does anyone have any future agenda items? Alrighty, hearing none, I will call our study session meeting over and give you about 10 minutes to rest, use the restroom, get some water, and then refresh a little, stretch, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes for our regular study session. Thank you so much, and good job, everyone. See you in 10 minutes. Mr. Clerk?
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham? Not here yet, Your Honor. Mr. Durham,
Absent excused.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres,
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Here.
Mr. Mohammed is not present, and Mayor Romero.
Here.
The response is
Item. City Manager's communication number 278 dated September 9th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the Public Housing Capital Fund Program 5-Year Action Plan to submit a 5-year action plan. This public hearing is in regard to the revised Capital Fund Action Plan. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than an hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Mr. Clerk, were there any requests to speak submitted?
No, Your Honor.
May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those, any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the resolution PHA 2020-006 by number and title only.
Resolution PHA 2020-006 relating to public housing, approving and adopting City of Tucson PHA Consortium Revised Capital Fund 5-Year Action Plan 2020 through 2024 and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Now I motion to pass and adopt resolution PHA 2020-006.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham, is still not joined us yet, Your Honor. Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Motion passes. What is it? 5-0?
5-0, Your Honor.
5-0. Resolution PHA 2020-006 passes by a vote of 5-0. Item 3.
Public Housing Authority write-off of uncollectible accounts receivable, Resolution PHA 2020-007.
City Manager's communication number 269 dated September 9th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2020-007 by number and title only.
Resolution PHA 2020-007 relating to Public Housing Authority authorizing the write-off of certain monthly uncollectible accounts and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
I motion to pass and adopt resolution PHA 2020-007.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Vice Mayor.
So we're writing off this debt, which I'm okay with. But we had that discussion earlier today about CARES Act. Is there a way we can pay ourselves back for some of this?
Mayor, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Cunningham, I don't believe so. Part of the challenge that we've had is it has to be COVID related, and it will be difficult to show that because it doesn't come, it's not a revenue loss to the city that would be eligible. Even though it's pandemic related, it's not about our revenues. And so it would have to be those individuals that are unable to pay to get grant monies or other monies with them to that pay us. So it's not as simple as just saying, let's transfer from CRF to the general fund. That's all, Mayor.
No, I get it. And where I was going with it is there may be some specific cases in which we might have been eligible for either partial reimbursement or keeping someone in their place, which probably would have been a better move. So I'm just kind of saying, hey, when we see these opportunities, let's think outside the box. That's all.
I agree. Any
Madam
further?
Mayor, I have a question also.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Can the mayor and council be reminded about HCD's efforts in dealing with potential write-offs? Liz on there?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, I'll turn that over to Liz. I believe Liz is on there. Hold on, let me make sure here. I don't see her. Roger, do you see her?
Liz was hanging out in the regular meeting as well.
She's not on this meeting.
There was a group of us that were over there.
Okay, Mayor, we'll have to get back to you on that answer. I believe you sent me that. I think it's because of the tenant vacants and as unpaid rent and excessive damage. So that's some of the issues I have to deal with. But I want to see if there's any way we could do something ahead of time, preliminary. But
Okay,
I can wait.
Mayor, what I'll do is I know that we responded to some of those questions. We'll make sure to put that together for Councilmember Fimbres, and we'll copy the rest of the council.
Mm-hmm. I believe the write-off that we have as of July 31st is $16,000. That's the report and number that I received. So any other questions or discussion?
Madam Mayor, since this is going to be a monthly event with write-offs, are we going to look at some action to make sure we can lower some of these numbers down?
There's Liz.
There's Liz, yep.
I apologize. I stayed on the other meeting.
I was just commenting, Liz, don't worry about it. Councilmember Fimbres wanted to discuss what the amount of the write-off for our housing authority is, and if there's an action plan to mitigate the loss in the future.
Oh, thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, and our Board of Commissioners. So the amounts that happen on a monthly basis are going to be difficult to mitigate. What we do is we often try to communicate about unpaid rent, but many of these amounts are related to damages. Other than doing evictions when we are able to do evictions in the future, that is the only way to try to mitigate unpaid rent if we shorten that amount. So being more active and proactive on the evictions for non-payment. But again, we are very proactive in trying to work with clients to understand why they're not paying their rent. But if you look at the amount, the largest amount was because of one tenant we ended up having to evict due to numerous issues related to criminal activity and some other things. And that tenant ended up leaving quite a bit of damage. So yes, we want to mitigate these write-offs, and I'm hoping as we move forward, we do see lower amounts every month that we might need to write off. So I hope that answers that question.
Good.
It does.
Thank you.
That's really appreciated. Without any further discussion, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Resolution PHA 2020-007 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 4.
Public Housing Authority Monthly Board Report on Programs and Financial Operations.
City Manager's Communication number 281 dated September 9th is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report?
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
The motion to approve the monthly board report passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 5.
Approval of Public Housing Authority minutes.
City Manager's communication number 268 dated September 9th is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of August 11th, 2020 meeting?
I make that motion.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kozachi.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. The motion to approve the minutes of August 11, 2020 meeting passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 6.
Adjournment.
The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The Mayor and Council will now convene our regular meeting. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Liz.
August 11, 2020 meeting passes by a vote of 6. Okay, that was doubled up. Meeting of the Board of Commissioners. I think we have 2 recordings going. I don't know what's going on, Mr. Clerk. Maybe that's why the feedback.
Your Honor, the one is being saved. The other one is actually recording currently, so.
Okay. Okay, that's better. Thank you so much. Council will now stand in session. Roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham.
Here.
Mr. Durham. Mrs. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Fimbres.
Here.
Mr. Kozachi.
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation will be given by Maria Talamante, Assistant to the City Clerk.
I pray for our mayor and council members today and ask that you grant them wisdom to govern with a sense of welfare and true needs of our people. Give them the ability to work together in harmony, even when there is honest disagreement. Deepen their love for the city of Tucson and their desire to serve it. I pray for the agenda set before them today. Please give them assurance of what would benefit those who live and work in our beloved city of Tucson. Amen.
Amen. Good prayer.
Amen. Item 2B.
Item 2D is appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's communication number 260 dated September 9th is received into and made part of the record. Is there any appointments to be made today?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the appointment of Kendra Davy to the Metropolitan Education Commission.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to appoint Kendra Davy to the Metropolitan Education Commission. I would like to thank you, Ms. Davy, for your willingness to serve the city of Tucson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council reports, summary of current events.
City Manager's communication number 261 dated September 9th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? And we will start with, we'll go from Ward 1 to Ward 6 and stay in order. Council Member Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to bring attention that the City of Tucson Small Business Visual Improvement Program with the City of Tucson is now accepting applications for our Visual Improvement Program, also known as our COIN VIP. It's a great for property owners or business tenants seeking to renovate or restore exterior facade, signage, and lighting for commercial buildings. So I want to make sure that our public is aware of that. The Arts and Culture COVID-19 Assistance Grant is to provide emergency assistance to arts workers and arts and culture organizations impacted by COVID-19. And they are now receiving applications, and they are to be completed online by October 8th. Again, wanted to make sure our community was aware of that. The other two acknowledgements that I wanted to make are, a little bit of a more, somber tone, but I wanted to take this time to acknowledge the life of Andre Newman, a resident from Barrio Hollywood, who you would know from Arizona Heritage Tours and his Living History lectures, and his Purple Tree Organic Food Truck. His contributions to the community have been vast and far-reaching, and we honor his life, and he will be missed immensely. I also want to honor the life of Gloria Manzanedo, who passed in July. Both Gloria and her late husband, Frank, were longtime residents of Silvercroft neighborhood. They both worked tirelessly to improve conditions in their neighborhood, both serving as presidents of the association and applying for grants with the city. We want to acknowledge the work that they did and just share our thanks to them and give our condolences to the community that mourns them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. I share my condolences to the Manzanedo family and Andres family. Councilmember Lee?
I actually have nothing this week, ma'am.
My goodness. Councilmember, who am I jumping? Vice Mayor Cunningham. How are you? Do you have any summary of current events, Vice Mayor?
Just one real quick thing, and that is that we've now opened quite a few restaurants and bars since our past the governor's previous closings have expired. We've also reopened the University of Arizona. We've also seen cases in Pima County per 100,000 go down, but that doesn't mean we're out of the woods. The Udall site is still open. The Keno site is still open. They can take people that will be open through. It looks like they'll be open. Both sites will be open through October. If you feel you're at risk of being exposed, if you have the sniffles, if you have a suspicion, feel free to sign up online through the website. The turnaround is less than 48 hours. It's important that Tucsonans are aware on whether or not they're carrying COVID.
Thank you for that, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With the school semester starting, I and my office helped to distribute 350 backpacks with school supplies to school children in need of, and 2 weeks before, I and my office assisted in helping Arizona Bilingüe and Tucson Electric Power distribute 3,000 backpacks. I want to thank everyone who helped with these efforts to assist schools, children in need to succeed academically. This shows when there is a need for our community comes together to help, because education is the key to success. Thanks to Alma Gallardo and Arizona Bilingüe Magazine and Pima County Sheriff Mark Napier, I was able to obtain the backpacks. Cox Communications, Ward 5, Tucson Police Sergeant Will Corrales, Tucson Electric Power, Tucson Water, Arizona Bilingüe, and the Ward 5 Council Office, and the Cowboys 520 boys are provided the school supplies and materials. The backpacks were delivered to the following schools: Van Buskirk Elementary, Pueblo Garden School, Hollinger, Drachman Elementary, Summit View, Ocotillo, Drexel, Liberty, Los Amigos, St. John's Church, School, Santa Cruz, St. Ambrose, and Youth Works. The Tucson Police Department Sergeant Will Corrales helped coordinate the delivery of the backpacks to the schools, for which I am grateful and appreciate for his work. Tucson Police Department's help. On Saturday, September 5th, I and Councilwoman Nikki Lee had the privilege of attending the ribbon cutting of MJ Nails, the first African-American female-owned nail academy in Ward 5 in Tucson and in Arizona. I want to congratulate Miranda Richardson, the owner of her work, for her work and commitment to teach others who want to know this art. I presented Ms. Richardson a Ward 5 certificate of appreciation, and Nikki presented her with the Medallion of Hope. On Monday, September 8th, the dedication of the Kentucky Fried Chicken at the Bridges took place. Thanks to Eric Davis and the work of the Pueblo Gardens, South Park, Los Vistas, and Western Hills 2 neighborhood, the 9-year work in progress in the Bridges continues, with this latest dedication. The Kentucky Fried Chicken location will employ 45 employees from the area. I want to thank Dave Werman and Tawai Ahmed, the owners of the Kentucky Fried, and the renaissance of the Ward 5 continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Figueres. Councilmember Casache.
Nope, we're good, thanks.
On to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 265, dated September 9th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, thanks for the opportunity. Just wanted to point out, I did send a note to the council regarding a request from the City of South Tucson and from HUD for our housing department to assist them. And just keep in mind that it's a tremendous turnaround. Really credit Liz Morales with that. They have asked us to provide some assistance, high level, along their Section 8. But if you remember, just not long ago, HUD had actually asked us to help work plan, et cetera. So just wanted to let you know that it is a testament to Liz's leadership and really getting housing back on the right track.
Mike, didn't your staff also receive a national recognition for procurement recently that was highlighted a couple days ago?
Mayor, Councilmember Figueres, thank you. Yes, we actually did. This is, and I'm going on a limb here, I think it's the 4th or 5th year, if not more, that our procurement area has received national recognition. Thank you, Councilmember Figueres. I should have mentioned that. I appreciate that, but very proud of the staff. They do a great job keeping us on the straight and narrow, and they're nationally recognized. So thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, Mr. Ortega, on that recognition for our procurement department, and keep us abreast and informed of the City of South Tucson request and the request from HUD to help with that area of need. Do you know if it's going to be like the day-to-day operations of their housing and HUD issues?
Mayor, we've actually gotten a couple of different thoughts there. We're going to work closely with HUD because one of the pieces that I suggested is I have no problem with us helping and lending a hand. We will bring an IGA for your consideration probably at the next meeting. But one of the big concerns I had was I did not want to distract from the great progress that our housing folks are making on the work plan. And so HUD was in agreement, and so they suggested we not delve into the day-to-day operations too much, although there will be some of that initially. So we're still working that scope out with the City of South Tucson and with HUD.
All righty. Keep us abreast and let us know how we can help as well.
Exactly. Let us know, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. Item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication number 263, dated September 9th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda, under item 5B, we have 5 requests for new license. We have 5 requests for person transfer and 1 request for location owner transfer. Staff has indicated that all the applicants are in compliance with city requirements. An appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B 1 through 11 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meetings Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by the speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. I do have a list of people that asked to speak at call to the audience. Again, I want to remind everyone that you have 3 minutes to speak. And for consideration of everyone else that wants to speak, because we do have a long list, I do ask everyone to be respectful of that 3 minutes, and I will ask the city clerk to terminate the speaker at 3 minutes. So with that, I'd like to start with Lee Marsh.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we do. Go ahead.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Lee Marsh. I live in Ward 6. I'm speaking for myself tonight, and I'm here to talk about the proposed expansion of the Central Business District. Thank you for having me. For the last 40 years, we've been told that trickle-down economics works. The people that already have wealth to do things that most of us can't even imagine, just give them more. Give them every advantage to succeed, and we'll all reap the benefits with jobs and prosperity, more than we could ever hope for without the gracious gift of their gold. Well, I don't see it. With the greatest wealth disparity any of us have witnessed in recent memory, what I see is the rich getting richer and the money flowing in one direction, and it's up. With these GPLIT incentives, I see the public subsidizing private developers' investment goals, while they build luxury flats and condos most people in Tucson can't afford. I see a very small and nuanced piece of this broken system that's been set up to rig the game in favor of the anointed few at everyone else's expense. It's been said that GPLIT incentives cannot be granted without providing greater value back to the city, but we are simply not seeing it. We've asked for the reports that justify the returns on these investments to our community, and they're simply not there. They're not at the assessor's office. They're not at the treasurer's office. So far as we can tell, there's no committee at the local or state level that cares enough to look more than once at the GPLIT leases. And even if you wish to wave your hand and simply decree that it was these incentives that fanned fresh life into the husk of what once was downtown, that job is done. Mission accomplished. You need both eyes closed to look at downtown and call it a slum. The barrios have cried out and told you they have no desire to be deemed a blight on the city. Who among us would wish for their home to be so disparaged? So what justification is left to sustain the Central Business District and the lavish GPLETs it confers to developers? The slanted hope that if we undermine the free market and gentrify our town long enough, we too can get crony capitalism to work in our favor? Now, I try to believe in people, and I do believe every advocate for the GPLET program wants good things for Tucson, just as I would like to see the city grow and prosper. But we've all been trained to believe we owe the wealthy our fealty. So it's only a matter of how we reach a stronger, wealthier community on which we disagree. And I know it's a risk to snatch this juicy carrot from the mouths of developers, the fat ones and the emaciated alike. Changing the system is scary. But with your vote tonight, what we have is a chance to be brave and make a small but meaningful change to that fundamentally broken system, not in some faraway office in Phoenix or Washington, but right here in Tucson. Until we can stand to measure the value of our community in more than dollars and cents, we're going to keep perpetuating the same inequities that have been playing out since the reign of Reagan. So please, show us all how to be brave, end the Central Business District, and help us. Help us to grow real wealth from the bottom up. That's all I have to say, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. We also have Erica Prather. I don't know if she's here, Mr. Clerk.
Not on, Your Honor.
Okay. Chris Allen. Is Chris on, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Chris Allen.
You need to hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi there, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, My name is Chris Allen, and I work with the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition, and I am commenting on Agenda Item 15, or the resolution City of Tucson's Climate Emergency Declaration. I am in support of the declaration, and I'm also in full support of the goal of carbon neutrality by 2030. I am commenting on Agenda Item 15. While accomplishing this carbon neutrality goal, you must also work to dismantle the systems of injustice, oppression, and discrimination that allowed the climate crisis to happen in the first.
Did he drop? Did Chris drop, Roger?
I think he got muted, Your Honor. Chris, there he goes.
Go ahead, Chris. We lost you for a bit, but you can finish your thought.
Okay, sorry. Well, and as you're working to dismantle the systems of injustice, you must work towards a just transition for frontline communities. And while planning and taking action to limit warming and emissions, you must listen to the voices of those who are disproportionately facing the effects of the climate crisis here in Tucson. These voices include communities of color who are disproportionately subjected to pollution and who are also disproportionately subjected to negative health effects associated with such pollution. If Tucson and other cities around the world fail to take meaningful action to avert the climate crisis, the world will reach a 1.5 degrees Celsius rise above pre-industrial levels within the next 8 years, meaning that while I am still in graduate school, the climate crisis will already be causing so great a disaster that it will begin to tear the fabric apart that human society is based upon. And temperature rise will not stop at 1.5 degrees Celsius. The climate crisis has already displaced many people around the world, a displacement that has contributed to things such as the Syrian civil war, the Arab Spring, and even Brexit. And if we fail to stop the climate crisis, catastrophe will hit the world. New Orleans, Miami, Houston, Atlantic City, Charleston, and many more will be underwater. Rising sea levels, unlivable heat, and other disasters will displace hundreds of millions of people, if not billions of people worldwide. In Tucson, the science tells us that in the summer, during heat waves, daily high temperatures will rise above 120 degrees Fahrenheit. At these temperatures, roads will boil over, while our power grid will begin to shut down due to the strains of AC overuse. People will be stuck in their homes with no AC in 120-degree heat. Like places around the globe, Tucson will also face catastrophe. We do not have a choice. We cannot sit idly by while humanity marches towards its own extinction. We cannot do nothing as the futures of my generations and all the generations to come are in deeper and deeper peril every day. We must act. I cannot possibly understate the urgency of the situation we are in. Please, all I ask for is my future and the future of the human species as a whole. The City of Tucson must pass a climate emergency declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Really appreciate it. Angie Quiroz.
She's on, Your Honor.
She is on?
Yes.
And you might want to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Now we can. Go ahead, Angie.
Buenas tardes, I'm Angie Quiroz. I was born in the barrio, raised in the barrio, and have lived most of my life in the barrio. The recent city project that came with very short notice to the barrios and with limited opportunity to provide input and feedback, that defined our barrios as blight and slum, that came with harassment to small businesses, that would allow for the city to easily claim eminent domain of our homes and businesses, paying pennies for our homes. No, I'm not talking about the Central Business District extension. I'm talking about the disastrous project of the 1960s and 70s urban renewal. And yes, I did say recent, because to those of us that experienced urban renewal, it was yesterday. We're still living through that injustice of the city taking our homes from over 300 families, destroying over 1,000 of our barrios buildings. And here we are again. Take a look at the similarities between urban renewal and the Central Business District extension process. Scheduled 3 weeks before the mayor and council meeting tonight, the extension of the CBD allowed for limited opportunity to provide input and feedback. It declared our barrios blight and slum, making it easier for developers to pay on the cheap and remove existing barrio residents. And there was very little time to inform everyone who would be affected. Right now, families still don't know their barrios are in jeopardy. Just start talking about development and it triggers gentrification. I've said before, anyone is welcome in the barrio, but respect our way of life, respect our culture, respect our deep-seated traditions and roots. Some still practice our holy tradition of vigils to our Virgen de Guadalupe. That means singing and praying past midnight. So don't call the police on your neighbor. The red tag law doesn't take into account vigils. Don't call code enforcement on your elderly neighbor's weedy yard. Go help them. This is what happens when people move in who don't understand and don't want to understand the culture of the barrio where they are moving. I'm going to share with you a few words from our priest, Father Stephen Watson, Santa Cruz Roman Catholic Church. I quote, "It is important to understand how gentrification affects the neighborhoods of our parish. Rents and property values generally increase, and there are changes to a neighborhood's character and culture. Unfortunately, the benefits of these changes are often enjoyed disproportionately by the new arrivals, while the established residents find themselves economically and socially at a disadvantage. For instance, the increase in property tax can be a great burden to a long-time resident." End quote. In the barrio, we understand each other and we help each other. Development and gentrification, values, aesthetics. Our barrios value its people. Whether it's a CBD, opportunity zones, or G-plets, they're all the same. Here's a similarity, is when family told me development means death to our way of life. Thank you.
Angie, thank you so much. I appreciate your voice. Our next speaker is Carolyn Campbell.
She's on.
Hello, everyone. This is.
Go ahead, Carolyn.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. This is Carolyn Campbell, and I'm representing the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection. We're an alliance of 35 conservation and community organizations here in Tucson, whose mission is to protect the biodiversity of the Sonoran Desert through science-based advocacy, education, and collaboration. And tonight I'm here to support item 15 on tonight's agenda, the City of Tucson's Climate Emergency Declaration. I will try to be quick because I know you're kind of running behind. And I do want first to thank the mayor and council member Durham, as well as the entire city council, of course, for their leadership on this issue. Now, the title of the resolution expresses the reality well. Climate change is no longer an academic exercise. It's no longer a future or an important or even an urgent issue. It is an emergency. The Sonoran Desert is ground zero for climate change. Both the city of Tucson and Pima County have taken many steps towards sustainability in the last few years, being leaders in the region and even the country on some of those steps. Water conservation and the Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan being just two of those initiatives. But we need to do more. We need to do everything we can. Unfortunately, I believe that globally we are too late to reverse the impacts of climate change. But that does not mean that if we do everything personally and as communities to do all that we can't mitigate the effects to a level that can save our planet from doom. I do want to add that climate change has disproportionately affected marginalized communities, and if no more than that reason alone, we have a moral obligation to implement bold and immediate actions. But this declaration does that. So again, we support this resolution. Please adopt it tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carolyn. Appreciate your voice and appreciate all the work you do.
Thank you.
Amelia Marsh. Amelia Marsh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. Hello, I'm Amelia. I was born and raised in Tucson. I'm commenting on agenda item 15. I'm speaking as a member of Sunrise Tucson, the local hub of the Sunrise Movement. I'll start by saying that in January, no one expected that we would be here holding this meeting on Zoom. As the mayor and council know all too well, the COVID-19 pandemic has changed all of our lives forever. People of color, essential workers, and those living in poverty have been hit hardest by this crisis. Both the COVID crisis and the climate crisis have caused many of us to take a hard look at our government, myself included. I believe that our government's fundamental responsibility is to protect its citizens, that those we elect to represent us will work their absolute hardest to create a society where each and every person has food to eat, a bed to sleep in, is treated with respect by our legal system, and has a healthy environment to live in. We are at a crossroads. Nobody wanted the COVID-19 pandemic to happen, just like no one wants global warming to continue ravaging our communities. However, we can use these crises as an opportunity to learn and to build a better future for all of us. Today, I urge the Tucson City Council to pass the proposed climate emergency declaration. We have seen firsthand this year how important it is to listen to science to drive policy, and the science is clear. I urge the council not only to pass this declaration, but to commit to the hard work ahead of making its goals come to pass and leading the development of a climate action plan that looks beyond electrifying vehicles and planting trees, although those are very important, but to revamping city development regulations to prioritize sustainable local business development, to investing in money and community safety beyond policing our most vulnerable, to learn from the Tohono O'odham and Pasco Yaqui tribes in terms of land stewardship. And I urge you as leaders to create a plan that moves beyond 100% city operations being carbon neutral by 2030 to a plan that includes 100% carbon neutrality for the city of Tucson by 2030. So thank you, if this passes, for naming this as an emergency. We have 10 years or less to take this opportunity to build a better future for ourselves and for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Janelle Briggs. Janelle Briggs. Mr. Clerk, do we have Janelle?
She's on, Your Honor.
Alrighty, Janelle, you might have to press *6 to unmute yourself. Any luck?
No, Your Honor, she's muted herself.
Okay.
Wait, she unmuted? She unmuted, Your Honor.
All right, Janelle, we can hear you. If you want to start, you have 3 minutes. Alrighty, let's move on to the next speaker and then try Janelle again later. So Ravi Patel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes,
Oh,
we
thank
can
you.
hear you, Ravi.
Hi, my name is Ravi. I wanted to comment about item number 14, the economic initiatives. Hi, my name is Ravi Patel, and I'm an applicant for the GPLET for my family-owned hotel. I wanted to show my support for the renewal and expansion of the Central Business District and the GPLET because as a small local business, I've appreciated the opportunity to apply for an incentive that otherwise would have not motivated me to invest my family's life savings of 25 years of life savings to improve business in an area that has historically been neglected. Honestly, it's much easier, less capital expense for my family to keep the hotel as existing with minor improvements and run it as a budget hotel. It would mean we would have to use less money from our pocket and we'd make more money immediately. But here's the con side of dealing with a budget hotel. It has headaches. We have more quantity of guests who damage and cause larger issues for our property. Just to name a few, we find needles in the parking lot, drugs in the rooms, assaults in the parking lot just last week. It also burdens our public services. Just ask TVD how many times they've had to come to our property. It's nearly every week, if not multiple times a week. We are constantly dealing with this, but because of the GPLET, we have the opportunity to dedicate more resources to improving the amenities and creating a unique experience for guests, which is due to the improvement at our property and community. Additionally, we'd be generating much more in sales tax over a longer period of time that would benefit the city as a result of helping the business up front. I understand, even as a taxpayer, I even get quirked about giving away any incentives to big businesses, but there has to be a distinction between small business and big business. I support the GPLET, but maybe we need to reconsider who can apply or the size of the incentive in relation to the particular size of business. The GPLET is also not easy by any means. One condition, for example, is the business has to increase the value of the property by 100%. How I see it, I'd have to spend double of what my business currently values, and that is not ideal for every small business owner. So until we have something better that helps small businesses in particular, this is the only tool we have. The real question becomes, do we want to improve underdeveloped areas and do what we do, and do we want to do it with supporting small businesses, big businesses, or decide not to help any business? I think the priority here is to help underdeveloped areas by incentivizing small businesses to invest even in these hard times if they're able to do so by allowing the GPLET to continue with considering future improvements to the GPLET that would benefit especially small businesses. There's no big developer here. My day-to-day involved removing a toilet in a hotel room and mopping up the sewage coming out after running a plumbing snake myself through the sewer, all to save money instead of calling a plumber. And so just to make a point, this will tremendously help us and our family business. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. Erica Prather? Erica Prather?
She's on, Your Honor.
Hi there, this is Erica. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Erica Prather, and I am on Congresswoman Ann Kirkpatrick's Climate Advisory Council. I am speaking on agenda item number 15, the declaration of a climate emergency. And I work in coalition with a lot of different environmental groups in the Tucson area and encourage Tucson Audubon to send in their endorsement of the climate emergency, which I was excited to see they did. And I'd just like to recognize the importance of this moment, the fact we're all separated from one another due to a pandemic that is human caused. And while COVID-19 originated in a wet market in China, scientists are warning us that more pandemics will occur, wrecking our economy and debilitating the health of our friends and families if we do not address extinction and climate change. Climate change and extinction interact with one another in positive feedback cycles. They're both also deeply rooted in the same concept that some forms of life are more worthy than others, the same systems that oppress our Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities. These are the same systems that have landed us here and talking to one another on our computers on the heels of the two hottest months on record in Tucson. It's important to just note generally that extinction, racism, and climate change are connected, and that scientists again, are warning us that more pandemics, more forest fires, and more intense heat will continue if we do not work together to address these issues. We know that frontline communities will continue to bear the burden of climate and extinction first. I applaud Mayor Romero and Paul Durham for listening to our community and courageously proposing a climate emergency declaration. I echo a lot of Amelia's comments about, encouraging general carbon neutrality for the whole city by 2030. This is a really exciting opportunity to work together as a community and build solidarity to meet the demands of this moment. We all know it is not enough to simply bear witness to forests burning, this virus in our veins, and drought conditions. What differentiates us from our interspecies relatives is our ability to imagine a different outcome and work toward it. So I look forward to doing so with the Tucson community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Daniel Casanova.
Not on, Your Honor.
Neha Gupta.
Hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
So, hello and thank you. My name is Neha Gupta, and I am a Tucson Ward 1 resident, a scientist working in hydrology and water resources, a member of a study planning for water resource adaptation under shifting climatic conditions, an adaptation professional working with the University Climate Change Coalition, and a member of the Tucson Climate Coalition, a group comprised of a broad network of organizations and local residents. I wanted to comment to express my support for Agenda Item 15, the proposed resolution for the City of Tucson Climate Emergency Declaration that is being considered this evening. This resolution acknowledges that addressing climate impacts is a steep challenge, and it rises to the occasion by creating a strong foundation via the Climate Emergency Declaration and 2030 carbon neutrality goal. As a member of the scientific community, I want to emphasize that the science is clear behind climate change and is unfortunately reinforced with each record-shattering heat wave, wildfire, or hurricane that we experience each year. This year has been no exception to that trend. The National Climate Assessment and the Southwest Climate Assessment have detailed these impacts in incredible detail and represent a broad consensus of the scientific community. In Tucson, we are on the front lines of climate impacts, and we need to act now so that we can trust in a future. In Tucson, we are already experiencing the impacts of rising temperatures and record-breaking heat, and it is concerning to think about how this will unfold through the next decade if left unchecked. Already, climate impacts are causing people to rethink economic decisions, such as a 30-year mortgage. Additionally, climate extremes can spell trouble for our local ecology and long-term agricultural resilience. There is broad support for the city's adoption of this resolution, from broad citizen-based coalitions to the broad environmental and climate expertise at the University of Arizona that we have to draw upon to inform and support the implementation of adaptation efforts. Adoption of this resolution would be a clear demonstration of leadership on climate action on behalf of the City of Tucson. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to act, and we cannot afford to keep on passing the buck through time. Thank you for your leadership on this issue, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much for your voice. I wanted to come back and see if Janelle Briggs was on, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Your Honor.
She is on?
She just muted herself, Your Honor. Janelle, you need to hit *6 to unmute yourself, plus unmute your phone with your mute button on your phone as well. There you go.
Right, Janelle? Janelle? Nothing? Alrighty, let's go to another speaker, Joe Aldino.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, as always, Honorable Mayor and Council. I wanted to echo the comments of Lee Marsh and Angie Quiroz and call for the termination of the Central Business District. You know, I think the Barrio Neighborhood Coalition has made most of the salient points against that. We've been out at the ward offices in downtown, the Pima Area Labor Federation, and other concerned groups all week, and we've made those points hopefully to everybody on the city council. And I just wanted to add one thing, just a point of logic. We've been doing the CBD and the GPLETs for years now, for about 8 years, right? And either they work to end the slum and blight or they don't. If downtown and 4th Avenue and all these areas were slums and blighted, and we've been doing this for 8 years, you'd think you'd be able to take some of them out of the CBD if this was really working. But reauthorizing the CBD and expanding that certainly looks like that's not the case. And if that's not the case, if this isn't working, then maybe we need to go back to the Office of Economic Incentives, still terminate the CBD, and look at other methods. Maybe we just need to try something different. That's all I have to say. I hope we terminate the Central Business District. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Joe. We have Catalina Ross. Catalina Ross.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Josh Rudock.
Yes, Your Honor.
Actually, it's Josh Rudick. You might have to unmute yourself, pressing *6. Any luck, Mr. Clerk?
Still muted, Your Honor.
Josh, press *6.
Still muted, Your Honor.
Okay, we're going to move on to Reverend Dr. Kenneth Alva Brown. Reverend Dr. Kenneth Alva Brown.
Not on, Your Honor.
Okay, Jane Conlon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Jane Conlon.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and thanks especially to Mayor Romero and Councilmember Durham for introducing this climate emergency declaration. My name is Jane Conlon, and I'm a co-leader of the Tucson chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby, known as CCL. We're a nonpartisan group of volunteers across the U.S. and Canada. The purpose of CCL is to work for a livable planet, and that's why I'm here, to ask you to vote for the declaration of a climate emergency. In Tucson, hundreds of people support CCL and express frustration with the inability of governments to act to reduce carbon emissions. Polling shows that in Pima County, more than 70% of adults are worried about climate change, and nearly 90% want to see governments fund renewable energy. About 3/4 of county residents think that energy-efficient vehicles and solar panels should be supported by government. The bottom line is that people in the Tucson region know that climate change is harmful and they want action. There is no case to be made for not acting to curb carbon emissions. Instead, this declaration is an important and desirable step for Tucson. The impact of your leadership will be felt in the future throughout the region because it will create opportunities for new jobs in clean technology. It will protect tourism. It will ensure the future of the construction and real estate industries and protect agriculture and all the people who work outdoors. We need to act now to reduce droughts, wildfires, and increasingly unlivable temperatures. This declaration of a climate emergency with its goal of reducing carbon emissions recognizes the city's impact and responsibility for lives that are saved or lost, the quality and quantity of our water and wildlife, and the environment that needs protection. Declaring a climate emergency is a fundamental step to providing a legal foundation for making policy and budget plans. On behalf of all the groups that CCL works with in the Tucson Climate Coalition, the Tucson chapter of CCL strongly urges the Tucson City Council to adopt this declaration. It's an important first step in providing a safe and prosperous future for the people of Tucson and for Arizona and for all the planet. Thank you very much for listening to me tonight.
Thank you so much, Jane. Raul Ramirez. Mr. Clerk, is Raul Ramirez on?
Yes, Your Honor.
Raul? I think you have to press *6 to unmute yourself. Any luck, Mr. Clerk?
He's not muted. He just muted himself again, Your Honor. You need to hit *6 on your phone and then your phone mute button as well.
This is Raul Ramirez. I'm a resident of Ward 1, and I want to address the Mayor and Council on the Central Business District and the G-Plex. And actually, I had already addressed it one time many years ago, about 8 years ago, when the Central Business District was first being initiated. And at that time, I felt it was the trifecta for developers because it included was looking at the infill incentive along with Rio Nuevo and the redevelopment of the central business. I thought, wow, this really favors them. And I think I was right. To me, the Central Business District is really an area that's been gerrymandered. If you look at the map, I mean, you can pretty much see how odd it is. And the other incentive program that's included is really G-Plex. And so they're kind of married. They both go together. And so over time, what's going on is that it's hurt the barrios in the neighborhoods by low-income neighborhoods by increasing gentrification and displacement. So the city uses the definition of blighted, which is the state definition. And with that definition is how they include the other areas of the downtown area, because if you really think about it, I never thought of downtown, even back in 2012, as blighted. I always thought maybe it was tired and old, but not blighted. And so by doing that, then they qualify, the city makes those areas qualify, and then what developers do is that they cherry pick locations. So if you look at the G-Plexes that have been given in the Central Business District, most of them are in the downtown area. And I understand there's been 25 of them, and none of them have addressed affordable housing. And really that's, to me, when you think about a blighted area and also the need in terms of housing, that's really what the need is. But there's never been anything that I've seen that relates to that. In actuality, the jobs that are created are primarily minimum wage jobs, and so that really doesn't help our neighborhoods. The other thing is that they all go through this process with the applied economics, and if you look at their evaluations, it's really one-sided.
30 seconds.
It's trying to show that somehow that will pencil out. But in actuality, they're making several assumptions, and those assumptions really have never been assessed. And so the city or the state has never assessed those assumptions. And so I think that does a disservice to our communities, especially low-income areas and minority areas, people of color. And so I do not support it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Raul. Neil Dunitz, I think I'm mispronouncing the name, Neil Dunitz.
He's on, Your Honor.
Hello.
Neil? Hi, go ahead.
Yes. Neil Dunitz, member of Extinction Rebellion Tucson, speaking for myself. Mayor and City Council, face the climate emergency like their lives literally depend on it. If the actions laid out in this emergency declaration were to be successfully implemented by every city and jurisdiction in the world ahead of schedule by 2025, it is likely still would not avert climate catastrophe. Tipping points are already being reached, points beyond which whatever we do or don't do will not rewind what we have already now set in motion. For example, the warming we have already caused is melting Arctic tundra and Arctic Ocean sediments, spewing greater and greater amounts of methane into the atmosphere, pushing further uncontrollable warming. We are forcing nature to find a radically new climate equilibrium. one which we and much other life will not survive to be part of. We were warned, but business needed to go on, generating profits and concentrating wealth. Decades of warning, squandered. Decades of intentional deceit by fossil fuel interests and the likes of TEP, unchecked and unpunished. In the face of all this wise council chose to further terrorize working class neighborhoods by renewing support for the Tucson police, who just the other week executed 2 more of our people. There can be no just, equitable transition without abolishing these modern-day jacked-up slave patrols and the massive prison slave labor system they feed into. Similarly, just transition is a lie if the council approves renewal and expansion of the central business district, pushing yet more Tucsonans out of their barrio homes. Yes, this climate emergency, engage it like your lives depend on it. Or we people can tend to our own affairs in these final years better without you. We must be done with business as usual. We must undo this exploitive, extractive, white supremacist, death-inflicting system that is responsible for the unfolding climate catastrophe. Let us love this life, however much or little we have left of it.
Thank you, Neil. Mark Brement.
He's on, Your Honor.
Mark Brement.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, we can hear you, Mark. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Tucson City Council members, for taking up this very important measure. My name is Mark Brement. I affiliate with Extinction Rebellion and other climate organizations in Tucson. I graduated from the University of Arizona in 1981. I have an incoming freshman this year and another one next year. I have a well thought out paragraph, but I'm not going to read it. I'm going to just say that following Neil, that we are in a big emergency and it's right under our nose. Just look at today's headlines. You know, if something breaks, it might be urgent to fix, but the kitchen is on fire. We must act and act with urgency. And we must stop allowing companies like Tucson Electric Power to act as barriers to action, which holds us back from doing what we need to do. They're spending a lot of money. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. And that was our last speaker. We went over the 30 minutes, so I let as many speakers as listed to speak. Now we move on to, thank you everyone for making time to come to call to the audience. Now we move on to item 7, Mr. Clerk.
Consent agenda items A through Q.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is a labor agreement with the Tucson Firefighters Association. Item C is a pre-annexation and development agreement with Zifeng Zheng, owner of parcel 105-08-002H and 002J for water service. Item D is a mutual aid agreement with Pima County Community College District for law enforcement emergency assistance. Item E is a grant agreement with Arizona Attorney General's Office for the Victims' Rights Program. Item F is Parks and Recreation Development and Use Agreement with Sunnyside Unified School District for park improvements at CSM Martin R. Gunny Barreras Memorial Park. Item G is a final plat S20020, the Bakery Row House Condominiums Units 1 through 4, Common Element A. Item H is a final plat S19044 Sunland, Cordova lots 1 and 2. Item I is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for transportation funding for the Houghton Road Corridor project. Item J is transportation approving the pilot program extension for shared mobility devices. Item K is Tucson Code amending Chapter 10 Civil Service Human Resources, adding a new section 10-41 to include a premium pay allowance. This item will be considered separately. Item L is fee waiver reduction for rezoning of legal non-conforming uses to support adaptive reuse in Tucson. This item will be considered separately. Item M is Tucson Code amending Chapter 27, updating the Tucson Water Department Drought Preparedness and Response Plan. This item will also be considered separately. Item N is an intergovernmental agreement with Tucson Unified School District for joint use of certain elementary schools as neighborhood parks. Item O is an intergovernmental agreement with Tucson Unified School District for capital improvement at Wright Elementary School. Item P is an intergovernmental agreement with Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System Administration for federal matching funds for graduate medical education programs at Tucson Medical Center. Item Q is an intergovernmental amendment with Pima County and Regional Fire District for hazardous material hazmat emergency response. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items on the report?
So moved. I had a question on item F.
There is a motion. Can I get a
Let me second the motion first. We can go to discussion.
Okay. May I get a second for the motion, Vice Mayor? Okay. So there's a motion and a second, and Mr. Fimbres?
Yeah, just on item F, which is the Gunny Barreras Park. We had talked with the city manager and Parks and Recs Director Brent Dennis when he was around about the parts of the park amenities, the equipment for the ROTC program that they have. Will that be in this agreement? Because I didn't see it in there. Mike Ortega.
Mayor, I will confirm that. Tim, I know you're on. Are you familiar with that exactly? Can you answer that?
We are looking at applying a grant that is with the National Fitness Campaign that's coming on a future item to provide the exercise equipment at Gunny Barreras Park.
Okay, so it will happen.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that's correct.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Councilmember Fimbres. So there is a motion and a second on the items on consent agenda. Any further discussion, Vice Mayor?
Yes, Your Honor. There's two different ones. Gunny Barreras Park is one of them. The other one is the TOSD Parks item. It's really important to understand that by approving this allows us in the future to include some of those sites in our capital improvement plans. I just want to make that clear because long term, we may be in a situation where we want to collaborate with TOSD to improve things like basketball courts, playgrounds, shaded areas, things of that nature.
I agree. Thank you. Any further discussion? These are the consent agenda items that were not pulled to be considered separately. So if there's no further discussion,
call for the question.
We go to roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Your Honor. Just for complete clarification, this would be to approve consent items A through Q with the exceptions of Q, L, and K, L, and M. Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Motion, the items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 6-0. On to the separate items, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Your Honor. The first item, Your Honor, the first item is Tucson Code amending Chapter 10, Civil Service Human Resources, adding a new section 10-41 to include a premium pay allowance.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I requested to pull this item on the consent agenda because I know that the city does not currently have a premium or disaster pay policy. And staff is recommending here to adopt a policy to recognize and provide additional compensations for employees in future disaster or pandemic time. What it doesn't allow for, and I don't know, maybe it does, and I want to ask this question, does the proposed premium pay allow for current local disaster emergencies?
Mayor, it does not. So the plan, and this is really a two-part discussion, and just to reiterate some of the requests that I've gotten from the council members is to address the current pandemic. Still looking for ways to do that. We've got some ideas. Right now is not, I can't make that recommendation. This that's before you is specific to future disasters. If you remember when we first got into this, we had let you know that we were not eligible for FEMA reimbursement because we did not have this type of a policy in place. So this makes sure that for the future, at least, we've got it covered. We are still exploring the opportunities for doing something for the essential workers, and I'll bring back a recommendation in the not too distant future once I have a better beat on that.
So, Mr. Manager, we have been discussing, I think there's been a few of my colleagues on the council and I at this table that we've been asking, I believe since the pandemic first started, to explore the concept of paying frontline workers that had to show up. I know that I've also asked about Pima County used the extent of time where there was a stay-at-home order, which was about a month and a half, where they paid their frontline workers for that month and a half, where people like you and I could work from home, but there are people, the bus drivers, the police and fire crews, the trash pickup, the water meter readers, and the people that are making sure that we receive our water at home. Those are the ones that had to show up to work to provide the services to keep our city running. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to explore this further. And I know that we need to start making decisions on these big rocks, these big issues. So I'd like to make sure that we talk about this during the September 22nd agenda, study session agenda, and explore the possibility of paying these frontline workers a hazard pay. So what I want to know is if we approve this this item, will it preclude the mayor and council from making any decisions on the 22nd if we so choose to pay hazard pay to our frontline workers?
Mayor, it would not preclude that conversation. These are totally separate items. They're related in that they're both called premium pay, but this is for disasters as they go forward or as they occur in the future. So there is nothing that would preclude you from having conversation, and we can be prepared for the 22nd to bring a matter back. We'll call it for the existing pandemic. And one point, I know you mentioned the county. I think the county's restrictions with regard to their definitions are a little tighter than ours are or were, because they would not apply to some of those areas that you just outlined. That's why we've shied away from that. I do like the idea, though, of the time frame, because I think that could work. That gives us a finite time to shoot for. And so we can come back on the 22nd with some thoughts and some recommendations, Mayor.
Yeah, I think that we could create our own eligibility criteria, but that month and a half when there was a stay at home, we were staying at home and frontline workers were showing up to keep the city running. That's what I'd like to consider. So, Vice Mayor Cunningham?
Yes, Your Honor. I wanted to echo your comments, especially that specific time when the governor had issued the stay-at-home order, in that time frame specifically, and also limit it to field workers. That's folks who went into the field, left their homes, and work in the field. The main people I really want to see if we can kick a little money to is our 911 people. They worked really hard during that time. They risked an outbreak in the recycled air, and they're basically the heroes of the whole thing right now. So I wanted to acknowledge them out loud. I mean, obviously everybody who did field work at that time is a hero, but I want to take our 911 dispatchers. That communications group really got hit hard. That was a tough group, and so if we can find a way to kick a little money and kick a little appreciation their way, I think that'd be great.
Well, it would be appropriate, and I'd like to just give direction that we bring this conversation back to the September 22nd study session so that we can see it in the context of our strategic cares fund and see what you could bring us to the table so that mayor and council can consider this option of paying frontline workers that had to show up during the stay-at-home order.
We will be ready, Mayor.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to consider a motion to pass and adopt item K from the consent agenda.
So move.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call.
Nick Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Do we have to go to roll call on the consent agenda items, Mr. Clerk? I didn't know if we should.
Your Honor, with these being considered separately, you can do it by voice vote.
We can do it by voice vote. Okay, good. The following one, Mr. Clerk?
The next item is item L, fee waiver reduction for rezoning of legal non-conforming uses to support adaptive reuse in Tucson.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that we had a discussion about this at the table. And I do see Mr. Rankin on wait over in the waiting area. And then if there's any additional commentary or information that needs to be shared by Mr. Scott Clark from the Planning and Development Services, I'd like to make sure that we have complete information.
So, Mayor, members of the council, this item came forward as a result of an existing legal development in Ward 6. It's a medical plaza in the center of town, and it's a legal non-conforming use because the zoning had changed over time, but the existing uses were grandfathered, legal non-conforming. And it's an area that includes multiple owners, something like 30 different owners of the individual offices, casitas, that are used for this medical plaza. And they had come forward not because they wanted to redevelop the property and introduce new construction and new types of uses, but instead just to become legal conforming under the code so that it's easier for the individual owners when they transfer ownership to a new business owner, office use in the medical plaza, to get financing and to continue the viability of the medical plaza itself. But the fact that they're legal non-conforming makes that difficult. And if there's any type of change of use, they can't do that because you can't have a change of use in a legal non-conforming development. So what they wanted to do was proceed with a PAD rezoning, again, not for the purpose of creating a new development with different impacts on the neighborhood or surrounding areas, but simply so that they were legal to continue the uses that they're already engaged in. To do so, however, our fee structure applies such that our PAD rezoning fee starts at a minimum of $22,000 and goes up from there based on the acreage. In this instance, and then it's usually a very just fee because review of a PAD can be a very intensive staff review process because it's typically for new development, mixed uses, and there's a lot of staff review involved. In an instance like this, they're just confirming that the submitted PAD matches with what's already built. And so that $22,000 fee really was prohibitive on the users there because there's multiple users and no one was going to come forward and pony up that $22,000 fee just so they can continue the use that they're already engaged in. So it became clear that maybe we needed a little relief valve in our code, which is in the administrative manual that accompanies our Unified Development Code relating to fee waivers. We already have certain times when an administrative fee waiver can be given, or a fee waiver by the mayor and council. We experienced one earlier this meeting when we were talking about the HL rezoning or zoning designation for the fountain in El Presidio Park. In certain instances, it makes sense to waive the fee associated with that because there's a public benefit to the rezoning to occur. So in this instance, the proposal and what's in front of you is that in this very limited instance, where it's a legal non-conforming use, there are multiple owners, and they need to rezone just to become legal conforming instead of legal non-conforming, that there's a process to secure an administrative waiver of the PAD fee. And it's only for a PAD fee. It's not for any other types of fees. And by the way, by approving this, you wouldn't be removing any of the PAD process. The applicant would still have to go through the full rezoning process. There would still be all of the notice to the affected area, the zoning examiner public hearing, the mayor and council public hearing. The applicant would still be responsible for those public hearing fees and advertisement fees and notice fees. The only thing that would be waivable would be that PAD staff review fee.
Mike, I think it's apples and oranges when you compare the fountain that is a public asset to the community instead of a privately owned parcel. So it's two different things, and so I don't think it's fair to compare those. But it's 30 owners, you say, of this legal non-conforming. Are the changes in this legal non-conforming, could they change in the future in terms of uses? Because I know that PADs, you can change the uses as approved in PAD, but you could come back and ask for additional changes in the PADs. So is there any concern there from staff in terms of the usage?
Mayor, I don't think there would be concerns because, in fact, one of the benefits of limiting this to the PAD process is the PAD process can be very specific as to what uses are allowable. And it can actually exclude other uses. Whereas if you're just talking about a general rezoning, say to a C2, when you approve a rezoning to a general classification like C2, it means that all of the uses that are available and eligible under C2 are now approved. Okay, so it's the full range of commercial uses. Whereas under a PAD, it's very specific as to what the uses are or can be, and in fact can exclude uses that you don't want to approve. Regardless, there can be amendments to a PAD, which is what you're raising. Could the uses change over time? The answer is yes, but only if they go through the process to get a change of conditions or an amendment to the PAD. So there are processes in place that require review.
And that process, does it provide for the general public to jump in other words, does it allow for community and neighborhood engagement for those administrative changes?
Mayor, it does if it's a major amendment, which is, significant changes of uses. There are certain minor amendments that are an administrative process.
Is there a reason why we want to make a change in the PAD process in terms of charging administratively versus bringing it back to mayor and council like we did with this one today?
And I'm sorry, Mayor, maybe I wasn't clear. It wouldn't change any of the PAD procedures at all. It's only the question of that initial fee connected with staff review of a PAD proposal. All of the procedures and public notice requirements would stay in place.
And that administrative fee change would be decided upon by the administrators in the planning and development services. And
That's
wouldn't,
correct, and it could only occur if it fits those limited parameters. That it's an existing legal non-conforming development, that the purpose of the rezoning is not for new construction and new development, but is only to bring the property into legal conforming status.
So it would
and
be that.
It's only where there are multiple owners.
Okay. And it would be that well defined that it would be just to change from legal non-conforming to legal conforming.
And yes, in fact, if you look, the attachment to the item includes the proposed language, and it limits it to the circumstances that I just described. This waiver of fee, that one fee, can only be considered if the purpose of the change of zoning is not for new development or redevelopment that includes construction of new structures. It is primarily for the conversion of existing legal non-conforming uses into legal conforming uses as determined by the PAD process, so it's limited to a PAD proposal. The proposal requests a change of zoning to a PAD zone, and the proposed rezoning site includes multiple property owners. It also is limited by an additional criteria that the proposed rezoning site is not eligible if it includes any illegal non-conforming use or any existing zoning violation. And that's actually important because it's not to be used if the owner or owners have engaged in a zoning violation and are now using the rezoning process to cure that. It's only if they've been in compliance all the way through.
Okay, and I do see Councilmember Kosachik's hand up. Steve?
Yeah, thanks. And they're all good questions, but this is the reason I had this on consent was because they really are threading a needle that we'll likely not ever see again. Another benefit, though, two other benefits that Mike didn't mention in this case. Number one is these are historic properties. And when we go through the rezoning process, we'll make sure that they're preserved as contributing structures to the Glenman Elm area. And the second thing is right now, they're all little casitas. They're at Tucson Boulevard and Elm. You've probably driven by it before. And I think there are 39 of them, and there are about 30 different owners. So when they change hands, the new owner comes in and has to explain to the lending institution why they're out of conformance. The other thing, though, is that these are all generally traditional medical uses. You know, there's a dentist and an orthopod or whatever. But they are trying also, what we're going to do in the rezoning process is also write in some uses for non-traditional medicine, like a herbologist or, the kinds of things that right now don't fall in any medical category because they're considered personal services. So this will prevent R2 development from coming in, which is multifamily, multi-story. It will keep these small single-story casitas as contributing structures, and we will likely never see this set of dominoes lined up like this again.
So Steve, is the PAD process about to embark, since this is in Ward 6, is this with the intention of just moving from the uses it has to continue those uses?
Right.
Because that's what you talked about right now is exactly what I'm concerned about, that this be turned into R2, R3,
right.
And then that a big structure, a tall structure be built, the owners get rid of their property and then sell it to a developer that it just doesn't match the uses that it has now,
so
or the will of the neighbors for that matter.
The PAD will preserve the existing uses, the existing structures, confirm the historic contributing status, prevent any new uses or demolition unless they go through an entire rezoning process again. Both of the adjacent neighborhoods are completely on board with this because they recognize the protections that are built into this process.
So maybe this question is for Mr. Rankin or you, Steve, or Mr. Clark. Why 5,000? I don't understand. From 22, which is the minimum, to 5,000. I mean, that's a pretty big chunk of money in terms of a break.
We charge about $22,000 plus acreage for any pad rezoning fee. That's because the normal pad, and we've all gone through them, it can take a year long. It's multiple meetings and multiple plan reviews back and forth between staff. They go out to the site and do the drainage reviews and the traffic studies and all that. None of that is happening here, but they're not asking for a complete fee waiver. They're saying, what would it be if this were just a normal rezoning? And that's what we're talking about, is just not doing the pad, considering it a regular rezoning fee, and really just to cover the out-of-pocket costs for staff.
Would the review be similar to what we, the time we spent reviewing a pad? What's the difference?
This is going to be a piece of cake. The developer, the owner, will simply go out, validate what's existing. Staff will go and look, yep, it's there, and that's what we're going to keep. That's as much as it is. There's no new construction involved in this. That's it. They're just going to go out and verify what's there is there, and it's going to stay there. That shouldn't cost them 22 grand.
I don't know. If there are any additional questions or comments on this item, I'd love to give the opportunity. I've been hogging the time. Vice Mayor?
Your Honor, there's probably one or two parcels award at the most that this type of thing would apply to. I can already see a spot in my ward where we could do something like this at Gaslight Plaza. And I can think of one in Ward 5 only because I used to work out there. So I'll talk to Richard about it. But you're in a situation where you've got grandfathered in adaptive reuse, and in order to get legal, they get a pad and then they promise not to change or build anything else. So you're not going to have those issues with neighbors. So I think this is actually a really good kind of, we have all these different things for rezonings and for helping people, one, keep their doors open, but two, allowing them to collaborate. And some people avoid going to the city for these processes. They'd rather just kind of stay grandfathered in or stay under the radar. And now people have a reason to actually come forward and try to get us all meshed in. It also helps us as we develop. So like for long-term planning purposes, 20, 30 years down the road, this is really good stuff. And then as Steve pointed out, the preservation. So I'm actually really in support of this. I'm actually excited that we get to test this out in Ward 6 and not Ward 2. But I think this is a good application for it, and I'm going to support Ward 6's motion here.
I would add this: if we say no to this, they just won't go through the pad. They'll just leave it right now as legal non-conforming, and nothing's protected. The historic structures aren't protected. Someone can come in and blade the place and knock all the structures down and build two-story multifamily. They're not going to pay $22,000 for us to look at a photograph of the place and charge them 22 grand to do that.
And, you know, I agree that it should be less, but I don't know why the $5,000 was chosen. If are you counting hours? What exactly is happening, Mike? Or maybe Scott?
Mayor, I believe that that was a suggestion from the council member because that's the fee that's more equivalent to if it was a different type of rezoning, not a PAD, which is typically an intensive staff review, but just a straightforward zoning from one classification to another.
But it comes from a suggestion from the council office. But does it give us any? I mean, is it based on something like the hours that PSP is, Planning and Development Services would invest in it, or?
Our fee schedule for different types of rezonings are based on the staff time that's required to review. And the thought here is that under these unique circumstances or close to unique circumstances, the staff time is much more like a standard rezoning than it is for a standard PAD.
And this $5,000 is close to what it costs to do a standard rezoning?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm done with my questions. If anyone wants to move the item.
I will.
Okay.
Item L.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, roll call.
Oh. It was Mark Felt.
Oh, I think Mr. Clerk said voice vote.
Right.
So all those, any other discussion, by the way?
No.
Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Mr. Clerk, the next item.
The next item, Your Honor, is item M, Tucson Code amending Chapter 27, updating the Tucson Water Department Drought Preparedness and Response Plan.
And I believe we have John from the Water Department.
Yes, hello.
And James. Yes, thank you so much for making time. I know that you have the updated drought plan that Mayor and Council has in front of us. And we're being asked to support a drought surcharge and to approve water restrictions for our residents and water consumers in Tier 3. On one hand, we are being asked to prepare for less water at higher costs. And on the other hand, we still agree to serve water to non-city residents. Is that correct?
Water to non-city residents, yes, ma'am.
Although the plan is enforceable outside city limit, it is unclear if approvals of the city's pre-annexation and development agreements would be affected by our drought tiers. Would that be the case?
Madam Mayor, members of council, I think that would be something that the mayor and council could study and make a determination at that time when we know if we are getting towards a Tier 3 shortage on Lake Mead.
So would that be part of the planning process for our drought plan? In other words, would you start planning for pre-annexation and development agreements and how we charge them and what they contribute to? Are we going to consider not doing pre-annexation development agreements in return for water? Is there a plan in place that we should look at as we look at our drought plan?
Madam Mayor, members of council, there's nothing that specific in this drought plan, but when we start reaching these tiered levels of Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and we have time to consider those items going forward, those are all things that the mayor and council could ask us to plan for and possibly add to this plan.
When do we review the plan, or when do we get an opportunity to add this conversation into the drought plan?
Madam Mayor, members of council, similar to the item that was presented earlier today, we have a heads up from the Bureau of Reclamation every August on what they project Lake Mead will be at by January of the following year. So in keeping in touch with the Bureau of Reclamation and knowing that August determination, it will allow us at least several months before an actual tiered shortage would be declared, where we could make such adjustments to the plan at that time.
So do we do an annual review of our drought plan?
Madam Mayor, we do not do an annual review. This review that we're putting in front of you today is to tie it more closely with the drought contingency plan of the state of Arizona. And that's why we have triggers now that are matched up with the tiered response triggers of Lake Mead. So then we will be tied to that, and we will have these heads up, the August declaration of what the following calendar year will look like. So the next amendment, we're not planning until 2026, which is when the state and the 7 basin states and the tribes and the federal government will be looking at the reconsultation of the Colorado River in whole. And the Arizona members are involved in that reconsultation interstate right now. We are represented by Director Tomier on that for the city of Tucson.
Would we be able to add some sort of preliminary language to this drought plan regarding consideration of pre-annexation development agreements and considering them separately and in consideration of the possible drought ahead of us? Because it concerns me that we're concerned about drought and we continue providing water to land outside of our water service area without any additional charges or consideration of drought, and if we can even provide the water service. So would we be able to add language right now and not wait until 2026 to make sure that we're considering these practices that we currently engage in?
Madam Mayor, members of council, if you would like staff to reconsider those proposals and within this amendment to the drought plan, you can give direction to do so.
Okay. We don't have an absolute deadline to submit this drought plan?
Madam Mayor, I do not believe so. I'm going to refer to James. James, is there a deadline on this?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, the state requirement is to update it every 5 years. The last time it was updated was in 2017, so we've got some time.
Thank you.
So, Vice Mayor, I believe you have your hand up.
Yeah, we had a couple questions on this. First of all, I wanted to tell the staff I did appreciate that they put together a very detailed report on the status of our water situation in conjunction with the state's water situation. Mm-hmm. What I wanted to also say was I was already preparing some things for differential. A lot of these water service pre-annexation agreements occur right next to Ward 2 in Tanque Verde Valley. We were already preparing some things to move on. We wanted to wait until COVID kind of played out and finished. They don't necessarily have to be tied to the drought plan. I mean, we can do this through differential rates. We can do this through higher fees on pre-annexation agreements, which I absolutely want to do. We can do a number of different things that can or can't be tied to the drought plan. What we also could do, if it sounds to me like this is the way you're going, that if we're in a tier 2 and tier 2 and tier 3 drought, we could adapt our fee. Our fees would adapt depending on the drought, especially if we were wheeling new water and acquiring more customers. So I'm actually willing to entertain that. I think the provision kind of says that we'd be looking at that policy, but it doesn't draft it out specifically in the report. Am I missing something, James, or is that kind of where we're at?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, I don't think you're missing anything. To my knowledge, the report doesn't include anything about fees related to annexation or pre-annexation or differential rates, anything related to that.
Right. So in other words, that's one of the pieces. We wouldn't want to do anything specific, but we'd want to tie it to the drought level where we'd add premiums if there was a drought level. Do we need to put that in this document, or can we do that as a policy measure through Tucson Water anyway? That's kind of my question. Because here's the thing: if we hand this thing to the state and red flag, and we say we're going to do that, and it red flags it, they may come down and tell us we can't do that. That's what I'm worried about.
Mr. Rankin?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, I think you can address the issues that you're raising, not necessarily in this drought plan, But you have other vehicles to do that as well, whether it's through your water service policy, which is what triggers the pre-annexation development agreement requirements in the first place, or just as individual issues as you want to address them, what the amount of the fees connected with a pre-annexation agreement and or differential rates, whatever the specific issue might be. And you can certainly do that in connection with what tier might be triggered with respect to the water supply.
Mike, would we be able to put some language in the drought plan that will, that when we reach tier 2 and 3, that there's a trigger for different rates or consideration and study of moving ahead or not moving ahead with pre-annexation development agreements? Is that type of language that we can put in here, that we basically codify these concerns?
I think you could include something that says in the event of a tier 2 or tier 3 level, that mayor and council will consider the rates at that time and or their policy with respect to the provision of water through pre-annexation development agreements.
Yeah, let's put something
just as a trigger for it to come back to you. And when I say you, I mean the mayor and council of the future, whenever that might be.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big fix. Can we put this on next consent with that in there? Seriously, I'd like
maybe if you could read into the record if you all want to move the item.
Yeah, I want to flesh out the language a little more.
Okay.
But I think it's an easy fix. I think that's only 1 or 2 sentences. Let's just put this on next consent. We can come up with something in the next couple of weeks. Is that cool?
John and James, we're good with delaying for the 22nd and then just adding language that we all feel comfortable with on this particular issue.
Something pretty general, like, hey, in event of a tier 2, we can review our rate. In event of a tier 3, that's kind of where we
date for.
I do see Steve's hand up.
Just, yeah, when you make the language change, send it to us that way and don't hide it so we're not having to look through that whole damn thing again to find the change.
Exactly.
Needle in a haystack. Thanks.
We can do that.
Just let us know what the language is. Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, I think the delivery is passed because the meeting's in 2 weeks. So we may, unless we can get it done this week, it'll have to be the first meeting of October.
Okay, if that's good with everyone.
We'll bring it back as quickly as we can.
Okay, alrighty, absolutely. Mike Rankin.
Mayor, that was my point. Just if we were going to spend a week or 2 to get the language right, we don't want this to be late delivery. So
Yeah. Okay. Absolutely. Then the motion is to delay the what is it? Item M.
Yes, Your Honor. I move that we delay this to the next meeting so Tucson Water staff can make a couple minor alterations and bring it back.
Alrighty. There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any against? Motion passes 6-0. Item 8.
Public hearing, Rincon Southeast Subregional Plan Amendment, PA 2001, south of I-10 and west of Wilmot Road to allow development of a single-family residential subdivision. Hearing resolution number 23223.
City Manager's communication number 276 dated September 9th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on an amendment to the Rincon Southeast Subregional Plan. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than an hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Mr. Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, Your Honor.
If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So move. There's a second?
I'll second.
There's the motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. This public hearing is closed. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23223 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23223 relating to planning and zoning, amending the Rincon Southeast Subregional Plan, map detail number 9-PA-20-01, amendment site 3, located immediately south of Interstate 10 and west of Wilmot Road, change land use intensity designation from urban industrial to multifunction corridor and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt resolution 23223.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Resolution 23223 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 9.
Zoning C92003 Harrison Landfill, PAD I2 to PAD, City Manager's Report, Ordinance Adoption, Ordinance number 11778.
City Manager's communication number 290 dated September 9th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 55.5 acres from SR to PAD zoning. The site is located west of South Harrison Road and approximately 2,500 feet north of East Irvington. The zoning examiner and staff recommend approval of the PAD zoning and adoption of the ordinance, which provides conditions for the rezoning. Is the applicant or representative present?
James McMurray.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
James McMurtry of Dynamic Civil Designs, present on behalf of the owner.
Thank you, James. Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
I'm not aware of any requirements outside of the PAD language. I believe the attachments refer to an Exhibit A, which is the actual PAD document.
Are you agreeable to those requirements, sir?
I am agreeable to them.
Excellent. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 11778 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11778 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located west of South Harrison Road and approximately 2,500 feet north of East Irvington Road in KC 92003, Harrison Landfill Planned Area Development SR to Pad 40 and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
A motion to approve the request for rezoning is recommended by the zoning examiner and pass and adopt ordinance 11778.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Motion passes. Ordinance 11778 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 10.
Zoning C92005 Kirby Lockhart House, East Lind Road, RX2 to HLRX2, City Manager's Report, Ordinance Adoption, Ordinance number 11781.
City Manager's communication number 287 dated September 9th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk.
Ordinance number 11781 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located approximately 630 feet north of the intersection at Fort Lowell Road and North Jackson Avenue at 2240 East Lind Road in case C92005 Kirby Lockhart House Historic Landmark RX2 to HLRX2 and setting an effective date.
I'm sorry, I was, item 10, I was reading item 10, Mr. Clerk. Item 10 was, continued at the request of staff.
Yes.
Yes, pleasure, Your Honor. I apologize for that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was very confused. So item 10 has been continued, and so we're on item 11. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so,
Item 11 is zoning C9-1109 Pottery and Wine, Grant Road R2 and C1 to C2, time extension, change of conditions.
okay, City Manager's communication number 274 dated September 9th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 0.50 acres located on the south side of Grant Road, west of Alvernon Way. The preliminary development plan proposes rezoning from R2 and C1 to C2 zoning to allow the expansion of an existing business. Staff recommends Mayor and Council approve a time extension with change of condition from October 19, 2020 to October 15, 2021. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, can you introduce yourself, please? And
yeah, my name is Frank. Yeah, hello, my name is Frank Litzo. I'm the owner.
Excellent, thank you for being here. Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements, Mr. Litzo?
Yes.
Great, thank you. What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt the item and grant the extension.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 12.
Your Honor, this item has been continued at the request of staff also.
Thank you. Item 13.
Quarterly liquor license tax relief, resolution number 23227.
City Manager's communication number 277 dated September 9th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read resolution 23227 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23227 relating to liquor license, suspending the collection of certain liquor license quarterly taxes and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Ms. Santa Cruz. Your Honor, I'll move to pass and adopt resolution 23227.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
The material says that this is not a waiver of the fee and they'll be expected to pay the deferred fees when they reopen. I guess my question is why? You know, if they're not seeing any benefit from a liquor license, why would we charge them an administrative fee later on? And why not just waive the fee entirely for the time that they're out of business or not able to use their liquor license?
I agree.
Mr. Attorney, Mr. Ortega.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Kozachik, the idea was to give temporary relief during this time, but to start out at least just as a deferral rather than a waiver, and analyze what the economic impact would be for a waiver later on. As I believe was mentioned in the materials, if the mayor and council determine later on that a waiver would be appropriate, then you could take that action at that time.
Well, it seems to me that
Hold on. Oh, let me just finish my thought, Steve. Do we know the amount of funds that, or the amount of money that this would cost the city?
The amount that was projected by staff that's collected on a quarterly basis is just over $200,000. But that's a projected amount, not a known amount.
Okay, go ahead, Steve, and I see the Vice Mayor's hands up.
Okay, so my point is pretty simple, is that we're waiving the fee because they can't sell alcohol. then we're planning on going back later on and saying, okay, now that you're back in business, we're going to charge you for the time that you couldn't do business anyway. It doesn't sound fair to me, and it doesn't sound rational either. It's a $200,000 hit to us, but right now they're struggling to stay alive anyway. And when they come back, frankly, they're not going to come back full bore, because people aren't going to be just jamming into their place trying to make up for lost time drinking. So I just think from an equity standpoint, from a fairness standpoint, these are businesses that are simply not selling their product now. And for us to go back later on and charge them as if they had been is not fair to them.
Should I withdraw my motion, Steve?
Or just make a friendly amendment that we consider this a waiver and not a deferral.
I think we need more information to see how much it actually is going to impact the city.
And the process.
And the process.
I think the process and the cost, but Vice Mayor Cunningham, you had your hand up, and I just wonder if we were to be able to ask for, instead of a deferral, a waiver, would we be able to access any CARES Act funds?
No. Madam Mayor, this is Joyce. We're not able to access CARES Fund for this because that would be revenue replacement. So our thought here was to do a deferral right now. We don't know how many businesses would take that action. We know a few. They have actually contacted your council offices. And then what we would do is, if in the future you want to do a deferral, because they still need to continue with their liquor license if they're going to sell liquor in the future.
Okay.
So we just don't know how many will take advantage of it. And if you'll read the materials, there's actually specific criteria they have to meet in order to get a deferral.
Okay. Vice Mayor Cunningham, and then Councilmember Lee.
Joyce, really quick while you're here.
Sure.
How much do these fees raise to the general fund every year?
I think it's about 200,000.
So we're talking about 200 grand. And if we do a partial waiver, the most we're going to take is an under 6-figure hit. Is that correct?
That would be correct, because it's not going to be all of them. Some of them are already selling liquor.
So we're talking about a partial waiver here, and anybody who was in a class 6 in this criteria that we're talking about, they got screwed. They had to close their doors for about 6 or 7, some of them 17 weeks here. And then we open back up the economy. They have enough back pay stuff to pay, and now they can't even reopen their doors. I'm just kind of saying, all right, why don't we write it off? I agree with council. I agree with 6. I think we could write it off now. I don't think there's a big, I'm not seeing a huge hit here.
So Vice Mayor, if I might, some of it is going to be then what criteria do we use on those that get either a waiver and those that don't. And the other, we're trying to follow what the state is doing for the deferral.
But the way I do that is, remember, in both the first and second order, the class 6s had to close entirely. They couldn't do takeout because they don't have kitchens.
They don't have food.
They don't have food. They had to close. I remember because I spoke with several different owners in the second closure and the second time we closed, and they said, "Yep, the class 4, the class 12s got to reopen because they could do food, and we gave them the ability to do takeout alcohol. But the class 6s did not get that, especially the class 6s without kitchens. So I'm kind of saying, hey, we could do the deferral for the class 12s and everybody who wants to apply, but then through the criteria that you've outlined, but let the class 6s have the waiver. That's kind of what I'm thinking off the top of my head. But I don't want to change all this at the table.
So for clarification, then what I'd need to know is whether you're looking for a deferral or a waiver for a quarter during a specific time frame. What does that mean? So that's what I would need to know.
I'd say we'd want to prorate it as 1 quarter. Everybody could get at least 1 quarter. They could choose whether they wanted second or third quarter, because there was both a closure in the second quarter and the third quarter, I believe. But they'd only be allowed 1.
Why? Oh, I'm sorry. Nikki's next. Sorry, never mind.
I was going to say the reason my thought behind that, Steve, on why they only allowed one is because in both of them the closure was not the full quarter.
Yeah, it should be prorated for the duration of the closure, in my opinion. But Councilmember Lee and then Steve.
I guess my only comment slash question is I agree with what everyone is saying, and I'm just wondering, for the sake of getting relief, if we can move this forward and provide direction to iterate on the idea that everyone's talking about, because I think there is value in exploring the waiver, but also seeing what we can do to take the immediate cost kind of out of the equation for folks right now. So I was just kind of wondering if that might be a path to go down. I'm still taking in all this information y'all are talking about right now. So that's my only comment. So
I would suggest that thank you, Councilmember Lee. I would suggest that we move immediately on the deferral right now and then add the language for the waiver that is a little bit more well thought out by our staff, that will accomplish what we want to happen, which would be, at the end of the day, a waiver.
All right.
Okay, and that will give you some time, Joyce, to work the language and find the process that we'd like to see happen.
All right.
Steve, do you have anything else?
That's fine, as long, yeah, that's fine. The conversation's fluid. We give them relief now, but come back when we have a little more information. But it just doesn't seem fair to be charging somebody a fee for something they can't use through no fault of their own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we move on. If I think Councilmember Famirez, you made the motion. We move on to the motion that we have, and then okay, good. Give staff the opportunity to put some language together and bring back the formal waiver process and what the process would be for that, if you're all okay with that.
Sure.
All righty, good. So there's a motion and a second on the floor with the first motion, which was to defer taxes, liquor license taxes here in the city of Tucson. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution 23227 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 14.
Housing and Community Development Renewal and Expansion of the Central Business District.
We're hearing someone have a lot of fun laughing in the background.
All right.
Item 14, City Manager's Communication number 293 dated September 9th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23237 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23237 relating to redevelopment, authorizing and approving the expansion of the Central Business District.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor,
Mr. Ortega.
I do recognize I'm not on the council, and you did ask the council, but I thought I'd maybe help you with a couple thoughts here. So first of all, what is before you are two distinct pieces to the CBD, the Commercial Business District. The first is a renewal of the district itself, and that provides for continuation of the Central Business District in its current configuration. It doesn't, and I'll talk about the configuration in a second. So that would, the deadline for that is October 1. It would renew for 10 years, and that would be that's the first part of the conversation. The second part of the conversation is the and I'm going to use the word changing the configuration of the district. Not necessarily just expansion, but I know in talking to some of you or speaking with some of you that you would like to see it changed and maybe even contracted in some areas. That can happen pretty much at any time down the road. That doesn't have to happen tonight. So I just wanted to point that out, Mayor. Now, the resolution that's before you is for both the renewal and for the expansion as proposed. If we separate those out, we can do that today. I think the attorney might be ready for just a renewal. If there is additional conversation that needs to happen, we can bring back the renewal separate for your consideration on the 22nd, because that would still give us time to address that, or for you to consider it before the October 1 deadline. A couple of other thoughts. I've had a lot of conversation with you as well as with residents that have expressed concern. I appreciate Mayor, you and Councilmember Santa Cruz's leadership in asking us to have the public meetings to get feedback. I know that you heard and were told that that is not a statutory requirement, which is true factually. But I think the way we do business here is we ask for and try to facilitate feedback. So I'm glad we did that because it did give us some opportunity to hear varied perspectives on this. What I would commit to you is that in going forward, once we get general direction from the council on a change to the boundary of the commercial business district, we would go through a public vetting process up to and including individual wards that want to participate. We would go out and have that conversation. The other thing I wanted to mention is that there's a lot of conversation about the government property lease excise tax, that whole program, the GPLET program. That is a legislative matter that you can establish as a council direction on how we deal with GPLETs as a community. And there's opportunities for that to occur. You have seen some of the flexibility already. I know that when we did the hotel off of, I believe it was Cushing and the freeway, we were creative, if you will, and had opportunity for the neighbors to have conversation and engage in that. So I wanted to make sure that you understood there's a variety of options in front of you. My recommendation for tonight is that you consider a renewal and direction for renewal of the commercial business district, with us bringing back further conversation about changes to the boundary in the future. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. I really appreciate you starting off the conversation with that. I know that you have heard from me and other of my colleagues in the community about the concerns that we have with the map, and if the current map makes any sense in terms of incentivizing development. I've been talking about this, as a matter of fact, for the last 2 years regarding where are the areas of our city that actually need investment. And I see it much more of an issue of planning in our city, investment in our city, and incentivizing transportation-oriented development. Because I don't think that all development is bad. I actually think that development that encourages urban density, that is well thought out, that has input and feedback from the neighborhoods that surround it, that takes into consideration the historical property, the values of the area, and how what type of businesses are in the area. Those are good developments. But when the Central Business District and the GPLET would put together in the particular area where we have it now, we didn't see that development that we wanted to see. We didn't see that transportation-oriented development that provided density for our city that would help us really help small local developers build in our city. And those small local developers that have much more of a conscience of what our community wants to see were not being lent to build. And so, you know, there are areas in this map that I don't believe should be included any longer in the Central Business District map. And when it comes to separating the Central Business District and approving it and the GPLIT, a lot of people conflate it and put it together because the Central Business District allows for an 8-year GPLIT tax abatement in that area. And so I would suggest that we delay the item, that we have the conversation, that we delay the item for continued discussion and continue work on the Central Business District map so that we can reconfigure it and look at what tools do we want to have in our toolbox as we really face another economic crisis, because that is looming and that is coming. But at the same time, if we are going to keep the GPLIT as an economic development tool, then what is the return on investment to the community in order for developers to use the GPLIT tool? Is it things that we've talked about, I inclusively have talked about, are you know, anyone that uses the GPLIT, the return on investment to the community should be a community benefits agreement with the neighbors or the small businesses in the area that they help define. Should it be 8 years worth of transit passes for the people that work and live in the development? Should it be a project labor agreement? Which would be bringing high wage jobs to the city of Tucson. What is it that we need to attach to prove to the community that there is return on investment for what the community is putting on the table for a developer? So those are my thoughts, and I'll open it up for my colleagues on the council to add. Councilmember Kozachik.
So realizing that no two developments are created equally. For instance, the Little Clifton Hotel could not have done 8 years worth of transit passes, and it was a very good, small, locally owned operation that's benefiting the immediate area. Union on 4th or Partners on 6th or whatever they are over there, out of state, major developers bringing in student housing and whole different conversation. So it's going to be, we right now have the checklist. It's the point weighted checklist where the builder comes in and shows what they're bringing to the table. But even that is skewed towards the larger developments for the reasons I just mentioned. The people that are the small local businesses aren't going to be able to check a lot of those boxes just because of scale. So I'd be concerned about how can we appropriately scale these, whether they're these GPLETs for locally owned businesses. But I'm even more concerned about the fact that I've asked several times, literally over the years, as to how we're making sure that the promises made in the analysis, applied economics analyses, are being kept. And originally, it was sort of an obscure, you know, we track them annually. Then it became, well, the county treasurer tracks them annually by state statute. And she punted the answer over to the JLBC, saying, well, it's really their obligation. So it appears as though we're making decisions based on awarding a GPLET from the applied economics analysis that 2 and 3 years down the road, nobody has gone back to make sure that they're checking those boxes and that they're living up to their own commitments. So I think that's a serious flaw in the whole process right now, and I'm not really prepared to support the GPLET program period going forward until we know that when we sign on the dotted line and they sign on the dotted line, they being the developers, that someone's going to hold them accountable. We did that with the River Park Inn by having them put something in escrow and that they're going back each year and making sure they hit the metrics. But that's the only one we've done that with, because I at least have trusted that somebody up the food chain financially is checking on the projects later on in the process to make sure that they're keeping their promises. So I've got issues beyond the formation of the map. It's how do we skew these towards small local businesses, and even those, how do we make sure that the promises that are being kept? So those are my concerns about moving this right now.
Well, yeah, and I agree with you. I think that we have to rethink how the GPLIP program is even presented to mayor and council. There needs to be a process of even before it's even brought to mayor and council on the table for consideration, that there's conversation with the neighbors in the community that surround that. So there's a lot of work we need to do with both this map and the GPLEP process. Councilmember Santa Cruz and then Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to acknowledge, all the work that Mayor and Council had done prior to this and staff to get us to this place where we need to be having this conversation at the table. I know that when we started the conversations about the expansion, I wasn't on the council. So I know that that's kind of it's been in the back of our minds that this was coming up and that we needed to do something. This is why we had requested that we have some public meetings, even if they're not required. And I think it's important to establish a norm of having community dialogue on all the things, even if it's not required by law. That should just be, like baseline how we operate and how we do business. But especially when it comes to our economic development strategy, because the neighborhoods in and adjacent to the central business district are stakeholders in the decision-making process. And when neighborhoods hear that their areas are talked about as being blighted and slum, it's like a cringe-worthy feeling that comes up, because for me personally, having grown up in these neighborhoods, that's not the way we see them. If anything, we see them as like having been neglected from city investment, that we don't have working water fountains or have bus shelters or have parks, that are maintained. So I want to make sure that we're not putting the blame on the neighborhood for those conditions, but I would put the blame back into like the government entities that allowed, for that to happen. So I think what I've been hearing from a lot of our neighbors is that we haven't actually done an evaluation of the current iteration of the Central Business District and the GPLETs and the actual impact it's had in our community. So in conversations with Supervisor Betty Villegas, she mentioned having a social and health impact assessment to help better inform, how we move forward. So just the way we're having the conversation about the methane gas, at the landfill, and like we need more information before we move forward, with the decision. And I think a lot of the concerns that the community has brought up are valid and fair. So I want to make sure that we are centering these voices, because I'm all about how do we generate wealth, in our neighborhoods, the way that they exist, so that they don't feel like things are being done to them, but that they are active participants and agents in deciding what their neighborhoods look like. Because I can tell you all day, every day that growing up in South Tucson, I always wondered why there wasn't trees, especially lined up along 12th Avenue. Why didn't we have sidewalks? Why didn't we have bus shelters? And that it's just like basic human dignity of the infrastructure and investments that communities deserve across the city. And that those are conversations that need to be had. So I, want to make sure that we're focusing on the community, on their needs, developing leadership, amongst our residents, and that we stand a better chance of navigating this upcoming economic crisis that we're going to be in if we're planning, for a more equitable future and hearing, a lot of these voices. So I think it's important that we remain open to new ideas and approaches to the Central Business District that reflects the vision that we want for Tucson and in the years to come, because also, like, how do we incentivize more worker-owned, businesses? How do we incentivize housing co-ops? How do we incentivize housing that's accessible, for people? So I just wanted to also reiterate that I have a lot of questions and a lot of concerns, and I want to uplift and center, our residents and these historic neighborhoods, these historic barrios in our city center.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been listening to the community and to a lot of our folks that have worked in this. During these discussions at the public meetings held, as well as the meetings held within Ward 5 neighborhoods, the neighborhood engagement component for the GPLET and benefits agreements were discussed, and staff indicated they were part of the proposal that the mayor and council would be considering. The agenda materials have nothing about neighborhood engagement by the GPLET applicant or benefits agreements. The deadline for this is October 1st. There is time and another council meeting to make sure these items are part of the proposal for considerations as staff indicated they would be. The other thing, in 2012, we insured Barrio Viejo, Barrio Santa Rosa, Barrio Santa Rita that they would not be in the GPLET at their request. They still echo that sentiment, and we add South Park to that now also as not being in this map. And I agree with my colleagues that we need to incentivize and show growth, but we need to look at some of these areas that haven't had this opportunity or this incentive for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any additional comments? So with the conversation that we've been having, that I see Vice Mayor Cunningham, with the conversation that we've been having, I would like to recommend or look for a motion that would delay this item so that we could, have the city manager and our economic initiatives director hear what we have to add and be able to talk about this on the 22nd. So Vice Mayor, if you'd like to move that we consider delaying this item and bring it back for further discussion on the 22nd of September, or any of you, if you'd like to do that. Vice Mayor?
Your Honor, a few things before I make that motion. And I want to say a few things. I think that one of the things we talked about, one of the things that we're talking about is gentrification. And I want to say that to some degree, there's some validity to the idea that GPLETs contribute to gentrification, but it's also a bit of a red herring sometimes. We have some good projects. We've even had some public housing projects that were successful under the GPLET, specifically the one just west of the freeway on St. Mary's. So we've had it's a mixed bag. At the time when we passed this GPLET, we were in one of the biggest financial crises in the history of this nation. In 70 years, we'd never seen anything like it. Overnight, banks stopped lending money. Overnight, people's IRAs and portfolios devalued themselves by 60, 70%. Overnight, you couldn't get a mortgage. You couldn't refinance. You couldn't do anything, and we found a lot of people displaced. Lots of people lost their homes, and to rebuild that and to put it back. Not only that, Tucson was suffering, downtown Tucson was suffering from an era of indecision and an era of changing projects midstream, and all of a sudden downtown Tucson was having a really tough time kind of holding its own. I remember that there was an afternoon radio show, and Steve would call before he was even on the council, and I'd hear him talk about some of the things that we needed to start doing. So when we did get the GPLET, we got some investment and we got some success, and you can't be disappointed in what we've accomplished downtown in the last 7 years. We've seen downtown, we had a lot of empty buildings, we had a lot of empty facades, we had a significant commercial lease vacancy, and the Isaacsons and some of the people who do that work down there will tell you that the GPLET did some payoffs. That being said, as this conversation has matured over the last couple of weeks, I think there's something to be said. The last few GPLETs we've done, I felt the tide change. Hey, we've got to start looking at these more. Hey, are we sure we're getting primary jobs out of this? Hey, are we really getting a plus pencil on the retail or not? Are we really getting that second 6 years after the initial 7 or 8 of abatement? Are we getting a property tax rate that's higher because of the value of the property that we're getting? It's paying itself back. That's some of the stuff that we're not actually sure about. And not only that, and this is probably the piece that's missing the most. We don't have a codified CBA for these, and we don't have things that actually would matter when you're talking about gentrification. Things like rent control, things like microloan districts for homeowners, things like social agencies, things like, apparently according to state statute, we can't do labor agreements, but we can do that in the lease part, at least in part of the lease. So we can tie some things to the lease that we may not be able to tie to them by statute. And I think that in some of the cases, we didn't hold the feet to the fire enough. That being said, all those things are valid. But the real question is here, we're kind of in a big moment here. Do we want to get rid of this thing? Because here's the deal. If we lose it, it's kind of use it or lose it. If we lose it, it's gone. I mean, I think we may have 5 years left on it if we let it expire. But if we let it go, we lose it. If we at least renew it, we have 10 years and we know what the rules are. So that's the question. Look, I'm willing to say that I'll say publicly right now that I'm not going to vote for a GPLET that doesn't have a CBA. I'll say publicly right now that I'm not going to vote for any type of GPLET that comes for me where you can't show me that the retail sales tax is going to pay the property tax that we're giving back. I'm not going to. I'm not going to vote for one that doesn't have a PGIC applied to it. I'm not going to have one that doesn't have social service. I mean, I can say all that right now, but the bottom line is that if we lose this tool for good. And I think that's the big crux of this conversation. And I think there's way more to be talked about here. So my thing is we may want to put this on a 20-second study session and see if we can flesh it out and have a special meeting on the 29th where we have another study session and then a one-item meeting to try to get this thing passed before October 1st. But if we're going to do it, we're going to do it right. Time is crunched. We have a lot of input we want to get. So if we're a no, let's just be a no. Let's let it expire. We can reconstitute it. I have plenty of neighborhoods on the east side that really want the central business district moved over to them. So I have no problem reconstituting it to the east side. In the meantime, we probably want to kind of have this discussion and delve into the details. And we're going to need more than just a 30-minute study item on the 22nd and voting it that night. It's not going to be enough. I just don't think it's going to be enough. Those are my comments this evening on this topic. But I can tell you this right now. 9 months ago, had we not had COVID, Tucson could do without the GPLET. We'd be fine without it. I'm just not sure what's going to happen in the next year. We might be right back into an economic crisis again, and I don't want to be without that tool.
Alrighty, Mr. Ortega, and I believe Councilmember Santa Cruz has her hand up as well. Okay, it was the last one. Councilmember Fimbres.
So Paul Cunningham, Vice Mayor, has a good suggestion about bringing this back next week, having a discussion, and then furthering it down and maybe having a special meeting just to talk about the GPLET and get some things fixed on this before we bring it back. I don't know if that's a motion, Mr. Cunningham, that had, or what were you thinking, Paul?
I'll make that in the form of a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second to delay the item and bring it back for further discussion on the 22nd of September. Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, thank you. So a couple thoughts as I listen to the deliberation and the feedback, what I would suggest is the following. Number one, and we'll break it down into pieces, and I've counted 4 so far. Number one, bring back the renewal conversation on the 22nd. Now these can all happen at the same time, but I'm actually thinking that we might be better to try to break it up. So the first item is the renewal, and that goes back to Vice Mayor Cunningham's point to leave it in the toolbox. At least the renewal is done. We can address that, or you can consider that. So that's item 1. Item 2, which is related to item 1, is to Councilmember Kozachev's point, a report on what has occurred with GPLED. What does that look like? What has been the response? What has been the benefit, if you will? And make sure that we have a full report of all the GPLEDs that had been passed by this council, and make sure that you have that information at your fingertips and you can see that. So that's item 2, which obviously is related to the renewal. Item 3 is a recommendation on the process for the commercial business district change. So the map change, if you will. So that way you're not rushing to make a decision on the 22nd with regard to an expansion or contraction of the boundary, but we'll outline for you a proposed process so that there's adequate notice, there's adequate public engagement, and keeping in mind some of the constraints we have with the statutes, the configuration, all of those things will be outlined for you, but that becomes an important piece. And then the last one related to this, I think that it's time to maybe dust off some of the conversations we'd had regarding the GPLAT. If you remember, gosh, probably 6-8 months ago, maybe even longer now, the city council, the mayor and the council had discussed starting to tweak the GPLAT and starting to put more restrictions, more criteria associated with that. We'll dust that off and bring that back to you for more conversation. I think that's really the mechanism. And if you recall, I think that we had actually even started to tell people that the council was considering some of those changes, even though council had not approved them. When Barb and her team were out chatting with folks, they were letting them know, look, you've got to be thinking about some of these items because the council may be addressing them. And so that way, Mayor, we'll compartmentalize them. All of them go together. It's all part of the same conversation, but at least then you can break it down into, I'll call it more manageable parts, and then you can make decisions as we move forward. The only one that I would suggest you would need to give us direction on for the 22nd will be the renewal. The others can delay, but at least start the conversation, and you can guide us with regard to how we go out and have those discussions out in public. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ortega. I think that's a good plan. I do believe, though, that the conversation should be guided by what we're hearing from the community and the community. And so the fear is expanding the central business district and then just going about it as business as usual. And I think you heard from my colleagues on the council that we don't want business as usual. And I think that the conversation for the GPLED and the map should be guided by input from the community and mayor and council as we proceed with this conversation. Any further discussion?
I'm just wondering why can't we pass it with a minimal map and then change the map? I mean, I'd rather pass it with like one block on the map and then we can add to the map later. Apparently, I'm under the impression we can do that because there's quite a few neighborhoods that do not want to be in this thing. And, the bottom line is that we've got it's a very tough conundrum because, again, like I said, 9 months ago, we probably could have lived without it. And, the other piece is that be careful what you wish for, because if we go into a situation where we have another economic crisis, we're going to regret not having this tool. So we're in quite a conundrum here, guys. And the bottom line is that just renewing it with the existing map, why can't we, if we contract the map, what are the ramifications?
Let Mike bring it back on the 22nd.
Mayor and Vice Mayor, The danger in doing what you're describing, Vice Mayor, is that if you just renew a small area and then come back later to expand from that into other areas that you would like to move this into, the statute is now far more prescriptive in terms of how you shape the central business district than it was when the original district was formed. So you're not going to be able to reconstruct it in the same way that you constructed it initially before the statutes changed. The size limitations are very different.
Good to know.
So we have a motion and a second to delay the item and come back for further discussion on September 22nd. In the meantime, in these next 2 weeks, I think it's appropriate to hear from community in terms of the map and how it looks, and also to hear from mayor and council of what we're thinking and the direction we want to go. Give this information to our city manager and Barbara, so that we have those consideration and those voices at the table when we enter into the discussion on the 22nd. Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, I'm sorry to belabor the point. I just wanted to give Barb an opportunity. She's worked hard over the last several weeks, actually months. Barb, I didn't know if you had anything to add. I tried to outline our next steps. I just want to make sure I gave you the opportunity.
Thank you, honorable mayor, members of council. No, I appreciate the thought that has gone into this, and certainly the community feedback that we have received over especially the last 4 weeks through the community engagement process that you recommended. And, you know, that's important. I think it is a difficult decision when we want to see economic development happen in our community. We want to attract investment. We want to encourage development, quality development where it makes sense. And so these are tough conversations. This is not about trying to impact or transform neighborhoods in any way in a negative manner. This is a tool, as Vice Mayor Cunningham suggested, a tool in your toolbox that you want to have when you don't know what might be around the corner for us. And so I think it is, it's important. There are, you know, to keep in mind, the renewal was important because that does give you 10 years. It gives you some additional life and then to make changes, you can do so. I think our attorney made a good point as well about our existing central business district boundary is in some way grandfathered in, so to speak, because the legislation changed later that required all the new configuration requirements. So I think it's, you know, it's important to consider that and to be careful and more calculated, which that brings to mind, you know, looking at September 22nd, and to Mayor, to your point, describing the need for that community engagement, I just wonder if we'll have the time for that on any major change to the map. And so that's my word of caution for you, is that if we can seek a renewal and renew what is the existing district inside its current boundaries, I think that would be the recommendation that I would make to you. And then we would go back. We've already begun to look at modifications to the GPLAT application. You can keep the tool in your toolbox, but only after spending a great deal of time to modify that process and create policy around that. That speaks to the things that Councilman Kozachek, Councilmember Santa Cruz, and others have mentioned. So I think we're on the right track. I think we need time for that, though, given that we really did reinvigorate this community process so very recently. So with that, you know, I'll follow. We'll work together. The city manager, we will have some discussions here in the next few hours and days and see what we can do to bring forward on the 22nd. Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara.
Thank you, Barbara. We really appreciate your work and dedication to Tucson's economy and well-being. So with that, we have a motion and a second on the floor to delay the item for further discussion on the 22nd. If there is not any further discussion, then I believe we go to roll call, Mr. Clerk.
You can do a voice vote, Your Honor.
Okay, so all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Barbara. You've got your work cut out. Appreciate the delineation of how we're going to go about it, Mr. Ortega, and let's get to work. Thank you. Item 15.
Resolution, City of Tucson's Climate Emergency Declaration, Resolution number 23222.
City Manager's Communication number 292, dated September 9th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23222 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23222, a resolution of the City of Tucson endorsing the declaration of a climate emergency for the City of Tucson and requesting regional collaboration on an equitable and just transition and urgent mobilization effort to restore a safe climate and declaring an emergency.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'm sad that Councilmember Durham couldn't be with us tonight because he deeply cares about climate change and our environment and the public health of our community. And so working with him and his office to put this on the agenda has been really a matter of months. We were asked by community members and members of the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition and many different groups that have signed on in support of the climate emergency tonight. And I didn't want to put the climate emergency on the agenda without having meaning. We didn't want to have words on paper. We wanted to establish goals and have the city formally commit to change. And so it took us months, and of course, in between those months, we had a pandemic to deal with. But we went back to each and every department in the city of Tucson that we felt contributed to greenhouse gases and that had anything to do with conservation of our city and resiliency for our city. And we asked our department directors and our city manager, our city attorney, to consider what realistic goals we wanted to put in this climate emergency. And so, again, this is not words on paper, it's setting goals for the city of Tucson to move on a climate action and adaptation plan, to set goals for ourselves, and to make sure that we take these goals seriously and that this is the first step of our process to start working on a climate action and adaptation plan. We all have heard what climate change is doing to our city, our state, our country, and the world. And, you know, when I first started talking as a candidate for mayor of climate change and why it was such an emergency for the city of Tucson to act boldly and swiftly on creating goals and making changes that we could do to make changes, some people laughed at me and said that the city has nothing to do with setting goals for climate change. And so I pushed through that negativity, and I feel as though every year that passes, every summer that gets hotter, that we all continue understanding why this is such a detrimental issue for our city. And so I do want to thank the people, the many groups that helped put this language together and are supporting this climate emergency. And I'd like to invite a couple of speakers that I'll give a couple of minutes to each, but I think it's worth hearing from. I'd like to invite Kyle Klein. He's an organizer at the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition. He's in the University of Arizona Honors College, and he will graduate in 2022. And he's also part of Students for Sustainability. I hope that Kyle is with us still. I know it's late in the night, but Kyle, are you there?
Hi, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome.
You have a 4 minutes, Kyle.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I know it's a late night, so I'm going to give as much energy as possible. Like Mayor Romero said, my name is Kyle Klein. I'm a current Flynn and Udall Scholar studying environmental studies and political science at the U of A, and I'm also a youth climate justice advocate with Arizona Youth Climate Coalition. In fall of 2019, I returned home from study abroad in China. And that trip actually forced me to re-examine the world around me in every single way that I could have never known. I'd heard about climate change, but I wasn't really understanding the climate crisis until I got to experience it firsthand and understand the gravity of the situation. Whether it was the impenetrable black smog of Beijing or the struggles of the local villagers to maintain their way of life in a warming world, the climate crisis impacts every aspect of human experience. I see the same issues mirrored here in Tucson. Tucson's BIPOC communities are facing disproportionate environmental inequities, including heat-related deaths and impacts from natural disasters, including floods, drought, and most recently, the devastating Bighorn fires. As climate change continues to worsen, these impacts will only grow more severe and endanger our most vulnerable communities. Once I was back home, I woke up each and every day absolutely terrified as to whether or not myself and my generation would have a planet to grow old on. So, myself and other youth climate activists decided to take action and co-founded the Tucson division of the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition. In September of 2019, we joined the global youth movement and organized local strikes, at which Mayor Romero was present, to demand governments address the climate crisis. Youth across the globe made a claim to our future. A climate emergency declaration was one of our local asks. Mayor Romero and Councilmember Durham listened to our needs and took the first of many steps to reaching that goal and proposing today's climate emergency declaration. Thank you both for your bold and empathic leadership. We all care about healthcare, the economy, water resources, the list goes on. Simply put, the faster that we make a just transition to clean energy, the less impact we see on our most vulnerable, the less economic devastation, increased healthcare costs, etc. Take it from me, as a college student, I'm already paying for one extremely expensive degree. Please don't add the cost of another degree of warming onto our plates. The Arizona Youth Climate Coalition and over 1,000 Tucson citizens have signed in support of this measure as the first of many steps to ensure that Tucson is a thriving city for decades to come. There is an option to make change for the better, and it sits in front of you on this agenda. I urge you to vote in favor of the Climate Emergency Declaration. Thank you so much for collaborating with all of us to make sure that we could get this to the finish line, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Kyle. One other person I'd like to call to speak is Diana Liverman. She is the director and professor of the School of Geography and Development at the University of Arizona. Diana, are you still with us? Mr. Clerk, do you see Diana?
Okay, I think I'm okay.
Oh, there you are. Thank you, Diana, for still being with us.
So, Madam Mayor and distinguished members of the Tucson City Council, thank you for your service to our city and the opportunity to speak in support of the resolution to declare a climate emergency. I'm Diana Liverman. I'm a Regents Professor at the University of Arizona. I was a lead author for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, that's the IPCC report on 1.5 degrees, and I'm a member of the United Nations Earth Commission. I've worked on climate change impacts and vulnerability for decades. I'm very grateful for the leadership of Mayor Romero and Council Member Durham, who are paying attention to the science, to our youth, and taking the climate crisis so seriously. Briefly, I want to summarize the main messages from the IPCC special report. We were looking at whether we could keep warming under 1.5 degrees C, that's 2.7 Fahrenheit. What did we find? We found that the world has already warmed by 1 degree C, with higher levels of warming in many regions, including our region, as we have seen this summer. We found that the impacts of this warming are already very serious. Heat waves, droughts, fires, water scarcity, crop losses, and harm to wildlife and forests. The west coast of the United States is on fire right now with enormous property damage. The IPCC projected that even half a degree more of warming will significantly increase the damage from climate change and will undermine development and economies around the world. If we don't do something, we're going to end up with a 3.5 degrees C warmer world. That's 6 degrees and probably 9 degrees Fahrenheit in the Southwest. We concluded that if we choose to limit this damage and keep warming under 1.5, we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by half by the year 2030 and be carbon neutral by 2050. The second thing I want to recognize, because I've done research on it for decades, is the importance of vulnerability and justice to understanding the impacts of climate change and the design of responses to it. We know from extensive research and the lived experience of many people that there are groups who suffer more from climate change. This includes women, children, the elderly, indigenous people, Latinx and Black populations whose incomes are often lower, making it harder for them to cope. They often live in riskier places and homes, and they're often not included in decision making. As we respond to climate change, we need to make sure that reducing their vulnerability and increasing their resilience is a priority, and I am glad to see that as part of the resolution. Finally, I want to talk to the business community. As a member of the Earth Commission, we're working with major corporations such as Target, Procter & Gamble, and Hilton, who are taking climate change very seriously because they know that climate change is a risk to their operations, but also an opportunity for those businesses who act early to reduce the risk. Just this week, the Bipartisan Commodity Futures Trading Commission highlighted the serious risks of climate change to business. Research shows that climate-smart businesses and cities thrive. There are many opportunities for the Tucson business community to partner in responding to climate change and reduce the risks to their bottom line. The Climate Emergency Declaration recognizes the serious risks of climate change, the vulnerabilities of our residents, and the urgency of action. This is supported by the science and by myself as a 20-year resident of the city of Tucson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diana and Kyle, for your hard work. I know that I've been touching base with you to get your advice and input and feedback. And I just want to reiterate that this is just the beginning, and that we wanted to mark the beginning of the development of a climate action and adaptation plan with this particular climate emergency. And so I appreciate your hard work. We have much more work to move ahead in. And I'd like to open up for any comment or questions or anything from my colleagues on the council.
I think we're all very supportive and want to see the motion passed.
All righty.
Move the resolution. Move the adopt the resolution.
Hearing no additional comments or discussion, what is the council's pleasure?
Move that we adopt the resolution, and thank you for bringing it.
Thank you. This is move to pass and adopt resolution 23222. There's a motion and a second. No further discussion. Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Resolution 23222 passes by a vote of 6-0. Congratulations, y'all. Thank you so much for supporting this, and let's get to work on this. Very excited. Item 16.
Mayor and Council, selection of Vice Mayor, Resolution number 23226.
City Manager's communication number 267 dated September 9th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23226 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23226 relating to the Vice Mayor of the Mayor and Council selecting a Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'm going to pass the mic over to Mike Rankin, who is advising that we extend the vice mayorship to 12 months. Mike, are you there? I know that you did a very explicit consideration for mayor and council to consider.
Mayor, members of the council, I did. I included it within the mayor and council communication for this item. I know we've engaged in a long-term practice of only an 8-month term for the vice mayor. But the fact is that the charter provides for this position and contemplates that the vice mayor is appointed December of each year when the council first convenes after an election, and then each December thereafter, and that the term of the vice mayor is 1 year. Now, I'm not saying what the council's been doing for these many years is illegal. We managed to figure out a legal way of doing this 8-month rotation, but quite frankly, the more consistent practice under the charter, which is our local constitution, is that the vice mayor is appointed by the body once per year and serves for the term for a year. So it was my suggestion that the council go ahead and engage in the practice as the charter contemplates, which at this time would just mean not acting, and the current vice mayor would serve out the term until December.
So you would need a motion to continue to have because what I would like my colleagues to consider is that the current vice mayor is council member Cunningham. Would you need a motion to have him continue his vice mayorship until December?
No, it would just take a lack of action by the council tonight. But I just wanted you to understand what the implications of that would be. It would mean that the balance of his term runs until December, at which time the council would take this item up again.
Okay. Councilmember Santa Cruz?
I'm curious about the rationale for why it was shortened into an 8-month, seat than the 12 months.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, the idea, as best I can express it, is that if you make it an 8-month term over the course of 48 months, there's an opportunity for each of the 6 council members to serve as the vice mayor for an 8-month term. So over any 4-year period, all 6 can serve. Whereas if the full term is of 1 year is honored, then only 4 persons will serve over a 4-year term.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion?
So Paul stays till December. That's what I'm hearing, correct? We don't need a motion on this. It just follows through on what the original plan was.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Congratulations, Paul.
Is that okay with everybody? I mean,
Of course, it's okay with everyone. I think it's a good thing to do, and you've been a great vice mayor. Thank you for what you add to the council, and I know that you work hard to bring all of us together to work together to get good stuff done. So congratulations. I like the idea of extending your service until December, if you so do wish.
Thank you, council. I'm humbled and honored. Thanks.
Excellent. All righty. Well, thank you so much. If there's no additional discussion, we do not need any action on this item. We move on to item 17.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, September 22nd at 5:30 p.m. Thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening.